Lin Moyu's eyes were extremely bright. He knew that he had really made a fortune this time. The three Dao Zuns of the Yin family all had some pieces of flesh and blood in his hands. For others, the pieces of flesh and blood of Dao Zuns, except for not decaying for thousands of years and containing a lot of energy, had no other use. But for himself, the flesh and blood of Dao Zuns was a killer. Using it to urge the corpse to explode was enough to kill other Dao Zuns in seconds. In this way, even if he faced a Dao Zuns, he would have a trump card to kill back. What a pity, there is no Dao pattern. Lin Moyu learned from Tianlai Daoren that after reaching the Dao Zu realm, Dao patterns will appear in the body. The higher the realm, the more Dao patterns there are. Dao patterns usually appear on flesh and blood bones, mostly on bones. Dao patterns record the Dao of Dao Zuns. The same flesh and blood, with and without Dao patterns, contains a huge difference in power. The flesh and blood Lin Moyu got did not have Dao patterns. He did not know how powerful it would be if he used such flesh and blood to explode the corpse. Would it remain the same or weaken accordingly? Lin Moyu also wanted to try to see if he could restore the Dao pattern by resurrecting the Dao Zun with the resurrection of the dead. If the resurrected Dao Zun does not have the Dao pattern, his combat power will be greatly weakened. However, there is no chance to experiment with corpse explosion now. Under the surveillance of the Hansui Holy Land, he cannot revive the Dao Zun. 713 These things can only be discussed later. Lin Moyu thought, the Dao pattern is the embodiment of all that the Dao Zun has learned. The Dao pattern contains powerful power. But even the Dao Zun cannot easily use the power in the Dao pattern. Only after reaching the fourth realm of the Dao Zun can you mobilize the calendar area in the state of the Dao true body. So Brother Lei, who is in the fourth realm of the Dao Zun, can easily crush the ancestor of the Yin family. No wonder those Tianzuan were so shocked when the giant power lich showed the Dao true body. Until now, Lin Moyu knew that the Dao true body was a powerful calendar area that could only be obtained by the fourth realm of the Dao Zun. However, the giant lich does not have such a powerful Dao pattern, so its Dao body is not very powerful and is only slightly stronger than the low-level Tianzuan. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, Brother Tianlai said that there is a special material between heaven and earth, born and raised, and naturally has Dao patterns. If you can get this material and use it to summon elemental liches, maybe you can really exert the power of the Dao body. But materials with Dao patterns are too rare, so you can only think about it. Lin Moyu felt that he was a little too ambitious. This harvest was already amazing enough. The entire Yin family treasure house belonged to him. There were more than 4,000 ordinary grade origin crystals, more than 1,000 fifth grade crystals, and more than 500 large grade crystals. It's a pity that they were all ordinary grade. There were relatively few fine grade ones, ranging from dozens to hundreds. In addition, there were some magic weapons. There were dozens of magic weapons in the Tianzuan realm and 2 magic weapons in the Suizuan realm. It's just that there is no time to check them carefully now, and I will talk about it in the future. I didn't expect that soon after coming to the origin continent, I became a wealthy man who was rich enough to make a fortune. With the origin crystal in Xiaoya's hand, my wealth is comparable to that of a 6-star force like the Lei family. So much wealth, given to Lin Moyu confidence, the confidence to take root. In Leicheng, the battle ended. The place where the Yin family was located was blocked by thunder, and no one was allowed to approach. The Tianzuan who were watching the excitement gradually dispersed when they saw that there was no more show to watch. Only a few Daozuan could see deeper things. In Lu Fengqing's eyes, invisible forces were surging towards the Lei family. Above the Lei family, there was also a group of invisible forces, which was connected to the origin of the spiritual veins, magnificent and amazing. This is the luck of the Lei family. As a 6-star force, the luck of the Lei family is extremely strong. Moreover, the Lei family controls a 7th-order origin spiritual vein, which suppresses the luck of the Lei family. Anyone who wants to move the Lei family must consider the consequences. Even the Hansui Holy Land is the same. Once the luck of the Lei family is backfired, the Hansui Holy Land will also lose a layer of skin. This is also the confidence of the Lei family. They know that the Hansui Holy Land dare not move them easily. As long as they have a legitimate reason, even if they destroy the Yin family, the Hansui Holy Land still dare not move them. At most, they will come to the door to ask for a crime and give some compensation, and the matter will be over, and the Yin family will die in vain. The existence of the Yin family is destined to become a victim in the struggle between the Lei family and the Hansui Holy Land from the beginning, and it is difficult to escape. At this moment, the luck of the Lei family is constantly absorbing the luck of the Yin family to make itself stronger. The struggle for power is not only a struggle for resources, but also a struggle for luck. Lu Fengqing had seen through it long ago. After watching for a while, he shook his head gently. It's none of my business. The Yin family will be played to death sooner or later. It's just a matter of whether they die early or late. He ignored it and went to the yard where Lin Moyu was. When he arrived at Lin Moyu's residence, he found that Lin Moyu was no longer there. The house was empty. Hey, where did the brat go? He had told Lin Moyu before that after the trip to Leishan, he would take Lin Moyu to the Formation Master Association for formation certification. After registering as a formal formation master, he invited Lin Moyu to become a guest formation master of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. The brat doesn't seem like a person who would break his promise, but judging from the situation here, he should have left. Lu Fengqing analyzed the clues in the yard and concluded that Lin Moyu was indeed gone. There were footsteps behind him. Lu Fengqing turned around and saw Lei Sanxiang. Lei Daoyu, are you here to see Lin Daoyu as well? He called Lin Moyu a brat, but in front of outsiders, Lu Fengqing still formally called Lin Daoyu. Lei Sanxiang said, I came here specially to wait for Lu Daoyu. Oh? Lu Fengqing was a little confused. Does Lei Daoyu want to see me for something? Lei Sanxiang said, nothing, just come to tell Lu Daoyu that Brother Lin has left. As for where he went, Lei can't tell you. But with the ability of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, it shouldn't be difficult to find Brother Lin. Lu Fengqing's eyes turned, and he immediately understood what was going on. He knew that Lin Moyu must have participated in the extermination of the Yin family, so he left first to prevent the Hansui Holy Land from causing trouble. The Hansui Holy Land might not be able to do anything to the Lei family, but it could definitely kill him. Unless he never leaves the Lei family, never leaves the Lei family. So it is best for Lin Moyu to leave. Lu Fengqing smiled. Lu knows. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lei, for telling me. Lei Sanxiang nodded. Today at the earliest, tomorrow at the latest, the Holy Land will definitely come. Fellow Taoist Lu should also leave Leiqing to save trouble. Lu Fengqing clasped his fists. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lei, for reminding me. Lei Sanxiang hummed, turned around and left, and Lu Fengqing also left here quickly. He not only wanted to leave here, but also to leave Leiqing, a place of trouble. After they left, the air twisted and a graceful figure appeared. Gu Hanyu looked at the courtyard where Lin Moyu had lived. The Yin family's affairs are indeed related to Lin Moyu. What an interesting child. She tapped her jade finger lightly, and the space in the courtyard suddenly changed, and the power of time enveloped the courtyard. On her fingertips, an exquisite ring shone, emitting a powerful power of time. She reversed time and searched for Lin Moyu's traces in the long river of time. But no matter how she looked, she couldn't find Lin Moyu. Hey, the time mark was erased. Did the Lei family take action? It's interesting. When did the family have the magic weapon of the Avenue of Time? But it doesn't matter. This Saint Lord has remembered your breath and will find you soon. Before that, talk to Lei Yiming first. Half a day after the Yin family was destroyed, an astonishing aura suddenly erupted in the Lei family, and then this aura quickly faded and dissipated, as if it had never appeared. No one knew what happened, and no one dared to ask. In the Lei family, Lei Yiming stood there with blood on the corner of his mouth and a slightly gloomy face, motionless. It was not that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't move. He looked very strange at this time, with lightning flowing in his upper body, and his lower body turned into an ice sculpture. No matter how strong the lightning was, it couldn't break the ice sculpture. The yard where Lei Yiming was located had turned into an ice world at this moment, and everything was frozen. But this frozen world did not affect the outside of the yard at all. The powerful and terrifying power only existed in the yard. Lei Zhengying and Lei Sanxiang felt the movement and rushed over quickly. In addition, 3 Taoist masters from the Lei family also appeared at the same time. These 3 Taoist masters of the Lei family did not even take action when destroying the Yin family. Including them, the Lei family has a total of 6 Dao Zuns, which is much more powerful than the Yin family. When they saw Lei Yiming's appearance, their faces changed drastically. Just as they were about to rush over, they heard Lei Yiming shout, "Don't come over." The 5 Dao Zuns stopped immediately and did not dare to approach. They could all feel the powerful force lingering in the yard. As long as they dared to approach, they would be attacked. This force could even freeze Lei Yiming, let alone them. Lei Yiming kept roaring, and waves of power burst out from his body. Lightning flashed on his body, and in the lightning, a series of Dao patterns emerged from his body and projected outside the body. The great Dao emerged, and the Dao patterns merged with each other, turning into a great Dao true body. Before, he summoned the great Dao true body, which was easier than before. But at this moment, it was extremely difficult. The ice in the yard immediately surged towards the great Dao true body, as if to freeze the great Dao true body. "Break it for me!" Lei Yiming roared, and the great Dao true body suddenly burst into boundless thunder, turning the yard into a sea of thunder. Under the continuous erosion of the sea of thunder, the frozen world finally cracked and then slowly melted. But the melting speed was very slow, so slow that it was outrageous. After half an hour, with a slight bang, the ice on his lower body finally broke. Lei Yiming escaped from the trap, and the true body of the road also dissipated. The ice in the yard still existed. In the past half an hour, only a little bit of the surface of the entire yard melted. As the true body of the road dissipated, the previously melted ice began to condense again. Lei Yiming fell outside the yard and whispered, "Except you, no one is allowed to approach this yard." His order was the supreme will of the Lei family, and no one dared to disobey. Lei Zhengying said, "Ancestor, what happened?" Lei Yiming said, "She was here just now." "She?" Lei Zhengying immediately realized who the ancestor was talking about, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "The Holy Land is moving so fast?" Lei Yiming said, "It's just that she came first, and the people from the Holy Land haven't arrived yet." Lei Zhengying thought for a while, "Is she here to give us a warning?" Lei Yiming hummed, "We have to pay a price this time. Prepare some origin crystals as an apology. This woman is really powerful. It seems that I am still a little bit short. This frozen courtyard is one of our goals. Sooner or later, we will have to go back." Lei Yiming's eyes flashed with fighting spirit, and he was not willing to admit defeat. Lei Zhengying's eyes also flashed with fighting spirit. The Lei family was never afraid of fighting. Even if it was the Holy Land, they would fight if they wanted to. Lei Sanxiang asked, "Ancestor, do you know where she is now?" Lei Yiming said, "She said she was going to find Brother Lin. I'll leave for a while. You guys take care of the rest." After that, Lei Yiming rushed out of the Lei family and headed for the depths of Leishan Mountain. In the depths of Leishan Mountain, the voice of Tianlei Taoist came from the thunder. "Have you dealt with everything?" Lei Yiming said, "Something unexpected happened." He told Gu Hanyu about Gu Hanyu. "Her name is Gu Hanyu. She is the holy lord of this generation of the Holy Land, with the cultivation of the 6th level of Dao Zun, which is stronger than me. She is going to find fellow Taoist Lin, and I can't help her." Tianlei Taoist whispered, "It's okay. Brother Lin will be fine. Since you are here, don't leave yet, just practice here for a while." Lei Yiming's eyes jumped with joy. "Thank you, Senior." A crack appeared in the mountains deep in Leishan Mountain, and Lei Ming rushed in without hesitation. Lin Moyu flew towards the north, and in one day, he crossed countless mountains, forests, and lakes. At his current speed, it would take about 5 days to leave the control of the Hansui Holy Land. 5 million miles, 1 million miles a day, the speed is already very fast. In the Tianzuan realm, almost no one dares to fly at such a speed in the wilderness of the Origin Continent. The Origin Continent is not safe. In addition to the human race, there are countless spirit beasts living in Nanzhou. Some spirit beasts are very strong, comparable to Daozuan. Lin Moyu naturally knows this, and he tries not to cause a big commotion. Ask for flowers. For this reason, he used runes to make his breath weaker. However, doing so still cannot completely avoid danger. With his powerful spiritual perception, Lin Moyu sensed several times that there were powerful beings staring at him, but fortunately they did not come to trouble him. Some powerful beings in the mountains and forests have reached the Daozuan realm. Although he is not afraid, it will be troublesome if they are stared at. Fortunately, he left their territory quickly and did not really annoy them. Spirit beasts are the true sons of the Origin Continent. Without the Origin spiritual veins, they can still reproduce and prosper. They don't need the power of luck either. They can also become Daozun. Lin Moyu's eyes were thoughtful. Perhaps Daozun is not a realm for them, but just a symbol of strength. Just like the fish in the Boundary Sea, they don't need to rule world at all, and they can become Tianzun or even Daozun. There is more than one way to be powerful. The way of our human race is different from the way of these spirit beasts. While thinking, Lin Moyu suddenly felt a chill. The sudden chill made Lin Moyu feel creepy. He braked suddenly and stopped in midair, looking around with extremely vigilant eyes, and said loudly, "Which senior is here? Please show up." The white cold air condensed not far in front of him, forming a Jiao figure. Wearing a white and gorgeous long skirt, the body was shrouded in cold air, and the true face could not be seen clearly. But just the temperament is enough to make people fall in love with it. Lin Moyu felt danger from her, extreme danger. Not only the fourth realm of Dao, but also stronger than Brother Lei. Who is this? Unable to see the other person's face, Lin Moyu could only know that she was a woman. He lowered his posture very low. "What instructions do you have for me?" Gu Hanyu looked at Lin Moyu. Her eyes seemed to have substance. Lin Moyu felt that his whole body was seen through, and there was no secret at all. Lin Moyu's whole body was hairy, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Fortunately, the other party didn't spy on his rule world, otherwise he would have to fight to the death. Gu Hanyu said, "At the age of just over 2000, he is cultivated to the realm of Tianzuan. He is no longer an ordinary genius, but a top-level genius." Group. It's a pity that you have too many thoughts, otherwise this Saint Lord would like to cultivate you. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, and the 3 words this Saint Lord revealed her identity. The Lord of Hansui Holy Land, Gudangwan. In Lei Yiming's mouth, Gu Hanyu is a scary woman, not just a little scary, but quite scary. In other people's mouths, the Lord of the Holy Land is synonymous with strength and power, and is a top figure on the Origin Continent. Lin Moyu didn't expect that Gu Hanyu would personally take action against him, which might be a bit too high of his head. Quickly calculating in his mind, he found that even if he took out all his trump cards and detonated the corpse of the Yin family's ancestor with the help of Zhu Shui, it would probably be difficult to cause harm to him. In the face of the absolute gap in strength, all means seemed to become meaningless. Lin Moyu felt powerless, but he didn't give up. "Senior, are you here to avenge the Yin family?" Gu Hanyu chuckled, and the laughter was very cold, and siping could freeze the soul. "The Yin family is nothing, and it was the Lei family who did it. No matter what you did behind the scenes, it's the Lei family's business. You are just a heavenly venerable, you don't have this ability." 4, 2, 3. This Saint Master wants to settle with you the account of Ling Shui. Lin Moyu suddenly realized and immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Nian Shui has made a soul oath." Gu Hanyu sneered, "That was the oath of the Horned Dragon Star Lord. This Saint Master wants to settle with you the account of you weakening Nian Shui's luck during the trip to Leishan. Don't worry, This Saint Master will not kill you. Your account will be settled with you in the future. Since you are a genius, I cannot leave you alone. You should know the reason. You don't understand. Lin Moyu felt uneasy. He had realized that Gu Hanyu saw that his talent for cultivation was too high and decided to destroy his foundation. As for the soul oath, Gu Hanyu obviously didn't take it seriously. As the master of the Holy Land, he naturally had the calendar to avoid it. Otherwise, with his talent, even if Gu Nianshui got the inheritance of the Horned Dragon Star-Lord, it would be difficult to take revenge. Lin Moyu sighed. If the senior really wants to do this, the junior has no choice but to fight to the death. Gu Hanyu chuckled. It's interesting. Then the saint wants to see what means you have. Fight to the death. Her laughter was very pleasant, but it fell into Lin Moyu's ears, colder than 10,000 years of ice. Lin Moyu's eyes condensed slightly. Then the senior will take a look. He took out a magic weapon of the Heavenly Venerable Realm and threw it at the ancient kiln. The magic weapon of the Heavenly Venerable Realm exploded in midair, and the immortal flame evolved into a sea of fire, covering the world and engulfing Gu Hanyu. In the flames, countless fish flew out. Gu Hanyu's laughter came from the flames. This magic weapon is interesting. It can actually summon so many world sea fish, but what's the use of it? Countless world sea fish rushed towards Gu Hanyu, wrapping Gu Hanyu inside and outside. Gu Hanyu's laughter came from the center, and then a sharp cold air emerged. Wherever the cold air passed, the immortal flame world sea fish were frozen. In the blink of an eye, the world has become a world of ice. Boom! The world sea fish and the ice suddenly exploded. Once the resurrected died again, they would explode, and the power was equivalent to self-explosion. It's a pity that Gu Hanyu's ice is too strong. Even if the world sea fish exploded one after another, they couldn't break the ice. Gu Hanyu slowly flew out of the frozen world, like a fairy. Her cold eyes swept around. You ran away quickly, but did you escape? Lin Moyu's figure had long disappeared in front of her, and she had long disappeared. Lin Moyu used the void hiding talisman, and at the cost of a significant reduction in speed, her breath was hidden to the extreme. Gu Hanyu was able to track him. Lin Moyu guessed that it was probably related to his breath. The time mark had been erased, and only his breath could track him. Fight to the death. I'll fight to the death with you. I'm not an idiot. Lin Moyu knew very well in his heart that the stronger and better he performed, the stronger his combat power, the faster he would die. Originally, Gu Hanyu only intended to destroy his foundation. If he performed too powerful, she might kill him in return. But he couldn't act too badly, or else it would arouse Gu Hanyu's suspicion. So he could only act appropriately, and that would be enough. Lin Moyu was not actually afraid that Gu Hanyu would destroy his foundation. At most, he would commit suicide once and become a brand new person. If his new talent was not good, he could still go back to find Tianlai Daoren. On the contrary, if Gu Hanyu wanted to kill him, it would be a troublesome matter. So he couldn't act too amazing, nor too weak, and he had to grasp the degree. Lin Moyu used the virtual invisibility talisman to sneak all the way and continued to move north. He also knew that the virtual invisibility talisman was probably useless, but he just wanted to put on a show for Gu Hanyu. At the same time, even the route to continue north was specially chosen. He wanted to tell Gu Hanyu that the reason he chose to continue north was to present a feeling that the most dangerous place was the safest place. This behavior, in Gu Hanyu's eyes, would become a little clever, but not particularly clever. Everything he did was to confuse Gu Hanyu, let Gu Hanyu destroy his foundation, and then get out of here quickly. Lin Moyu has done enough tricks. It depends on whether Gu Hanyu will be fooled. After a while, the coldness spread again. The world was frozen, the hidden talisman was directly broken, and Lin Moyu appeared in this frozen world. The cold air fell on his body, and a layer of frost suddenly formed, and Lin Moyu could no longer move. The difference in power between him and Gu Hanyu was too great. There were countless gaps between the low-level Tianzuan and the 6th level of Daozuan. It can be said that Gu Hanyu could kill Lin Moyu hundreds of times with just a breath. The new talent will be useless in front of Gu Hanyu. Xiao will be killed once he lives. Lin Moyu is like a baby in front of her, and all kinds of methods will be useless. At this moment, Lin Moyu looked helpless. Senior, you have good means, and I am convinced. Gu Hanyu smiled. You should have other means. I heard from Yan Shui that your murderous aura is very strong, even stronger than that of Jiao Xingjuan. Why don't you come out and try? Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. Is it necessary? You are a Taoist master, and I am just a low-level Tianzuan. What murderous aura can be useful to you? Senior is the knife and the chopping board, and I am just the fish. You can kill or cut me, as you wish. Lin Moyu acted as if he was ready to die. Anyway, he couldn't beat him, so he simply didn't resist. You can do whatever you want. Gu Hanyu chuckled. You look like this. It seems that this Saint Lord is bullying the younger generation. Lin Moyu said, isn't it? Gu Hanyu said, this Saint Lord bullied me, so what? As the master of the Holy Land, she is very domineering. She doesn't need to explain what she wants to do to anyone. 0.5 Anyone who dares to say a word of nonsense will be killed directly. A ball of coldness emerged from Gu Hanyu's fingertips. This cold air will freeze your blood and freeze your luck at the same time. This can be regarded as paying off the account of the trip to Leishan. As for the other accounts, Nian Shui will naturally come to you to settle them in the future. Lin Moyu's face changed. Senior is really good at tricks. The blood is frozen, the luck is frozen, and there is no possibility for me to move forward. By then, Gu Nianshui will make rapid progress, and if I stand still, I will be surpassed sooner or later. This move actually solved the potential threat for Gu Nianshui. Although his face was extremely ugly, Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart, what a cruel woman. If that's the case, then hurry up and get out. Gu Hanyu pointed at Lin Moyu, and the cold air shot towards Lin Moyu like an arrow. Lin Moyu couldn't move and couldn't dodge. Suddenly, a thunderbolt jumped out of Lin Moyu's body, instantly breaking the cold air. Lightning suddenly appeared, breaking the cold air. This change made Gu Hanyu exclaim. Not only her, but even Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He found that the source of the lightning was the inheritance jade token given by Tianlei Taoist. 2 inheritance jade tokens, one of which inherited the Thunder Avenue, was shining in the soul world at this moment. The powerful force was directly transmitted from the soul world to the real world. My brother, who dares to move? A road appeared above Lin Moyu's head. In an instant, the area of 1,000 miles turned into a sea of thunder, and a thunder giant appeared in the sea of thunder. Dao Zhenshin. Lin Moyu whispered softly. They were also Dao Zhenshin, but Tianlei Taoist's Dao Zhenshin was much more powerful than Lei Yiming's Dao Zhenshin. Tianlei Taoist's Dao Zhenshin was more solid, like a physical entity. Dao Zhenshin was wearing a battle armor made of thunder. There were some illusory patterns on the battle armor. Lin Moyu guessed that it should be Dao patterns. However, the Dao pattern is not visible now, and this Dao's true body cannot exert its full power. After all, it is only the will of Tianlei Daoist that has descended, not his true body. Lin Moyu glanced at Gu Hanyu, whose face was hidden behind the cold air, and his true face could not be seen clearly. However, Lin Moyu could imagine that Gu Hanyu must be extremely shocked at this moment. Thunder and lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, and cracks in space appeared silently. The terrible wind and fire flew out of the cracks and attacked the Dao's true body. The wind of annihilation, the fire of heavenly punishment. Gu Hanyu suddenly spoke, with strong shock and disbelief in her voice. Lin Moyu was also extremely shocked at this moment, and he saw the fire of burning the world. The fire of heavenly punishment in Gu Hanyu's mouth was exactly the same as the fire of burning the world he had, except for the name and power. He didn't know why the wind of annihilation and the fire of burning the world suddenly appeared in the sky, but he knew that these two things were not good things. The Taoist of heavenly thunder roared, holding thunder in his hand, and punched Gu Hanyu. Gu Hanyu also raised his hand and slapped it, and the cold air burst out. Who are you? Why did you attract heavenly punishment? Tianlai Taoist said coldly, "You are not qualified." Thunders fell one after another, and the Taoist of Heavenly Thunder's punch evolved into infinite thunder, trying to devour Gu Hanyu. Gu Hanyu naturally didn't care about ordinary thunders, even Lei Yiming's thunder, she didn't care about it either. But she couldn't do the thunder of Heavenly Thunder Taoist. The boundless cold air shattered in the thunder, and Gu Hanyu quickly retreated. In the competition of strength, she lost. At this time, the Taoist of Heavenly Thunder stepped into the void, and in an instant, countless lightning evolved from all directions to trap Gu Hanyu. Gu Hanyu took out a magic weapon, which evolved into a large array of ice, and with her cold air, she instantly completed self-freezing. Since you can't avoid it, then just bear it. The Tao's true body carried thousands of thunderbolts and punched the ice. The ice was broken in an instant, and then countless thunderbolts fell on Gu Yaoyu. Gu Hanyu groaned, took out a jade card, and sprayed blood on it. The jade card flashed, and Gu Hanyu disappeared. Escaped. Lin Moyu never thought that Gu Hanyu had escaped. At this moment, the wind of annihilation and the fire of burning the world fell on the Tao's true body at the same time. The powerful Tao's true body was blown by the wind of annihilation, and the armor was broken one after another. The fire of burning the world enveloped the real body of the great Tao, and the real body of the great Tao was burned in the flames. Lin Moyu saluted the real body of the great Tao. "Thank you, Brother Tianlai, for saving me." The voice of Tianlai Taoist sounded, "Brother Lin, don't worry. I have been targeted by the great Tao and cannot show myself outside. Once I show myself, I will definitely be punished. This is just a wisp of clone, it doesn't matter. This woman has been injured by my Thunder Great Tao, and the injury should be serious. She has many magic weapons, and it is not easy to kill her, one. But my Thunder Great Tao is not so easy to bear, she will not pose a threat to Brother Lin for the time being. 2 jade cards can only protect Brother Lin twice. The origin continent is not safe. Brother Lin must be extremely careful." The last word fell, and the wind of annihilation and the fire of burning the world completely devoured the real body of the great Tao. Lin Moyu sighed softly, "What a pity." The reason for this pity was only known to him. Originally, Gu Hanyu had decided to hurt him but not kill him. At that time, he only needed to act again, find the right opportunity, and complete the rebirth so that he could deceive Gu Hanyu. Instead of wasting a precious chance to save his life like now. This is a real chance to save his life, there are only 2, and now it has been reduced by half, so Lin Moyu feels a little pity. But thinking about it, Lin Moyu is not sure whether his previous approach is completely safe. What if Gu Hanyu has some special means, even the rebirth will be useless. Or Gu Hanyu will keep an eye on him, and once she finds out that he has broken her means, she will come again. His previous method is not foolproof. I am lucky if I get it, and I will die if I lose it. Lin Moyu whispered, "It's good now. Although I wasted an opportunity, Gu Hanyu will definitely not dare to trouble me again. She should have escaped with some magic in the end, and I don't know how injured she is. It's better to hurt her more seriously." Gu Hanyu wanted to cut off his foundation, and Lin Moyu also wished that Gu Hanyu's foundation was cut off, so that she would regret it to death. In a flash, Lin Moyu thought of another question: why is there a world-burning fire in the heavenly punishment? What exactly is the world-burning fire left by the mysterious master? Why can the world-burning fire that even Brother Tianlai can't stop be controlled by people? Lin Moyu was puzzled and couldn't figure it out. If you don't understand, put it aside for the time being, collect your mind, and continue to move north. After encountering Gu Hanyu, Lin Moyu's mind became relaxed and his mood became comfortable. Mountains passed by one after another, and the mountains were far away. Lin Moyu moved forward in a straight line for 480, trying to collect his breath as much as possible. Occasionally, he would break into the territory of some powerful spirit beasts, but as long as he didn't do anything out of the ordinary, these spirit beasts would rarely attack him. After the 3 alternations of the origin, Lin Moyu has come to the edge of the Hanshui Holy Land. The origin of the Hansui Holy Land has become extremely weak after coming here. Only some weak families rely on these weak origins to survive. Without the suppression of the origin, the terrain here is changeable. Every once in a while, the terrain will change, and the role of the map will be greatly weakened. This is the edge of the Hansui Holy Land, and it is also the area bordering the forces of the Wendao sect. The two origins of the Hansui Holy Land and the Wendao sect collided here, and then they were clearly divided into their own territories. No matter which force, their control over this area is very weak. Compared to the hinterland, this area seems more primitive and more dangerous, and the original spirit beasts living here are even more powerful. As the controller of an area, Hanyu Holy Land has long cleared out the spirit beasts that threaten it in its territory. The strongest spirit beast Lin Moyu encountered along the way was only the first level of Dao Zun. But when you reach the edge, the spirit beasts you encounter will become stronger and stronger, and it is very likely to encounter spirit beasts of the second, third, or even fourth level of Dao Zun. The last million miles of road are more difficult to walk than before. In the last million miles, Lin Moyu didn't dare to use the Eye of the Dead to see. He knew that the Eye of the Dead could not hide from the Dao Zun spirit beasts, and they would regard it as a provocation. He would not release the skeleton god general to explore this area. That would simply be courting death. Those Dao Zun realm spirit beasts are very likely to find him along the breath left by the skeleton god general. Gu Hanyu found him through a trace of breath. Dao Zun has this ability, trouble. The normal route to leave the Hansui Holy Land should not be like this. There should be a smooth road to take, but that road is controlled by the Hansui Holy Land. He can't take it. So he can only choose this road to leave, which is also a helpless move. The speed gradually slowed down, and the two forces of the Avenue of Time and the Avenue of Space merged to form the Calendar of Time and Space. Lin Moyu entered another time and space, and the breath became weaker and weaker. This method is more effective than the Void Hidden Talisman, but Lin Moyu is not sure that it can hide from the spirit beasts. I hope I'll have better luck. He went deeper into this slightly wild area, and the traces of the human race became fewer and fewer until they disappeared. The primitive aura became stronger and stronger, and even if Lin Moyu was in another time and space, he could feel this change. Lin Moyu became more and more cautious. This was already a place where the origin of the Hansui Holy Land was extremely thin. After flying for a while, Lin Moyu showed some surprise. There are people. He looked down from a high place and saw a group of people stopping in front of a lake. This group of people were wearing uniform clothes, obviously from the same force. There were 3 Tianzins in the team, and the rest were Supremes. Are you training? Lin Moyu was a little surprised. If you train in such a place, what's the difference between provoking a Daozuan realm spirit beast and seeking death? In Lin Moyu's perception, there was a Daozuan realm spirit beast in the huge lake where they were. But looking at the appearance of these people, they didn't seem to be afraid. Could it be that their spirit beast has some agreement? Many Daozuan realm spirit beasts have wisdom, so it's not impossible to negotiate. Lin Moyu didn't want to care about other people's business, so he turned around and left after taking a look. Among the people by the lake, a celestial master looked up at where Lin Moyu was, and happened to see Lin Moyu going away. Someone actually dared to fly here, how brave. The other 2 celestial masters also saw Lin Moyu. The more skilled, the more courageous he is. Maybe he is strong enough. He should have a special method to hide his breath. Although we can see him, we can't sense his breath. Really, this method is really good. There are mountains outside the mountains, and people outside the people. The origin continent is huge, and our experience is far from enough. Several celestial masters sighed, but no one wanted to find Lin Moyu. In such a place, it is difficult to distinguish between enemies and friends, and it is not suitable to deal with strangers. After a short encounter, it may be an eternal farewell. There are too many passers-by in life, and there is only one chance in a lifetime. Lin Moyu continued to go north, and the breath of primitive wilderness became more and more intense. Lin Moyu could feel the powerful breath of one after another. Half a day later, he flew hundreds of thousands of miles, and the last million miles of the journey had passed Shaoban. Another 600,000 miles, and he would be able to truly leave the control area of the Hansui Holy Land. In fact, he was already safe in this area, and the Hansui Holy Land should not chase him. There are many spirit beasts in the realm of Daozuan here, and these spirit beasts have a sense of territory. It's good that a heavenly master like Lin Moyu came in, because the spirit beasts could sense that the heavenly master was not a threat to them. If a Daozun comes, it will probably directly attract the attack of spirit beasts. Lin Moyu had a thought in his mind, will there be a human Daozun coming here to hunt? These spirit beasts of Daozun realm are dangerous, but they are also full of treasures. If they can be hunted successfully, the flesh and blood of the spirit beasts can be excellent materials for refining tools and alchemy. Especially those flesh and blood with Dao patterns are top materials. In addition, the spirit beasts can be tamed and brought back to the sect to become guarding spirit beasts. Many powerful sects do this, using spirit beasts to guard the mountain gate, which is very powerful. If there is a chance in the future, I can also hunt a few to guard the mountain gate. Shaking his head secretly, Lin Moyu felt that he was thinking too much. Now he is not even completely safe, how can he think about these illusory things? Yin and Yang alternate, Taiyin origin regains control of the earth, night falls, and the temperature drops rapidly. Lin Moyu's figure, under the illumination of Taiyin origin, reveals loneliness. Another 100,000 miles away, we can leave the area of Hansui Holy Land. From afar, Lin Moyu saw a magical scene. Waves of origin power, with dreamy colors, rose from under the earth, forming a layer of light waterfalls flowing upstream. This layer of waterfalls composed of origin power spread over tens of millions of kilometers, and there was no end in sight, just like a ribbon wrapping up Hansui Holy Land. Origin is like a waterfall. Lin Moyu thought of a word. This phenomenon is because the origin spiritual vein of Hansui Holy Land and the origin spiritual vein of Wendao's sect collided here. The powerful force of the collision of the two origin spiritual veins tore the earth and formed a spectacular origin waterfall. It should have been the outermost end of the origin spiritual vein, but because of the competition between the two origin spiritual veins, the origin power here became stronger. It's a pity that it was also because of the competition between the two spiritual veins that the origin power became irritable and could not be absorbed and utilized by people. The countercurrent waterfall formed by the power of origin is spectacular, with a dreamy color and a strong breath of origin rushing towards the face, straight into the soul. Even Lin Moyu couldn't help but admire it. After getting closer for a while, the power of origin hit like waves, and the power of origin penetrated time and space. Lin Moyu could no longer maintain the power of time and space and revealed his figure. As soon as he appeared in the normal space, he felt the power of origin more clearly. The power of origin here is extremely chaotic. The two spiritual veins of origin collided and merged with each other, forming a power that cannot be absorbed at all. If Qiangxing absorbs the power of origin to practice here, the avenue will be chaotic and will only be counterproductive. Boom! The huge impact force, mixed with the power of origin, hit Lin Moyu, who couldn't keep his body steady and was immediately blown away for hundreds of miles. And then came a deafening roar that went straight into the soul, Dino. Under the illumination of the Taiyin origin, two huge Daozuan realm spirit beasts rushed into the sky and burst out with amazing history. Seeing this, Lin Moyu retreated again and stayed away from the place of right and wrong. Once the Daozuan realm spirit beasts fight recklessly, the aftermath alone will be enough to make him suffer. Spirit beasts occasionally fight, but Daozuan realm spirit beasts generally remain restrained and will not attack casually. They often have reasons for fighting. Could it be that some treasure has appeared? But why are these two Daozuan realm spirit beasts so similar? Lin Moyu is thousands of miles away. He used his full eyesight to look carefully. The two Daozuan realm spirit beasts look almost the same. From the aura, they should be more than Daozuan realm 1 or 2, at least above Daozuan realm 3. how strong they are, Lin Moyu can't see clearly. Lin Moyu's face suddenly changed, and he blurted out, Han Bao. The two Daozuan realm spirit beasts are not fighting each other. There is another person between them, who is Gu Hanyu. Lin Moyu actually didn't know what Gu Hanyu looked like. But Gu Hanyu's temperament was too special, and he would not make a mistake as long as he saw her once. At that time, Gu Hanyu escaped through magic weapons and secrets, but he didn't expect to appear here, and he also provoked two Daozuan realm spirit beasts. When Lin Moyu saw Gu Hanyu, his first reaction was to leave. But before he could make any move, a chill came over him, and Lin Moyu found that layers of frost appeared around him, and a layer of ice also appeared on his body, and he was frozen again. At the same time that Lin Moyu saw Gu Hanyu also found him. Bad luck. Lin Moyu cursed inwardly, thousands of miles away. He could feel Gu Hanyu's eyes that wanted to kill him. The two spirit beasts roared and attacked at the same time, and the powerful source of power surged in the air. Gu Hanyu's attention was withdrawn from Lin Moyu, and he concentrated on dealing with the two spirit beasts. The power of the spirit beasts was very strong, beyond imagination, and the huge power spread and impacted in all directions, and the ancient trees and dense forests on the ground fell down in pieces. Cracks appeared on the ice seal on Lin Moyu's body, and it was about to break. Lin Moyu was delighted. As long as the ice seal broke, he would escape immediately. He couldn't afford to offend Gu Hanyu, this woman, for the time being. Gu Hanyu waved her hands, and a huge figure appeared under the moon. Gu Hanyu also used her Dao real body, which was a female battle array made of ice. The ice goddess of war wore armor, and although her body was large, she was graceful. The goddess of war held a huge ice spear and suppressed the world. The two spirit beasts roared continuously, and they collided with each other and merged together. After the spirit beasts merged, their strength soared sharply, and their bodies also grew larger. From the aura and power, they were not weaker than Gu Hanyu's Dao real body at all. Lin Moyu found that there was still lightning flashing on Gu Hanyu's body, her injury has not healed, and Brother Tianlei's avenue attack is still there. The power of Tianlei Taoist is not so easy to bear. Although Gu Hanyu escaped, she was also seriously injured. Now her power is not as good as in her heyday. A large part of her power is used to suppress the thunder power in her body. Gu Hanyu's face was gloomy, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. If it weren't for the need to suppress the thunder power, these two spirit beasts would not be her opponents at all. The ice goddess and the spirit beasts fought in a group, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. The power of the origin rushed out like an explosion, and the ice on Lin Moyu's body continued to collapse. A sound like breaking glass sounded, and Lin Moyu was pardoned, and jumped towards the distance without stopping for a moment. The wings of the undead spread out, and he didn't dare to hold back at all. The soul power was pushed to the extreme, and the speed was unprecedentedly fast. At this moment, he didn't care whether it would attract attacks from other spirit beasts. "Don't even think about running away," Gu Hanyu shouted. She turned into a light and chased after Lin Malian. The ice goddess was still fighting with the two spirit beasts, but Gu Hanyu killed them regardless. Her speed was faster than Lin Moyu, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Lin Moyu finally saw Gu Hanyu's appearance clearly. Gu Hanyu's beauty was breathtaking. If it was on ordinary days, it was worth appreciating this beauty. But now, in Lin Moyu's eyes, she was just a crazy woman. Gu Hanyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, Gu Hanyu didn't want to cut off Lin Moyu's foundation, but really wanted to kill Lin Moyu. After becoming the Holy Lord of the Hansui Holy Land, she hadn't been injured for many years. Unexpectedly, a mere Lin Moyu made her capsize and get seriously injured. She was the Lord of the Holy Land, a powerful existence in the sixth realm of Daozun, but she was injured by a low-level Tianzuan. No matter what the reason was, it was a fact that she was injured. This is a humiliation, and only by killing Lin Moyu can the humiliation be washed away. The distance between the two people kept getting closer, and Lin Moyu knew that he could not escape. At this point, he had to fight. Secret method, breaking the sky. The violent murderous aura rose, and the murderous intent accumulated by Lin Moyu for thousands of years of killing completely broke out at this moment. The murderous aura turned into a huge sword and slashed towards Gu Hanyu. Before, he could not use the murderous aura, but he got the secret method of breaking the sky from Gu Nianshui. After initial practice, he could already transform the murderous aura into a weapon to attack. Lin Moyu tried it and it was quite powerful. The attack power of this secret method has little to do with the realm. The power is determined by the strength of one's own murderous aura. With his murderous aura, the power of the sky-breaking slash has reached the level of a mid-level heavenly venerable. The attack power is secondary. The attack of a mid-level heavenly venerable has no effect on Gu Hanyu. The reason why it was chosen is that it has a strong enough momentum and a large enough coverage. The sword transformed by the murderous aura slashed towards Gu Hanyu. Gu Hanyu's face was cold, a trifling trick. She clapped her jade hands and evolved into a giant palm, which directly smashed the sword into pieces. The sword was broken, but its murderous aura exploded in all directions. In an instant, powerful auras rose from the forest below, and the spirit beasts in the Daozuan realm woke up one after another. Gu Hanyu then understood Lin Moyu's true intention. You are looking for death. Lin Moyu snorted coldly and ignored it. With a thought, a large piece of fog appeared behind him. The mist evolved into the skeleton hell, and the spirits in the hellless zone pressed down on Gu Han. Gu Hanyu snorted coldly. You have a lot of tricks, but they are useless. She felt a strong chill on her body, and the skeleton hell was immediately frozen and then shattered. Lin Moyu did not expect the skeleton hell to stop Gu Hanyu, he just wanted to complete the mark. With the mark, he could then perform the corpse explosion. The corpses of the 3 Daozuan ancestors of the Yin family were still in his hands. Although their realms were not as good as Gu Hanyu, they were still his trump cards. If it didn't work, there was still a chance for Tianlei Taoist's amulet, but Lin Moyu really didn't want to use it. The chill still enveloped Lin Moyu, and the coldness penetrated into her bones, and her speed suddenly slowed down. At this time, Gu Hanyu suddenly groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth again. Thunder came out of her body, and Tianlei Taoist's thunder power began to rage again. Gu Hanyu had to use more strength to suppress the injury. She couldn't help but look back. After losing control, her Dao real body lost the upper hand in the battle with the spirit beast. If the Dao real body was hurt, Gu Hanyu would also be implicated. Lin Moyu clearly felt that Yin Han's breath was slightly weaker than before. This discovery made Lin Moyu feel that he was not hopeless. He thought of what Tianlei Taoist said. Gu Hanyu was obviously more seriously injured than it looked. There is still a chance. Lin Moyu shook the wings of the dead again and ran away with all his strength. He wanted to delay, and the longer the time was delayed, the better it would be for him. Gu Hanyu also realized this and waved a large piece of cold air to freeze Lin Moyu. The speed was reduced again, and Gu Hanyu quickly approached. In a blink of an eye, the distance between the two was less than 1,000 miles. Lin Moyu no longer held back, and the original magic that had not been used for a long time suddenly activated. Origin of the magic, gathering power. In an instant, the endless power of the Undead Legion gathered on him, and his realm was raised layer by layer. At the same time, a strange power spread from Lin Moyu. Gu Hanyu's eyes shrank suddenly. Origin of the magic. Then she shouted in a delicate voice, "How do you have the origin of the magic?" Lin Moyu ignored her. After using the gathering power magic, his realm was raised at an astonishing speed. Now the number of the Undead Legion is far greater than before, and the power gathered is also beyond imagination. In an instant, Lin Moyu broke through 2 realms and reached the high-level heavenly venerable. While his realm was raised, Lin Moyu's soul and body were under great pressure. Bang! The golden flames burned fiercely, and the immortal golden body was activated immediately. Immortal golden body! Gu Hanyu exclaimed again, and she was stunned for a while. An attack shot from the earth and hit Gu Hanyu heavily. Gu Hanyu was instantly at a loss because of Lin Moyu's original magic and immortal golden body. When the attack came, she didn't even react. With a loud bang, Gu Hanyu flew backwards, blood spurting out of her mouth, staining her white clothes red. Gu Hanyu woke up and slapped with her backhand. In an instant, thousands of miles were frozen, and the land turned into ice 3. The spirit beast that attacked Gu Hanyu before suddenly turned into an ice sculpture, and its life breath declined rapidly. Gu Hanyu looked up and found that Lin Moyu had gone far away, almost out of sight. After Lin Moyu exerted his concentration, his strength increased significantly, and his realm had reached the limit of a high-level Tianzuan, and he was only a little bit away from the peak of Tianzuan. The soul and the body were under great pressure at the same time. If he took another step forward, the soul and the body would collapse at the same time. Lin Moyu maintained his peak state, vibrated the wings of the undead, and moved away at the fastest speed. Gu Hanyu's face was cold. You can't escape. The blood on the corner of his mouth fell off naturally, and the red clothes became shiny again. Gu Hanyu turned into a stream of light and chased Lin Moyu. Even though Lin Moyu used the original magic, he was still not as fast as Gu Hanyu. Gu Hanyu was emitting cold air all over his body, and wherever he passed, he sealed off thousands of miles. A roar sounded from the earth, and souls awakened one after another. Gu Hanyu's wanton intrusion into their territory was no longer just a provocation, but an invasion. Hundreds of thousands of miles of wild land shook wildly, and countless spirit beasts revived and roared in anger. Lin Moyu's expression was gloomy. The woman is crazy. He knew that Gu Hanyu was not losing her mind, but doing it on purpose. Gu Hanyu was a strong man in the 6th realm of Daozuan, and the owner of Hanshui Holy Land. Whether it was means or magic weapons, she was not comparable to ordinary Daozuan. Even if she was injured, her ability to survive was still far better than his. When all the spirit beasts are revived, it is actually himself who is in greater danger. Now Gu Hanyu is going to kill himself with the help of the spirit beasts. Lin Moyu snorted coldly. It's a nice thought, but you are dreaming. The wings of the dead vibrated, and he sped up and headed north. As long as he crossed the origin waterfall, he could enter the territory of the Dao sect. At that time, even Gu Hanyu would have to be cautious. Gu Hanyu obviously knew Lin Moyu's thoughts, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand, which suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu snorted lightly, and the giant power lich appeared behind him. The power avenue emerged, and the ancestral water fell at the same time. The giant power lich's aura increased sharply, and punched out one punch after another. One punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, each one heavier than the other. When the third punch was thrown, the true body of the Dao emerged. Gu Hanyu was surprised again. It was unheard of that the Tianzuan realm could display the true body of the Dao. But she could see that this Dao true body was not very powerful. The fist and sword collided, and the Dao true body collapsed instantly. Lin Moyu pointed at Gu Hanyu at the same time. Origin level magic, time curse. Gu Hanyu groaned. Her soul was attacked, which made her feel uncomfortable. It was also because of this soul attack that the flying sword lost its target and turned back. Her face became more and more ugly. The attack of the Tianzuan realm can actually affect the soul of this Saint Lord. This child cannot be kept. She finally realized the horror of Lin Moyu. She felt that even if Gu Nianshui obtained the inheritance of the Star Lord, he might not be Lin Moyu's opponent. Her killing intention towards Lin Moyu was extremely strong. But when she thought of Lin Moyu's origin magic and immortal golden body, she suddenly hesitated again. The Hanshui Holy Land has a long history. She is the master of the Holy Land and knows much more than ordinary people. Even Tianlai Daoran, a strong man of the 9th realm of Daozuan, knows less secrets than her. She knows what the origin magic means, and what the immortal golden body means. The origin magic is different from the origin level magic. The former can be regarded as innate, while the origin level magic is acquired, and the difference between the two is extremely great. Gu Hanyu was calculating the gains and losses, and gradually, her killing intention became weaker and weaker. However, she couldn't let Lin Moyu go, otherwise it would leave a big trouble for the Holy Land. She couldn't kill him, and she couldn't let him go. She could only turn hostility into friendship and find a way to resolve the past grudges. "Stop, I won't kill you." Gu Hanyu's voice reached Lin Moyu's ears, and it sounded that there was indeed no killing intention, but Lin Moyu didn't dare to stop. God knows if Gu Hanyu is acting. If he is, then although he will not die, he will definitely lose the last amulet of Tianlai Taoist. It is not worth it. Gu Hanyu saw Lin Moyu not stopping, so he accelerated to catch up with him, and at the same time, he sent a soul message: "This Saint Lord promises not to kill you, let's talk." Lin Moyu continued to fly silently. Now no matter what Gu Hanyu said, his main point was one word: escape. Escape is the best strategy. If you really want to talk about something, you can wait until you reach the Daozuan realm in the future and have bargaining chips. -.0*10. What's the point of talking now? What qualifications do you have to talk? Gu Hanyu called several times, but found that it didn't work, and there was a little anger in her eyes. In her opinion, she had already lowered her status, but Lin Moyu was still so ungrateful. With anger, Gu Yuyu raised her hand and slapped it. The terrible cold gathered in front of Lin Moyu, and she instantly turned into an ice goddess of war. Gu Hanyu's Dao Real body moved directly from a distance to Lin Moyu's front as if teleporting. The Dao Real body thrust out with a spear, and the world froze in an instant, and Moyu turned into an ice sculpture. Lin Moyu was frozen again and could not move. Amid the roar, the spirit beast fighting with the ice goddess locked onto Gu Hanyu and rushed over quickly. The ice goddess turned around and fought with her again. However, after the teleportation just now, the ice goddess's combat power was obviously weakened by several points, and a teleportation consumed a lot of its strength. Gu Hanyu's mouth was bleeding again, and thunder spread on her body. The injuries that had been suppressed before broke out again. The roars came one after another, and spirit beasts appeared in the void, rushing from all directions. All these spirit beasts were in the Daozun realm, and they were at least powerful spirit beasts above the Daozun 3 realms. Gu Hanyu's face changed slightly. If it was normal, she would not be afraid. But now, most of her strength is used to suppress the injury, and the situation is not favorable for her. She looked at Lin Moyu with a very complicated look. Lin Moyu felt a faint murderous intent from her eyes, but was a little hesitant. What is she thinking? She wanted to kill me so much before, why is she hesitating now? Is it because of Gu Nianxue? Does she still want to cut off my foundation and let Gu Nianxue deal with me? She asked me to stop before and said she had something to discuss. Is it true or false? She had a chance to kill me by using the real body of the Great Tao, but she just trapped me in ice. It's really strange. Lin Moyu couldn't understand Gu Hanyu's inner thoughts, and could only analyze from her eyes, but couldn't analyze too much information. More and more Daozun realm spirit beasts came over. Once surrounded, even she would be in trouble. Gu Hanyu made a decision, and the coldness between heaven and earth was very strong. The real body of the great Tao burst out with a shocking coldness, freezing the heaven and earth, and blocking the spirit beasts that came around. Gu Hanyu stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly, and the power of Daozun wrapped Lin Moyu, and flew into the dense forest with Lin Moyu, and disappeared in an instant. Gu Hanyu led Lin Moyu through the dense forest at an astonishing speed. Lin Moyu found that wherever Gu Hanyu passed, everything was frozen, even the breath left behind was frozen. The ears gradually became quiet, and the real body of the great Tao disappeared at some point. Gu Hanyu wiped out all traces and disappeared from the soul's perception. What Lin Moyu couldn't do no matter how careful he was so simple for Gu Hanyu. After flying thousands of miles, Gu Hanyu finally stopped. She patted Lin Moyu lightly, the ice broke, and Lin Moyu regained his freedom. Lin Moyu asked, "What do you want to do?" Gu Hanyu was about to start, but suddenly she spat out a mouthful of blood, her body swayed, and she almost lost her balance. She took a deep breath, slowly stood still, and the light on her body flowed, and all the blood disappeared. On the surface, she was still the beautiful and gorgeous, the head of the Hanshui Holy Land. Gu Hanyu suppressed the 387 injury in her body again. After she was injured, she fought several times with injuries, and her injuries were more serious than before. While suppressing the injury, she also paid attention to Lin Moyu, and her eyes seemed to say, "If you dare to escape, I will kill you." Lin Moyu did not leave. He was very curious about why Hanyu changed her mind. For a big person like her, her heart of Taoism is so firm that once she makes a decision, she will not change it easily. There must be something special that made her change her original plan. After a moment, Gu Hanyu let out a long breath, and there were thunders in this breath, and an ancient tree was almost instantly burned by thunder. Gu Hanyu said, "If I ask you next, you'd better answer honestly, otherwise this Saint Lord will definitely kill you." Lin Moyu was very relaxed and casual. "You ask, if I can tell, I will definitely tell you." Things have come to this point, Lin Moyu doesn't have to hide it. Anyway, he knows very well that Yin Hanyu can't kill him. If he really wants to kill himself, she will die instead. Seeing Lin Moyu's attitude, Gu Hanyu's anger surged, but she suppressed it. "This Saint Lord asks you, how did you get the origin of the magic?" Lin Moyu shrugged, "I can't say." Gu Hanyu asked, "Where is the immortal golden body?" Lin Moyu shrugged again, "I still can't say. Although you are the Holy Lord, I don't know you, and you wanted to kill me before. We are enemies, not friends. Why should I tell you? How dare you?" Gu Hanyu shouted angrily, "This Holy Lord asks you, you dare not say it." For a moment, she took out the posture of the Holy Lord again. Having been in a high position for a long time, her aura is so compelling that people can't look directly at her. But Lin Moyu is not afraid at all. Having been in a high position for a long time, who is not? I am the master of the big world, and in the big world, I am also an existence that has the final say. What's more, the stronger Tianlai Taoist also calls me a brother. You, a Taoist of the sixth realm, want to scare me. It's just a dream. Lin Moyu looked directly at Gu Hanyu, squinting his eyes slightly. "You look pretty, but why are you so bad-tempered? If you want to kill me, just do it, and see who will die in the end." "You." Gu Hanyu's pretty face suddenly changed. At this moment, she did have murderous intentions in her heart, but she suppressed them again. The rising and falling chest showed that Gu Hanyu was a little excited at the moment. For countless years, others have always complimented her and flattered her. When did anyone dare to talk to her like this? Gu Hanyu said, "Believe it or not, I will catch you and lock you up." Lin Moyu sneered, "You can try. You still want to threaten me. Who is afraid of who?" Lin Moyu has now grasped Gu Hanyu's psychology. She doesn't want to kill him, but she doesn't dare to kill him. Although Gu Hanyu has lived for many years, she is really not as good as him in understanding people's hearts. Lin Moyu can guess some of Gu Hanyu's inner thoughts from various details, expressions, and eyes. The two of them are deadlocked, and the atmosphere can't help but become awkward. Gu Hanyu is used to being high and mighty, and it is impossible for her to lower herself and say nice things to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also understood this and whispered, "You want to turn enemies into friends with me, right?" Gu Hanyu sneered, "You think too highly of yourself." Lin Moyu smiled slightly. He knew that Gu Hanyu still couldn't let go of his face and identity. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I just want to tell you that I have never thought of being an enemy of Hanshui Holy Land. From the beginning to the end, you have been the ones who have troubled me, and I have never taken the initiative to trouble you. Before, Gu Nianhai forced us to go to the secret collection of Jiao Xingjuan because of the Lan family's affairs. In fact, I have no interest in the inheritance of Jiao Xingjuan. I have my own Dao area and don't need other people's inheritance. Later, the Yin family also took the initiative to kill me, so I had to fight back. And you, it's almost the same. The injury you suffered was also self-inflicted." Gu Hanyu was furious at what Lin Moyu said, but Lin Moyu was telling the truth. Lin Moyu waved his hand. Okay, I've already said it. We won't interfere with each other in the future. You go your way, I go mine. 0. As long as you control Gu Nianshui and your Hansui Holy Land from bothering me, I won't bother you either. No. Gu Hanyu interrupted Lin Moyu. I don't trust you. Lin Moyu's talent is too strong. If he grows up, if he becomes an enemy of Hansui Holy Land, he will be a terrible enemy. Lin Moyu showed some helplessness. Then what do you want to do? Let me take a soul oath. Do you think that thing will be useful to me? Gu Hanyu said, soul oath is fine, there will be some restrictions. Even if she completely violates the soul oath, she will have to pay some price. Moreover, the soul oath can be her way out and save face. Lin Moyu said, actually, I also want to give you a way out, but I don't want to take a soul oath. After all, I have to save face. Since I said I would not take the initiative to become an enemy of the Hansui Holy Land, I will keep my word. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Don't follow me anymore. Before he finished speaking, Lin Moyu's face suddenly changed, and Gu Hanyu's face also changed. The two shouted in unison, be careful. Gu Hanyu's reaction was faster than Lin Moyu's. He took a step forward and pushed Lin Moyu away with a palm. At the same time, he stepped sideways and retreated 100 meters. Two cold lights flashed from the position where the two were originally standing. If they were a moment slower, they would definitely be cut by the cold light. Wherever the cold light passed, cracks appeared in the space. Lin Moyu knew very well that with the spatial strength of the origin continent, anything that could cut a crack in the space would be enough to kill him. Of course, because of the Jade token of Tian 2.3 Lei Daoren, he would not die. Even without the Jade token, he could be resurrected. But he didn't expect that Gu Hanyu would save him at the last moment. Lin Moyu asked, what is it? Gu Hanyu looked serious. It's a shadow mantis, a very special spiritual beast. It can be invisible, and even Dao Zun can't easily find it. It was the first time that Lin Moyu heard of a spirit beast called a shadow mantis. Suddenly, he sensed the fluctuation of space and shouted, be careful. Gu Hanyu had already left the place one step faster than him. There was another flash of cold light where he was standing. A towering old tree next to it was cut off by the cold light and fell down with a bang. Gu Hanyu was filled with cold air, and ice formed all around him. Shadow Mantis usually does not act alone. It is the companion spirit beast of the three-colored phantom snake. Where there is a Shadow Mantis, there is a high probability that a three-colored phantom snake will appear. Lin Moyu looked at Gu Hanyu. The three-colored phantom snake you are talking about, is it the one at your feet? Gu Hanyu looked down and saw a small snake. The snake had opened its mouth and was biting at her. She cried out in surprise, and a cold air came out of her body to defend herself while she shrunk her legs to dodge. But she was still a step too late. The three-colored phantom snake was not affected by the cold air, and it was one step faster than Gu Hanyu, biting her calf. Gu Hanyu screamed, and her whole body aura surged, and the three-colored phantom snake was shaken away. Two inconspicuous wounds appeared on Gu Hanyu's calf. The wounds were inconspicuous, but Gu Hanyu's expression was as ugly as a deceased parent. Lin Moyu asked, are you okay? Gu Hanyu sealed her calf with ice and whispered, this is trouble. Lin Moyu asked, the snake should be poisonous. Gu Hanyu nodded, it's poisonous, and it's not ordinary poison. Her eyes dimmed, and her high-handed temperament also dissipated, as if she had fallen from the throne of God, from the Lord of a holy land to an ordinary woman. You run away quickly, I will hold them back. The cold air was so strong that the surrounding space was frozen layer by layer. The space fluctuation appeared again, and the Shadow Mantis's sharp blade passed through, and the ice layer continued to break in the space crack. With one blow, it disappeared again. Even the three-color phantom snake 20 times before disappeared, and its whereabouts were unknown. Lin Moyu was surprised. I think their strength is only at the first level of Dao Zun, and it should be easy for you to kill them. Gu Hanyu said, if I hadn't been injured, it would definitely not be difficult to kill them, but now I'm injured, because part of my strength is suppressing the injury. And I was injured by the three-color phantom snake, and its poison is very troublesome. I didn't expect that I, Gu Hanyu, would fall into this situation. Gu Hanyu's eyes became dim, revealing a little miserable smile, as if she would die here. Lin Moyu said, it's just a poisonous snake. Can its poison kill a Taoist master of the sixth realm like you? Gu Hanyu rolled his eyes at Lin Moyu. What do you know? Lin Moyu said, I really don't understand, so please tell me. At this point, Lin Moyu didn't want to leave. Even if it was because of Gu Hanyu pushing him away just now, he couldn't leave. Revenge when there is a grudge, repay a favor when there is a favor, this is Lin Moyu's principle and bottom line. Not only did Lin Moyu not leave, but he walked in front of Gu Hanyu. Gu Hanyu controlled the ice layer, revealing a passage for Lin Moyu to come in. Are you staying here to die? Lin Moyu said, maybe I have a way to kill these two guys. Gu Hanyu frowned. It's true that the Shadow Mantis and the three-color Phantom Snake are only in the first realm of Tao, but you are only a Tianzuan. What can you use to kill them? Lin Moyu said, don't worry about it. I have my own way, and I may also have a way to treat your poisonous injury. Gu Hanyu frowned and looked at Lin Moyu, as if he didn't believe it. Lin Moyu shrugged. I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. I still need some time. How long can you hold on? Gu Hanyu said, at most half an hour. Is it enough? Lin Moyu said, it doesn't take that long, just a few minutes. Seeing Lin Moyu's confident look, Gu Hanyu seemed to believe him a little. The ice layer firmly protected the two of them. The Shadow Mantis would launch an attack every few seconds, and when it launched an attack, it would have a moment of visibility. The three-color Phantom Snake never disappeared, and no one knew where it went. While waiting, Gu Hanyu and Lin Moyu talked about the characteristics of the Shadow Mantis and the three-color Phantom Snake. The Shadow Mantis is good at manipulating the power of space, has the ability to be invisible, and can use the power of space to attack. It is only at the first level of the Tao, but its attack power can break the physical defense of any Tao Zun. More difficult than the Shadow Mantis is the three-color Phantom Snake. The three-color Phantom Snake and the Shadow Mantis are companions, and have the same stealth ability as the Shadow Mantis. It will only show up at the moment of attack, and it can't be found at other times. And if you want to find it, you can only look with your eyes. Even Gu Hanyu can't find its breath. It is precisely because of this that Gu Hanyu was injured by it. The teeth of the three-color Phantom Snake can break most of the defense, and it is itself highly poisonous. This poison contains the power of the Great Tao, and even the Tao Zun can hardly resist it. After being poisoned by this poison, the Tao Zun will not die, but will lose power after a period of time and become an ordinary person from a Tao Zun. If the poison is not removed in the next few days, then I will die. The Shadow Mantis and the three-color Phantom Snake cooperated with each other and became Tao Zun's nightmare. Spiritual beasts have their own surprises and are not easy to deal with. Gu Hanyu said, even if you can really kill them, it's useless. After a while, my power will disappear completely. When the injuries in my body break out, it will be enough to kill me. You don't have to stay here to die with me, as long as you promise not to cause trouble for the Hansui Holy Land in the future. Lin Moyu looked at Gu Hanyu with a smile, admiring this bright and beautiful face. Are you really going to let me go? Gu Hanyu's face changed slightly. Of course. Lin Moyu looked at Gu Hanyu's right hand. What is in your hand? And what about the mark left on me before? Gu Hanyu was like a kitten whose tail was stepped on, and his tone suddenly changed. You actually found it. At this moment, she became the Lord of the Holy Land, and there was no sign of weakness. Lin Moyu laughed. Your acting is too bad. Tell me, what is the use of this thing? Since she was discovered, Gu Hanyu did not hide it. It's called Lian Lizi. She spread her hands, revealing her white and tender palms. In the palm of her hand, there was a small branch. The branch has been refined and has become a magic weapon, and it is a magic weapon of the Daozuan realm. But the appearance 313 still retains the appearance of a branch. Lin Moyu remained alert. What is the use of this thing? Gu Hanyu said, husband and wife are originally Lianlizi, and they share the same fate. Two people who use Lianlizi will live and die together. If one party dies, the 10th party cannot live alone. Lin Moyu was very surprised that there was such a magic weapon. If that's the case, then just find someone, tie him and your enemy together with the Lianlizi, and then kill him. Wouldn't your enemy die? Lin Moyu's tone was cold. It's not that simple, right? Gu Hanyu said, of course it's not that simple. It has many restrictions. The biggest one is that it can't be used on people who are higher than your own cultivation. But I have no problem using it on you. After all, I am a Taoist 6th level, and you are a low-level Tianzuan. There is a big difference between us. While speaking, the Lianlizi suddenly emitted a faint light, which split into two. One fell into Gu Hanyu, and the other fell into Lin Moyu's body. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye, and Lin Moyu had no chance to avoid resistance. Gu Hanyu said, don't resist. The light is just a performance. What really works is the Tao. You can't avoid it. Okay, now our fates are connected. If I die, you can't live. Lin Moyu's face turned ugly. Why did you do this? Is it because you are worried that I will take revenge on Hansui Holy Land? Gu Hanyu sighed. At this point, there is nothing to hide. If you had left just now, I would have used Lianlizi on you. The Shadow Mantis and the 3-color Phantom Snake will definitely hunt you down. Although you are powerful, it is difficult for you to escape their pursuit. Lin Moyu frowned. If I die, then you will also die? Gu Hanyu shook his head. Of course it's not that simple. I am the leader of Lianlizi. I can decide to live and die together, or I can decide that you die for me. I can give you all the poison and injuries on my body, and take your remaining vitality for me. In this way, it's a matter of life and death. Lin Moyu's eyes were cold. He didn't expect Gu Hanyu to have such a backup plan. Fortunately, he didn't decide just now. Gu Hanyu sighed. Who knows, you won't leave, then there is no way. I can only let you die with me. Lin Moyu said coldly, you must have other ways, right? Gu Hanyu shook his head. There is no way. I didn't lie to you this time. There is really no way. Is there really no way out? No one would believe it. Lin Moyu no longer believes her. Who can tell whether it is true or not? However, Lin Moyu knows that part of what Gu Hanyu said is true. Now he and Gu Hanyu really share life and death, but this kind of life and death is one-sided. If he dies, Gu Hanyu can live. If Gu Hanyu dies, he will die with her. Moreover, Lin Moyu is not sure whether the new talent can revive him, and whether he will die after resurrection. This kind of thing is not easy to gamble. The only way now is to save Gu Hanyu and not let her die. Lin Moyu glared at Gu Hanyu with a cold look, and then looked at the world outside the ice layer. Leave a gap. Gu Hanyu immediately gave a gap, and mist filled Lin Moyu's palm, flowing out through the gap, quickly covering the surroundings. Then the mist evolved into the skeleton hell, covering all directions. In the skeleton hell, Shadow Mantis and 3-colored magic snake could not remain invisible, and immediately launched an attack on the evil spirits of hell. Facing the attack of the Daozun realm, the skeleton hell could not hold on for 2 times, and was declared broken. But this was enough. Lin Moyu completed the mark and successfully locked the shadow and the 3-color magic snake. Gu Hanyu was a little puzzled. What's the use of this? You don't want to kill them with this magic, do you? She had seen this move before, and the power was very weak, and there was no threat to the Daozun. Lin Moyu said coldly, you. Gu Hanyu was scolded, anger appeared in his eyes, and he snorted coldly, this Saint Lord wants to see what you have. Lin Moyu did not speak, and took out 2 pieces of flesh and blood. They were the flesh and blood of Yin Changru, the head of the Yin family, and the elder of the Yin family. The flesh and blood of the Daozuan. Gu Hanyu saw it, although he was puzzled, but he would not ask again. Lin Moyu took out the ancestral water again, 10 drops each, and dropped them on the 2 pieces of flesh and blood. Gu Hanyu snorted coldly. You actually wasted the ancestral water so much, it's really a waste of heaven. It's none of your business. It's none of your business if I use it to water the flowers. Lin Moyu drank it unhappily. Gu Hanyu's anger became stronger and stronger, but she still endured it in the end. She felt that she had never been so angry in her life, and she had never suffered as much as today. Spell, Corpse Explosion. The two pieces of the flesh and blood of the Daozuan turned into smoke and dust and disappeared. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache. This was her trump card, and it was used up today. With the blessing of the ancestral water, the power of the corpse explosion was pushed to the peak, much more powerful than normal use. Two loud bangs. Two balls of flesh and blood exploded, and the shadow mantis and the three-colored phantom snake were instantly blown to pieces. The two explosions were like the self-detonation of the Taoist master, with amazing power, sweeping in all directions. The ice layer of Gu Hanyu was impacted, and dense cracks appeared. Gu Hanyu's face changed, and he immediately used the power of the ice layer. At this time, thunder burst out from her body, and the injuries left by Tianlai Taoist broke out at this moment. And the poison of the three-color snake was also launched at this moment. Gu Hanyu's breath weakened rapidly, her strength disappeared quickly, and a lot of blood came out of her body. The injury broke out completely, and Gu Hanyu fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Without her strength to support, the ice layer broke instantly. Lin Moyu immediately checked Gu Hanyu's situation, and it seemed that she was still alive. The poison of the three-color phantom snake was rapidly consuming her strength, and at the same time, the thunder power of Tianlai Taoist was hurting her, from soul to body, and Shi Yuan was spared. If this goes on, it won't take half a day for Gu Hanyu to die. Lin Moyu thought that Gu Hanyu would die, and couldn't help but feel distressed, very uncomfortable. Sister, the Lian Lizi worked. He knew that this was not his own idea, but was affected by the Lian Lizi. I don't know what kind of great law contained in the Lian Lizi, which would have such a magical effect. Under the influence of Lian Lizi, Lin Moyu didn't want Gu Hanyu to die. She couldn't die in the first place. If she died, Lin Moyu would be in trouble and might die. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and a skeleton king appeared, surrounding this place in 3 layers. At the same time, he took out a spiritual flower and sent it to Gu Hanyu. The spiritual flower bloomed and wrapped the unconscious Gu Hanyu. Lin Moyu didn't know whether the spiritual flower could cure Gu Hanyu, but it should be no problem. If 1 flower is not enough, then 2 flowers. For his own life, he had to save the Lord of the Holy Land. The Lord of the Holy Land needs a heavenly venerable to save him. It's useless. Lin Moyu felt sorry for his spirit flower. While complaining, he collected the flesh and blood of Shadow and the 3-color phantom snake. Undead flames popped out. Origin level magic, resurrection of the dead. Shadow Mantis and the 3-color phantom snake were quickly reborn in the undead flames and stopped in front of Lin Moyu obediently. Although these 2 spirit beasts are only in the first realm of Taoism, they have extremely strong special abilities. If used properly, they are more terrifying than some strong men in the 3rd realm of Taoism. If they are only used as materials for corpse explosion, it is too wasteful. After turning them into resurrected people, Lin Moyu asked them to be on guard at the periphery and not let any spirit beasts approach. The spirit flower still wrapped Gu Hanyu. Under the treatment of the spirit flower, her breath finally stabilized. The lightning on her body gradually became less and less. The poison of the main color phantom snake was also fading. The spirit flower can heal all injuries. It's really not bragging. However, the level of the spirit flower is obviously not enough, and it can only barely heal. Lin Moyu judged that when the power of the spirit flower was exhausted, Gu Hanyu's injuries, Zhao de Zhao, would be completely recovered. Even if there were some minor injuries, they were not serious. But it would take some time for Gu Hanyu's power to recover. After a while, the spirit flower disappeared, and Gu Hanyu was still in a coma. She lay quietly, like a begonia sleeping in spring, very beautiful. What a pity for such a good woman to be so cruel. Lin Moyu sighed and waited quietly. Looking up at the Tyene origin, he felt the powerful force of the Tyene origin. In a few hours, the Tyene origin should fall, and the Sun origin should take over. When yin and yang alternated, a smellless and invisible air rose from under the earth and drilled into Lin Moyu's body, and also drilled into Gu Hanyu's body. Lin Moyu knew nothing about this, and even his always sharp spiritual perception did not react at all. It was just that in his eyes, Gu Hanyu became more and more beautiful, deeply attracting his leisure. Something is wrong. Lin Moyu shuddered and woke up. In Lin Moyu's eyes, Gu Hanyu became more and more beautiful and more attractive. He even had layers of hallucinations in his eyes, Ning Yi, Mo Yun, Yu Zhu. His wife's appearance flashed before his eyes and overlapped with Gu Hanyu. Something's wrong. Lin Moyu woke up with a start. He realized something was wrong, but this awakening only lasted for a second. Lin Moyu fell into a psychedelic state again. The most important thing is that his spiritual sense did not give any warning. The jade token given by Tianlai Taoist did not move either. As if everything was taken for granted. Accompanied by a light hum, Rinyu finally woke up. Gu Hanyu, who woke up, was full of confusion in his eyes. After seeing Lin Moyu, the confusion suddenly turned into deep love, as if he saw the person he loved most. With his jade arm raised lightly, Gu Hanyu hugged Lin Moyu's neck. The alternation between the moon and the sun finally completed, and the origin of the sun ruled the world again, rising slowly with the passage of time. The temperature of the origin continent was also rising, and birds were chirping in the wild forest. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that the two people in the forest woke up. Their eyes met, and then there was a scream that shook the world and made the gods cry. Gu Hanyu really became a little woman at this moment, and she was wearing clothes because of a lie. As a person who had experienced it, Lin Moyu was much thicker-skinned. He slowly sat up 180 and was not in a hurry to put on clothes. Instead, he looked at the ground and saw a different red on the soft grass. Lin Moyu smiled, "So you are still a virgin." "Don't say it." Gu Hanyu interrupted Lin Moyu. She had put on her clothes, her face was blushing, and she stared at Lin Moyu angrily. At this moment, her strength had been fully restored, but she still looked like a little girl with spring in her eyes. Lin Moyu found that at this time, the spring in the corners of Gu Hanyu's eyes had not yet dissipated, and her angry face was ruddy, with a different charm. Lin Moyu said, "Now you look like a woman." Gu Hanyu's beautiful eyes glared, wanting to get angry, but for some reason she couldn't, and the harsh words on her lips turned into, "How did I not look like a woman before?" As soon as the words came out, Gu Hanyu herself was stunned. How could she say such a thing? Such words are no different from being a spoiled child. The next second, she figured it out. It was Lian Lizzie, and she was influenced by Lian Lizzie. Lin Moyu said, "Although you were also very beautiful before, you were like an iceberg. Apart from your appearance, you didn't have anything that a woman should have. But now, you are not only more beautiful than before, but you have also become like a normal woman." Gu Hanyu snorted coldly, "It's not your turn to comment on how this Saint Lord has changed." Lin Moyu smiled, slowly stood up, took out clothes, and put them on slowly. Gu Hanyu blushed, "Can you have some shame?" Lin Moyu's face was as thick as a wall. "You and I are husband and wife, what's the relationship?" Gu Hanyu was a little angry, "Who is your husband and wife?" Lin Moyu said, "Husband and wife are originally like a couple, that's what you said, we used the couple, and we are actually husband and wife, what else can we be if not husband and wife? Although we don't have any rituals like worshipping in the hall, we are also considered to be happily married, and we will naturally be husband and wife in the future." Gu Hanyu was speechless for a moment, because Lin Moyu was right. She knew very well that even if they used the couple, they could not be considered as real husband and wife, and she was the master of the couple, with greater power. It can be said that the couple was good for her and extremely unfair to Lin Moyu. But now, they are actually husband and wife, really happily married. The couple was completely activated, they really became husband and wife, and all her privileges would disappear. From then on, they really lived and died together. The most troublesome thing was that not only she knew this, but Lin Moyu also knew it. This is one of the functions of the Lian Lizi, husband and wife are of one mind. Gu Hanyu stared at Lin Moyu. You come back with me. Lin Moyu asked, where to? Hanshui Holy Land. Lin Moyu immediately refused. Gu Hanyu's beautiful eyes widened. Why? Lin Moyu said, I want to create my own power. Gu Hanyu said, the Holy Land is so large, I will allocate a piece of land to you. Lin Moyu said, thank you for your kindness, madam, but I don't want to be inferior to others. Gu Hanyu whispered, the origin of the spiritual veins in Nanzhou has long been divided up, and it is difficult to find new origins. Kag, how can you create a new power? And it is very dangerous outside, especially the newly created power, which is easy to be targeted. At this moment, although Gu Hanyu is still the master of Hanshui Holy Land, she instinctively considers Lin Moyu. Even when Lin Moyu calls her madam, she doesn't react much, as if it's natural. Lian Lizi is very powerful, even Gu Hanyu is unconsciously affected. Unconsciously, her attitude towards Lin Moyu has changed. She has long lost the intention to kill Lin Moyu, and even if anyone wants to touch Lin Moyu, she will kill without hesitation. Lin Moyu said, my husband is feeding 2 original spirit beasts, so the original spirit vein should not be a problem. I asked Xiaowu to find a place with strong luck before, and the location has been basically determined. Is it right? Gu Hanyu asked, where is the location? Lin Moyu said, it's at the junction of Hanshui Holy Land and Wendao Sect. There are not many people there, only spirit beasts. When others find it, my husband may have already established a foothold. Gu Hanyu frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she took out 2 jade tokens. One of the jade tokens was very delicate, with a word Han engraved on one side and a word Yu engraved on the other side. It was Gu Hanyu's personal jade token. The other jade token was engraved with a word Dun and was relatively rough. Husband. If there is danger, you can activate the token, and I will arrive in the shortest time. At the same time, there is a trace of my Tao thought in the token, which can persist for a while even when facing the Tao Master. I will also give you this Dun token. Activate it when in danger and it can send you away 1,000,000 miles, but it can only be used 3 times. Gu Hanyu finally failed to say the word husband. She still needs some time to adapt. Lin Moyu took the jade token. Thank you, madam, your husband also has something to give you. Lin Moyu took out a spiritual flower, which was glittering and exuding a strange Taoist charm. Although it didn't look gorgeous, you could tell at a glance that this flower was extraordinary. Gu Hanyu took the spiritual flower from Lin Moyu with joy in his eyes. It's so beautiful. Lin Moyu said, this spiritual flower can heal any injury. Madam's injury before was healed by this flower. Come, let me put it on for you. Lin Moyu inserted the spiritual flower into Gu Hanyu's hair, and the appearance of the spiritual flower changed accordingly. It was like a white jade, which matched Gu Hanyu's temperament perfectly. Gu Hanyu smiled. Does it look good? Lin Moyu nodded. It's beautiful. Okay, I'm leaving. Gu Hanyu was a little worried. When will we meet again? Lin Moyu said, when your husband has established his foothold and become strong enough, he will come to marry you. Gu Hanyu seemed a little worried. This trip is dangerous. Be careful. Madam too. Lin Moyu spread his wings of the dead, turned into a stream of light, and flew away to the north. After Lin Moyu left, his expression was complicated. Not long ago, he was still the pure and innocent Holy Land Ai. Just to find trouble with a Tianzuan, how did he become someone else's wife? After a while, Gu Hanyu stomped his feet lightly. It's all your fault. In an instant, thousands of miles were frozen, and the big spirit beast was frozen into ice. Lin Moyu's mood was a bit complicated at the moment. An accident had caused him and Gu Hanyu to become husband and wife. And because of the influence of the Lian Lizi, they both naturally accepted each other. Neither he nor Gu Hanyu could resist the power of the Lian Lizi. The most outrageous thing was that this influence went straight into the soul, and it was a subtle influence from the deepest part. Even if one day his realm was high enough to be exempt from the power of the Lianlizi, this influence had already become a fact. Just like the law of cause and effect, the result already exists, and changing the cause will not help. The Lianlizi should contain a powerful causal force, and it directly determines the result, and then the result in turn affects the cause. This result is me and Gu Hanyu becoming husband and wife and accepting each other, and then in turn affecting the cause. This is a very domineering ability. I don't know who refined the magic weapon of Lianlizi. It's really unreasonable. The law of cause and effect is an extremely powerful law. Its existence is even above the law of luck. The Yunwu sect in the big world once tried to start with the law of luck and eventually transition to the law of cause and effect. Obviously, they did not succeed and finally stopped in the law of luck. If the law of cause and effect can really be touched, then it will not be my turn to save the big world. Lin Moyu has reached the current realm. Many secrets are no longer secrets. Many things can be seen at a glance. I don't know how those Tianzuan are now, whether they are still alive. Soul Lord, where are you? Lin Moyu still remembered what Lilian asked him to do. The inheritance of the Tianling clan must not be broken. If possible, Lin Yu did not want to revive Lilian. This matter requires finding Soul Lord. The Tianling clan was created by him personally, and he must be found if he wants to restore it. When the Taiyin origin rose again, Lin Moyu finally came to the origin waterfall. The origin waterfall in front of him belongs to the 8th level origin spiritual vein of the Hanshui Holy Land. Lin Moyu can faintly feel the power of the Hanshui Holy Land. The Hanshui Holy Land has controlled the origin spiritual vein for countless years, and their power has long been integrated into the origin spiritual vein. Lin Moyu passed through the origin waterfall, as if passing through a layer of water curtain, and came to the other side. A powerful and chaotic origin power rushed towards Lin Moyu, making him Moyu frowned. Okay. 10,000 kilometers away, there is another layer of origin waterfall, rising from the ground to the sky. That is the origin waterfall of the Taoism sect. The two origin spirit veins collided, and they were evenly matched and refused to give in. A buffer zone with a width of 10,000 kilometers was formed between the two origin spirit veins. In the buffer zone, the origin power was extremely chaotic, and anyone living in it would feel uncomfortable. This area is called the chaotic zone. The disordered collision of the origin power will cause various chaotic situations. Neither the human race nor the spirit beast can practice in this environment. But the world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. It is in this chaotic environment that a strange birthday. This creature, which looks like a bug, is called a chaos rotworm. However, they are neither spirit beasts nor insects, but a strange and cruel worm. They have no wisdom, but are extremely aggressive, attacking every creature passing by. They live in groups, and a single move can affect the whole body. The most troublesome thing is their attack method. Their attack contains the characteristics of chaos, which can pollute the original power of the cultivator and make it chaotic. This chaos rotworm exists in many places where spiritual veins intersect. Some people have studied it before, but there is no result. It is only known that the stronger the original spiritual vein, the stronger the chaos rotworm born at the intersection. The origin spiritual veins of Hanshui Holy Land and Dao Dao sect are both as high as the 8th level, which is already the top spiritual vein. The power of their origin is so strong that the chaos rotworms born after the intersection and collision are also extremely powerful. In this area, the weakest chaos rotworms have reached the supreme realm. Chaos rotworms in the heavenly realm are everywhere, and there are also those in the Taoist realm. The difficulty and weirdness of chaos rotworms, coupled with their gregarious characteristics, it is not easy for any heavenly venerable to cross a range of 10,000 kilometers. Even high-level heavenly venerables will fall if they are not careful. So generally speaking, very few heavenly venerables will choose this path, unless they are being hunted down like themselves. Lin Moyu knew the existence of chaos rotworms from the beginning when he chose this path, but he didn't care about them. Sociality is nothing to him. Large numbers are nothing. Lin Moyu is never afraid of large numbers. Although he could choose to take the normal route to leave the territory of Hansui Holy Land, this would require a long detour, and the previous route would be in vain, and he would have to go back through the million-mile wilderness area. So Lin Moyu chose to cross the chaotic zone without much consideration. Zero asking for flowers. The Eye of the Dead was opened, and Lin Moyu saw a little bit of soul flame jumping in the distance. Each soul flame was a chaotic rotworm. Here, the source power was chaotic, which greatly affected the speed. Lin Moyu tried it, and the flying speed dropped by more than 100 times, and the chaotic source power was colliding everywhere, sometimes confusing the sense of direction. The real world was opened, and on a planet, Xiao Wu was lying on Xiao and sleeping soundly. Xiao Yu was not far away, practicing boxing hard. In a few days, Xiao Yu's boxing skills improved again, and became stronger because of his identity. Xiao Yu practiced very seriously, and didn't even notice Lin Moyu's arrival. Lin Moyu came to Xiao Wu and patted her chubby face. Wake up, you've slept enough, it's time to get up. After calling her several times, Xiao Wu opened her eyes in a daze and murmured, Master. Then she suddenly woke up, jumped up and hung on Lin Moyu. Master, you are finally back. Lin Moyu looked helpless. The little guy was sleepy. Bringing Xiao Wu to the chaotic zone, the strong and chaotic original power suddenly made Xiao Wu shudder and wake up completely. Xiao Wu stared with big eyes. Master, where is this? Lin Moyu said, Chaotic zone, look again, where is the place with strong luck? Xiao Wu said, Oh, activated the road of luck. The mist in her eyes rose, and looked into the distance. A stream of inexplicable power spread from Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu's spirit and spirit merged into the world, and saw the far and far direction. In the chaotic zone, the original power was extremely chaotic. Xiao Wu's action immediately triggered a series of strange reactions. The chaotic origin power took the initiative to rush into Xiao Wu's luck road, and in an instant, the originally peaceful luck road became violent. Xiao Wu groaned and frowned. Lin Moyu didn't expect this to happen, and immediately asked, Are you okay? Xiao Wu said, It's okay, it's fun. She shouted, and in an instant, more origin power was pulled over, forming a tornado. Lin Moyu realized that the origin power in the chaotic zone can only not be used for cultivation, not that it cannot be used. It's just that after using it, some inexplicable things will happen. For example, now a large number of chaotic rot insects have followed the origin power and are hanging towards him. Chaos rotworms flew over one by one. They were about the size of a fist, like a half-rotten corpse, and looked extremely disgusting. Most of these chaos rotworms were in the supreme realm, and only a few reached the heavenly venerable. Now they were only at the edge of the chaos zone, and the strength of the chaos rotworms was not strong. The chaos rotworms came along the origin power and attacked the small garden. They spit out a bunch of equally disgusting green mucus, which exuded the power of chaos. Once it was touched, it would pollute the origin power of the cultivator. Like the chaos rotworms, their attacks were also full of chaotic characteristics. The green mucus was just an appearance. It could be purple, red, or any color. It could also change into any shape. Interesting. Lin Moyu showed some curiosity and tapped his finger lightly. Origin level magic, Skeleton Land 490 Hell. There was no need to dispatch the undead army. The best magic to deal with these fist-sized chaos rotworms was the skeleton hell. See if the chaos rotworm can stop the hell evil spirit's mouth. The hell evil spirit has the characteristic of eating everything. No matter what it is, they can eat it and eat it happily. The skeleton hell spewed out endless hellfire to block the green mucus. The green mucus was swallowed by the hellfire, and the chaotic power inside was quickly refined by the hellfire. The next moment, the hell evil spirit rushed out, opened its huge mouth, and bit the chaos rotworm fiercely. With one bite, most of a chaos rotworm was bitten off. The Chaos Rotworm screamed miserably. They could not stop the hell evil spirit's bite. The Supreme Realm Chaos Rotworm was eaten clean in just a few bites. Only those few Heavenly Realm Chaos Rotworms were better and could resist for a while, but they could not resist for too long. Their attacks could not cause effective damage to the hell evil spirit, and they could only be bitten off bit by bit. The most troublesome ability of the Chaos Rotworm is that it can pollute the original power of others, causing the power of the cultivator to drop significantly. But this characteristic has no effect on the evil spirits of hell, and the hell flames can refine their chaotic power. It seems that the skeleton hell is the natural nemesis of the Chaos Worm. Lin Moyu saw it and felt the changes in the skeleton hell at the same time. The defense of the Chaos Worm is very low. Even if it is a Tianzuan realm, it can be worn down as long as there is enough time. No matter from which aspect, the skeleton hell perfectly restrains the Chaos Worm. The Chaos Worm is born and evolved from the source power of chaos. They are born as a collection of the source of chaos. For practitioners, the source power of chaos is useless, but for the skeleton hell, it is a natural tonic. The skeleton hell is open to all comers, and anything can be swallowed to strengthen itself. Now, the chaos worms that contain a lot of source power have become the best supplement area for the skeleton hell. Lin Moyu can feel that the skeleton hell is slowly improving, and there is a possibility of breaking through upward. The skeleton hell hadn't really eaten for a long time. After the fusion of the origin crystal reached the origin level, the skeleton hell had been stuck at the high-level supreme level. If the skeleton hell wanted to continue to improve, it needed to devour a large amount of living matter, but it hadn't had the opportunity to do so before. Now that there was such a good opportunity, it naturally couldn't be missed. Eat, eat, eat more, have a good meal, you haven't eaten for a long time. Lin Moyu realized that he had made the right decision to come here. The chaotic zone, which is like a forbidden area for other heavenly lords, is the best hunting ground for him. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and he released the skeleton god general and moved along the edge of the chaotic zone. He did his old job again, using the skeleton god general to pull monsters, pulling more chaotic rotworms over, and turning them into food for the skeleton hell. The chaotic zone is 10,000 kilometers wide and stretches for tens of millions of kilometers. The range is huge, and the number of chaotic rotworms inside is endless, enough for the skeleton hell to eat its fill. Xiao Wu used the Avenue of Luck and watched for half an hour, and finally came back to his senses. Her face flushed. Although she was a little tired, she was extremely excited. "Master, guess what I saw?" Lin Moyu smiled. "How could I guess that?" Xiao Wu laughed. "Just now the power of origin was very chaotic, causing chaos in my Avenue of Luck, and I saw a very far place." Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. "How far is it?" Xiao Wu pointed to the northeast. "There, across a very big sea, there is another continent. I can see so far." Lin Moyu was slightly surprised that the chaotic power of origin actually allowed Xiao Wu to see another continent. According to the direction Xiao Wu pointed, it should be Dongzhou Point 0. The very big sea is the boundary sea between Nanzhou and Dongzhou. I was surprised that Xiao Wu could see far, but think about it, on the origin continent, the power of the Avenue is everywhere. It is not impossible for Xiao Wu to see Dongzhou through the Avenue of Luck. In the information obtained by Lin Moyu, among the 4 continents of the origin continent, the most chaotic one is Dongzhou. The races there are chaotic and there are constant fights. Compared with the other 3 continents, it is many times more chaotic. Lin Moyu asked, "It is indeed very far. What did Xiao Yuan see?" Xiao Wu said, "I saw a lot of things. I first saw the place I saw last time. The luck there is as strong as before, but this time I saw it more clearly. I saw people. Not one person, but a group of people. They are wearing the same clothes, and there are several very powerful guys in it, just as powerful as Peng Peng's third uncle. They should be Taoist masters." Lin Moyu frowned slightly. According to Xiao Wu, the place with strong luck has been occupied by someone. But there is no spiritual vein there. Apart from them, are there any others? Xiao Wu said, "In Nanzhou, I also saw several other places with strong luck, but without exception, there were people in them." Before, Xiao Wu only found places with strong luck, but did not see people. This time, he saw clearly that every place with strong luck was occupied by someone. Lin Moyu felt a little troubled. The forces that could easily dispatch Dao Zun and occupy the territory would not be weak. Although he had a lot of trump cards, it would be no good to directly confront powerful forces. God knows whether there are stronger forces behind those forces. It might be another dog-blooded thing where the younger one is beaten and the older one comes. If he returns to the territory of Hanshui Holy Land, he will be inferior to others, which is not what he wants. Xiao Wu seemed to understand Lin Moyu's thoughts, and laughed. Later, I looked farther and farther, and I saw another continent. There are also many places with strong luck, and no one occupies them. But there are a lot of fights. It seems that there is not peace there. Dongzhou is the most chaotic, so it is naturally impossible to be peaceful. Fighting and killing are commonplace. Lin Moyu thought for a while. It seems that he went to Dongzhou. But let's go to the original place first to see who occupies the territory. Xiaolu looked at Lin Moyu with a smile. Master, I'm awesome. She looked like a child asking for candy, and her eyes kept saying 3 words, praise me, praise me. Lin Moyu tapped Xiao Wu's head gently. Xiao Wu is the best, really awesome. Xiao Wu was a child who was easily satisfied, and she laughed. Jiaren is the best. She shifted her attention away from Lin Moyu, and just saw the skeleton god general running back with a group of chaotic rotworms. The skeleton god general was running crookedly under the impact of the source of chaos, and looked a little shaky, as if he would fall at any time. And the direction of the skeleton god general was not fixed, sometimes left, sometimes right, and constantly correcting. Behind it, a large group of chaotic rotworms followed him, sometimes flying left, sometimes flying right, and constantly changing directions. Fortunately, the skeleton god general ran faster, and the chaotic rotworms could not catch up, and finally the skeleton god general took them into the skeleton hell. Xiao Wu was curious. It runs so strangely, and there are these bugs, so ugly. Lin Moyu said, these bugs are evolved from the chaotic source power, so of course they look strange. Xiaoxi said, oh, she looked around again, the source power here is really a mess. Lin Moyu said, you can't practice here, so there are no practitioners here, no spirit beasts, only these chaotic rotten insects. Xiao Wu looked strange. Why can't you practice here? Hearing this, Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. Then he saw Xiao Wu raised her jade arm and waved forward. The chaotic source power was immediately sucked in by her, and then merged into Xiao Wu's palm and was quickly absorbed. Lin Moyu was surprised. How did you do it? Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes. It was done just like this. Anyway, I can absorb the source of history here. Practicing in the chaotic land refreshed Lin Moyu's cognition. Let me see again. Xiao Wu said oh and shouted softly, and a road suddenly appeared on his body. The road of luck was dreamy and misty, emitting an unknowable and unpredictable power. The road of virtual power is like this, illusory and beautiful, like a dream. Then Xiao Wu sucked in a large amount of chaotic original power, and the road of luck shook lightly, and those chaotic original powers were absorbed. Lin Moyu looked carefully, and the most important thing to be able to practice here was the road of luck. The last shake of the road of luck directly shook all the chaotic original power and returned it to its essence. In front of the road of luck, no matter how complex and chaotic the original power is, no matter what attributes of the original power it contains, it is nothing more than virtual and real. The road of luck absorbed the virtual power in it, and then abandoned the real power. The road of virtual power is really magical. It turns out that it is not that the chaotic zone cannot be practiced, but that ordinary practitioners cannot practice. If you are a practitioner who has comprehended the power of the void, you can practice here. Lin Moyu seemed to understand something. He vaguely understood the difference between reality and illusion. His previous understanding of the power of reality and illusion was too one-sided. There are only 2 kinds of power between heaven and earth. Yin is reality and illusion, while Yang is reality. In fact, Taiyin and Taiyang have explained the power of reality and illusion to practitioners, but no one has understood it. Lin Moyu looked up at the sky. Even in the chaotic zone, Taiyin in the sky was still very clear and was not affected at all. In fact, the strongest origin in the origin continent is not the origin spirit vein. Even the 9th level spirit vein is not as good as Taiyin and Taiyang, but very few people can understand it. Even if they understand it, it is difficult to use it. Lin Moyu sighed softly. He felt a sense of sighing. Looking at the Taiyin origin in the sky, Lin Moyu felt that he had become insignificant. But in the smallness, it is also powerful. Being small and powerful at the same time, this feeling is very strange. The body is small, but the spirit is powerful. A man born in this world should soar to the sky. Lin Moyu felt something in his heart. His experiences from birth to now flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but let out a breath. At this moment, he felt that his soul was sublimated, and the powerful soul power broke through the barriers of heaven and earth and established a weak connection with the origin of the moon. The power of the origin of the moon fell, turned into a ray of light, and fell into the soul. In an instant, the soul realm was greatly improved and continued to rise. Bang! A sound like breaking glass sounded, and Lin Moyu's soul realm broke through and reached the middle level Tianzuan. The flame in the soul burned fiercely, and the whole soul became purer. Before, Lin Moyu's soul realm had reached the peak of the low-level Tianzuan, and now it broke through the bottleneck in the blink of an eye. But this is just the beginning. The power of the origin of the moon is still being infused, and Lin Moyu's soul realm is still continuing to improve. Intermediate heavenly venerable is not the end, he is striding towards high heavenly venerable. Lin Moyu entered a wonderful state, he began to have a new understanding of this world. The road to the future became clearer. In the distance, Gu Hanyu suddenly stopped and looked at the Taiyin origin. Her beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance, she saw that the Taiyin origin was sprinkling a lot of origin power. It actually got the recognition of Taiyin. Because of the Lian Lizi, she could vaguely feel that the person recognized by Taiyin was Lin Moyu. After watching for a while, Gu Hanyu suddenly smiled beautifully. You are worthy of being the man of this Saint Master, the future is limitless. I hope one day you can really come to marry me, but it's not easy to be hungry. But I will wait for you, always. With a chuckle, Gu Hanyu turned and left. In the Dao sect, several Daozuan opened their eyes at the same time and looked at the Taiyin origin. 951 of them said loudly, someone has been recognized by the origin of Taiyin and has become the son of Taiyin. It is located in the south of the sect, near the edge. It is a low-level Tianzuan. Go find him and take him into the Dao sect. If he does not obey, kill him and take away his luck. The order was issued, and someone immediately responded, yes. In an instant, several breaths that reached the Daozuan realm left the Dao sect and disappeared. At the same time, there were many people who discovered this in the entire origin continent. As long as the Daozuan exceeded the 4th realm, they could feel the strangeness of the origin of Taiyin. They knew that someone had been recognized by the origin of Taiyin and became the son of Taiyin. The Taiyin and the son are the origin of Taiyin. The greatest source of power on the origin continent is more powerful than any spiritual vein. To be recognized by them means excellent talent and extremely powerful luck. Such a person will surely rise. If you can win him over before he rises, or even take him into the sect family, then his luck will become the luck of the sect. If you can't win him over, then kill him and take away his luck. Not only the Tao sect, but many other major forces have made the same choice. Even the demon clan far away in the North Continent has a demon clan Taoist master who issued a hunting order. The appearance of the son of Taiyin among the human race is something the demon clan does not want to see. For a while, the entire origin continent was like a sleeping giant beast, slowly waking up. Lin Moyu had no idea that his actions had made him the target of public criticism. Even if he knew, it would be useless. He would not change because of those hidden murderous intentions. He would only send those who wanted to kill him to hell. A man should rise straight up, never retreat or fear. Lin Moyu maintained his previous state in his heart, and his soul sublimated under the illumination of the solar calendar. The second time he heard the sound of glass breaking, his soul realm successfully reached the high-level Tianzuan, and once again far ahead of the cultivation realm. The power of the Taiyin gradually faded away, and Lin Moyu felt that there was an inexplicable connection between himself and the Taiyin origin. He could absorb more Taiyin origin power than others, and under the illumination of the Taiyin origin, he would practice faster. At the same time, when the Taiyin origin controls the world, everything about him will be improved, and the improvement is about 30%. This improvement is comprehensive, including combat power, recovery speed, undead army, and spell strength. Lin Moyu could feel the effect of this improvement. Although the skeleton god general was still a low-level heavenly venerable, he was stronger than before and had almost reached the peak of the low-level heavenly venerable, only one step away from the high-level heavenly venerable. Under the illumination of the Taiyin origin, the skeleton hell went from a high-level supreme to a peak supreme. Not bad. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. He didn't expect that an enlightenment would have such a good effect. A pair of big eyes appeared in his sight. Xiao Wu was looking at him curiously with his big eyes open. Lin Moyu asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Wu took a deep breath. "Master, you have the smell of the origin, and your luck has become very strong, and there is an extra symbol between the master's eyebrows." Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, and lightly tapped his fingers, and a shadow appeared in front of him. The shadow was exactly his own appearance, but a symbol appeared between his eyebrows. This symbol is very strange, delicate and small, and very complex. Its existence adds a bit of mystery to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu has never seen such a symbol. He can be sure that it is not a rune, but rather a bit like a Tao pattern. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, "Just a Tao pattern? But I am now in the Tianzuan realm. The Tao pattern will only appear when it is a Tao master. If it is not a Tao pattern, what else could it be?" Thinking of the other half of Xiao Wu's sentence, his luck became very strong, and he had the smell of the origin. Combining the three, Lin Moyu felt that it should be caused by the previous enlightenment, and it was related to the origin of Taiyin. It shouldn't be a bad thing, but it looks a little weird. Lin Moyu was very single and didn't think too much. It was just a few symbols on the forehead, and it didn't seem to be ugly. The skeleton god ran farther and farther, and the nearby chaos rotworms had been almost wiped out, and the efficiency began to decline. Lin Moyu also began to change the formation, along the periphery of the chaotic zone, to other areas. At present, he can only move on the periphery of the chaotic zone. In places too central, the realm of the chaos rotworms will be upgraded to the Tianzuan realm. Although the skeleton hell can deal with it, the efficiency is relatively low. Only when the skeleton hell is promoted to the Tianzuan realm will the efficiency be improved. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry. Such a good opportunity, if you miss it, you will miss it. There are chaos worms in the chaotic zone of tens of millions of kilometers, which is enough to make the skeleton hell get promoted. Xiao Wu did not go back, but followed Lin Moyu. She was very interested in the source power of chaos, just like seeing a new toy, holding the source power in her hands, making various shapes and countless colors, playing with it happily. Lin Moyu also called Xiao Yu out and tried to let Xiao Yu practice here. Xiao Yu was completely unable to practice here, even if she was born with a jade soul. However, Xiao Yu had the source crystal given by Tian Lei Daoren, and she could use the source power in the source crystal to practice. When the Taiyin and the sun completed the alternation again, Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, the symbol on the master's forehead disappeared." Lin Moyu noticed that it was indeed the case. It is indeed related to the Taiyin origin. Only when the Taiyin origin appears, the symbol on the forehead will appear. Sure enough, when Taiyin appears again, the symbol will also appear. The symbol on the brow flickered with a faint light, with a strange beauty. The Taiyin and the sun alternated several times, and the result was the same. As long as the Tyene origin appeared, the symbol on the brow would be revealed. No matter what method was used, it could not be stopped or controlled. Lin Moyu simply ignored it. He had entered the chaotic zone for several days, and the skeleton hell had eaten and drunk enough. A day ago, it completed a small leap and reached the peak of the Supreme. It was still eating tirelessly. The evil spirits of the hell didn't care about the taste at all. They ate nonstop as if they were never full. Lin Moyu was gradually moving deeper into the chaotic zone. The deeper he went, the more chaotic rot worms there were, and the happier the skeleton hell ate. After reaching the peak of the Supreme, the power of the skeleton hell was strengthened again, and the efficiency of dealing with the chaos rot of the heavenly venerable realm was also increased. If this continues, in a few days, the skeleton hell will be full and break through again. Lin Moyu was slightly excited. He knew what it meant once his skeleton hell broke through to the heavenly venerable realm. The rest of the spells are linear enhancements, only the skeleton hell is a leap enhancement. Almost every time a major realm is broken through, the skeleton hell can achieve a gorgeous leap, and it is invincible in the new realm. It used to be like this: even if it reaches the heavenly venerable realm, it will most likely maintain this powerful characteristic. The people from the Hansui Holy Land arrived in Leicheng, and they announced their arrival in a very high-profile manner. Then the Lei family came forward and also welcomed them with extremely high standards. The Yin family is the spies arranged by the Hansui Holy Land here, which is well known. So it is inevitable that the Yin family was destroyed and the Hansui Holy Land came to the door. Unfortunately, the war that was originally thought did not break out. No one knows what happened. Only half a day later, the Hansui people who were looking for land left. There was a rumor that because of the Yin family's affairs, the Lei family paid a large amount of compensation. Everyone realized that the Yin family died in vain. In addition to losing some property, the Lei family did not pay any price. Many people who know the Hansui Holy Land are very surprised. When did the Hansui Holy Land become so easy to talk to? As a holy land, it has always been extremely powerful, but this time it seems a little different. Some people think that the compensation paid by the Lei family is enough. Others think that the Lei family is too strong and the Hansui Holy Land does not want to conflict with them. There are many speculations, but they are just speculations. Only a few people know the real situation inside. In the Hansui Holy Land, Gu Hanyu sat on her exclusive Hanyu throne. At this time, Gu Hanyu's expression returned to her previous seriousness, and her whole body exuded a strong and cold temperament, as if she could freeze the world at any time. Below her, several Taoist elders sat with respect in their expressions. A Taoist master asked, "Saint Lord, when the son of Tyene appears this time, will we really not take action?" Gu Hanyu said, "This Saint Lord knows the identity of the son of Tyene, and Ben Zifei has also dealt with him." The Taoist master who sat down was overjoyed. "Saint Lord knows the identity of this person, so you plan to recruit this person into my Hansui Holy Land?" Gu Hanyu shook his head. "He will not join, and no force can recruit him. This person's luck is so strong that it is unimaginable. Anyone who wants to deal with him will have to pay a price. Let them fight to the death. No matter who it is, they can't stop his rise. You don't have to doubt the words of this Saint Lord. You will know soon." Gu Hanyu's words made everyone change color. They never thought that Gu Hanyu, who has always been strong, would say such a thing. It can only be said that this son of Tyene is indeed not simple. All forces are heading towards the area where Hansui Holy Land and Wendao sect meet. In just a few days, a large number of people have arrived. The people who came all belonged to various forces, and a few of them were able to compete with Wendao sect. Wendao sure could not stop them from coming. There were too many people, and even Wendao sect could not and dared not offend them all. Covering the sky with one hand is only relative. Everyone knows the purpose of these people's coming, and it is completely for the son of Tyene. For the son of Tyene, the first thing is to win him over, take him into the sect's power, and turn his luck into their own. If winning him over fails, then they can only kill him. No one wants to see a new force rise. Nanzhou is big, but also small. For countless years, the land of Nanzhou has been divided up, and it is difficult to allow new forces to emerge. The emergence of new forces means the decline of old forces. And the son of Tyene has such a strong luck, if he rises, his power will not be bad. At least it is a 6-star force, and if things go wrong, it will become a 7-star force, becoming a presence comparable to the Holy Land. No matter what, it will not be allowed. The existence of the Son of the Moon is a double-edged sword. If he is obtained by himself, he will get great benefits. If he cannot obtain it, he must be destroyed. So everyone who comes here has his own ulterior motives. Countless people searched for Lin Moyu's whereabouts in the edge of the Dao sect, but no matter how they searched, they did not find any. The powerful spirit beasts were awakened, and battles broke out in the wild land. But no one would have thought that the Lin Moyu they were looking for was in the Chaos Zone. Even the Dao Master would not easily enter the Chaos Zone. Especially at this time, if one's power is affected by the chaos, it will give others a chance. There are many Dao Masters who have grudges among the Dao Masters who came. In the Chaos Zone, the skeleton hell has reached its limit. It has been 10 days since he entered the Chaos Zone, and the skeleton hell reached its limit a few days later than he expected. The number of chaos rot insects eaten by the skeleton hell is much more than expected, which also shows that the skeleton hell has a higher upper limit and stronger combat power. The skeleton hell officially began to transform and upgrade. With a bang, the skeleton hell exploded, and the strong flames swept the entire chaotic zone. In the chaotic zone, the chaotic source power was refined by the hell flames. The hell flames didn't care how chaotic your source power was, they would burn it all and then devour it. Countless hell evil spirits rushed out of hell, they took the chaotic source power as food and ate it every day. However, relying on the source power between heaven and earth alone was not enough for the skeleton hell to complete the upgrade. Lin, Kabj, Moyu took out a 7th level exquisite source crystal and threw it into the skeleton hell. The sea of fire rose in the skeleton hell, and the time crystal was swept away. In an instant, the hellfire river spewed out pillars of fire, straight into the sky. The hell evil spirits shouted in unison, and their aura quickly increased a lot and became stronger. Unfortunately, they still did not break through, and they were still the peak supreme. Previously, the skeleton hell was promoted to the origin level through the 7th order ordinary origin crystal. Now, it seems that it is not enough to use only one 7th order fine origin crystal of the same order. Lin Moyu did not hesitate and threw out another 7th order fine origin crystal. The flames boiled more violently, and the skeleton hell continued to twist and deform, and the information became stronger again. The evil spirits of hell roared in excitement, and the sharp and piercing shouts echoed in the chaotic area. The skeleton hell conveyed a message: it's not enough. Lin Moyu waved his hand and threw out 2 more 7th order fine origin crystals. The evil spirits of hell roared more and more fiercely, and each of them was extremely excited. After a few seconds, the skeleton hell suddenly shrank from a range of thousands of miles to a fireball with a diameter of less than half a meter. Everything was compressed together at this moment, and Moyu felt an unimaginable powerful force. Boom! The flames exploded, and the skeleton hell exploded with it, and the hell flames covered a large area. Lin Moyu stood still, allowing the skeleton hell to swallow him up. The skeleton hell was like a newborn, and it had undergone another qualitative change. Lin Moyu stood in it, quietly feeling the changes. The first thing that changed was the range and number. The range covered by the skeleton hell increased from a radius of 1,000 kilometers to a radius of 2,000 kilometers. The number of evil spirits in hell also increased from 10 million to 20 million, doubling directly. Then he looked at the newly born skeleton hell. After the skeleton hell reached the Tianzuan realm, it was no longer as terrifying as before, but instead exuded a magnificent atmosphere. A giant portal that was indescribably high and large appeared in the skeleton hell. The portal was half open, and the Hellfire River meandered out from the crack of the door, flowing freely in the world of the skeleton hell. The Hellfire River no longer has only one main vein, but has countless branches, flowing to various areas, covering the entire skeleton hell. The Hellfire River is like a big tree with luxuriant branches and leaves, growing in the world of the skeleton hell with that indescribable huge portal as its foundation. And the hellish evil spirits have become the leaves of this big tree. A full 40 million hellish evil spirits are floating in the hellish river. They don't make noises or call, they are very quiet. Unless they are needed, they will not make any movement. On both sides of the Hellfire River, a large number of purple flowers appeared. The red spider lilies grow along the river, lush and green, and are more prosperous than the red spider lilies. The red spider lilies emit purple light, and bursts of mist rise, making the hellfire hazy. There is no horror and hideousness, but a touch of nobility. Lin Moyu looked at the gate in the skeleton hell and murmured, "The gate of hell." This gate is similar to the gate of hell that I have seen before. It is almost the same as the gate of hell in Tianlong's mouth. Why did the legendary gate of hell appear in the skeleton hell? Thinking of the original spell description of the skeleton hell was originally connected to the real hell. From this point of view, it seems not impossible that the gate of hell evolved. I just don't know if this hell gate has anything to do with the legendary hell gate. Squeak! The hell gate opened apart again. A ball of fire flew out of the hell gate and directly came to the sky above the skeleton hell. A huge eye evolved in the flames. The Eye of the Undead. No, it should be called the Eye of Hell. After the Eye of the Undead merged with the skeleton hell, the Eye of the Spirit became the Eye of Hell. With the Eye of Hell, the world of the skeleton hell became more real. The Eye of Hell blinked slowly. The skeleton hell shook violently, and the Eye of Hell generated a strong suction force, covering a range of thousands of kilometers, and countless origin forces were sucked in by the Eye of Hell. The Eye of Hell sprinkled flames all over the sky, and the chaotic origin forces sucked in by it were all refined, and then turned into a pure and abnormal origin force, which was sprinkled in the skeleton hell. The origin force fell into the Hellfire rivers, evenly distributed in each branch. The Hellfire River was suddenly filled with origin power. Lin Moyu looked at these Hellfire rivers, and they looked more and more familiar. He blurted out, "Original spiritual veins. How can they be so similar?" The skeleton hell at this time was too similar to the origin spiritual veins, and the similarity was at least 70%. Suddenly, a bright light flew from a distance, and Lin Moyu instantly put away the skeleton hell. The light stopped in the air 1,000 meters high and revealed its true face. It was an ancient flying boat. The flying boat was not big, only 5 or 6 meters long, and exuded an ancient atmosphere. There were 3 people standing on the flying boat, 1 Daozuan and 2 Tianzuan. Daozuan was wearing a yellow robe and looked like a person who had been in a high position for a long time, exuding a heavy majesty. The 2 Tianzuan behind him were a pair of twin female practitioners, with beautiful faces and noble temperaments. Lin Moyu couldn't see the real realm of Daozuan, but from the breath, it was either the first realm or the second realm, and it should not be the third realm. As for the 2 Tianzuan, they were both mid-level Tianzuan, and in terms of realm, they were stronger than himself. The Taoist master on the flying boat looked at Lin Moyu with a smile. "You are in the chaotic zone indeed." Lin Moyu was slightly stunned, and bowed. "Senior, are you here to see me?" The Taoist master smiled more and his attitude became more friendly. "Of course, I am Huang Xing, the elder of the Huang family in Longquan City." "You should have heard of the Huang family in Longquan City." Lin Moyu thought about it and immediately knew who the Huang family in Longquan City was. The situation of the Huang family in Longquan City is similar to that of the Lei family. It is also a 6-star force, and its inheritance is longer and its strength is extremely deep, which is much better than that of the Lei family. The strength of the Huang family is second only to several 7-star forces. If it were not for the limitation of the spiritual vein, the Huang family would have a high probability of becoming a 7-star force. For so many years, the Huang family has never given up the ambition to become a 7-star force. Lin Moyu instantly went through the information about the Huang family of Longquan City, and his eyes were more respectful. So it's the senior of the Huang family of Longquan City. I wonder what you want to tell me. Longquan City is not within the influence of the Taoist sect, and it is very far away from here. Why would you deliberately come to find me? Lin Moyu instinctively felt that something was wrong, and there must be a deeper reason. Especially the senior named Huang Xing, the way he looked at me was very wrong, as if he was looking at a prey. Huang Xing said, I came here to invite you to join the Huang family. Lin Moyu was surprised. Thank you for the invitation, senior. I just don't understand why the Huang family of Longquan City, with its great family and great business, came thousands of miles away to invite me. Huang Xing said, I came here to invite you, of course, for a reason. I sincerely invite you on behalf of the Huang family. You can make any conditions. I will try my best to meet them. Huang Xing's attitude was really good, his old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, and this look made Lin Moyu feel even more disgusted. Lin Moyu has realized that he must have something that is worth the Huang family's plot. But what can he have? In a flash, Lin Moyu has already made a rough guess that it should be related to the Taiyin origin a few days ago. Apart from that, he doesn't know what he, a celestial being from the Sea of Boundaries, has that is worth a big force like the Huang family to come to him from thousands of miles away. Lin Moyu was secretly alert in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. I don't know what conditions I can ask for. Why don't you tell me what the Huang family can give me? Huang Xing saw that Lin Moyu seemed to be interested, and his mood became very good. My Huang family is big and powerful, and we can offer any conditions. Secret methods, magic weapons, origin crystals, women. If you perform well enough, my granddaughter, the princess of the Huang family, can marry you. As he spoke, Huang Xing turned his head and glanced at the twins behind him. The twin sisters frowned slightly at the same time, and a trace of disgust flashed in their eyes, but they didn't dare to show it. Lin Moyu had a full view of it. It can be seen that the Huang family has very strict family rules. In a family like the Huang family, clan members are sometimes just tools. You can ask for any conditions, it's tempting, the higher the conditions, the bigger the goal. Test their bottom line. Lin Moyu also looked at the twins, with greed in his eyes. Can the princess of the Huang family be married? Huang Xing caught Lin Moyu's expression and showed a look of success. That depends on your performance. If you perform well, of course you can. Our Huang family loves talents very much. If you perform particularly well, it is not impossible to marry two at the same time. My Huang family has always been clear about rewards and punishments, and will not treat any meritorious person unfairly. Huang Xing's attitude is still very good, with a smile in his eyes, and his words are extremely tempting, as if to say, see if you don't take the bait. Being able to marry two princesses of the Huang family seems to be very attractive to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, can the twins be married? Huang Xing smiled more and more brightly, of course you can. At this time, the twin sisters' eyes were cold, as if they were going to kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, but the way they look at me is a bit fierce. Huang Xing glanced at the twins, and this glance immediately made the twins silent, and their faces changed drastically. Zero, please give me flowers. Huang Xing said to Lin Moyu, as long as you agree to join the Huang family, I will make the decision. You can choose one of these two and marry him directly. The twins looked very ugly at this time, but they did not dare to get angry at all. Lin Moyu understood what he saw. First, the rules of the Huang family are very strict. Second, the Huang family has almost no bottom line. For some benefits, even the clan members can be sold out. Third, the Huang family is very interested in what he wants, and they can pay a great price. From their attitude, it can be seen that they cannot force him, and he must agree willingly, so they will use seduction. But if he does not agree, the Huang family will kill him. Huang Xing did not show any reaction. This was analyzed by Lin Moyu from the performance of the twins, and it was probably not wrong. Oh. Huang Xing saw that Lin Moyu did not speak for a long time, thinking that Lin Moyu was choosing someone, and asked, "How are you thinking about it? Who do you want to choose?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "If I reject the kindness of the senior, will the senior kill me now?" Huang Xing smiled and said, "Young friend, you are joking. If you have any request, just ask. I will try my best to agree to it." Lin Moyu shook his head. "Although I don't know what the Huang family wants, I am not stupid. I know that I must be useful to the Huang family. Senior, you have come thousands of miles across half of Nanzhou to find me. I guess it will be of great use. How about this, Senior? Tell me what you want, and then I will consider whether to join the Huang family. When doing business, we should also pay attention to integrity and not hide things." At this time, Lin Moyu was no longer the same as before. He had a clear and upright look, and he was too lazy to look at the beautiful twins. "I have seen many beauties, so two are nothing." Huang Xing's smile faded. He realized that Lin Moyu was not the kind of person he thought, but an extremely shrewd old man. His previous performance was just teasing him. He was actually teased by a junior. Huang Xing felt that his face was slapped and it hurt. One of the twins said, "Elder, he is playing tricks on us." Huang Xing knew it, and snorted, "If that's the case, don't blame me for being cruel. Care, Yinner, capture him." "Yes." The twins said in unison, and then rushed towards Lin Moyushin. As a Taoist master, Huang Xing would not personally deal with a small heavenly master like Lin Moyu. It was enough for the two sisters Huang Ke and Huang Yin to take action. The two sisters were both mid-level heavenly masters and practiced the same path. When the sisters joined forces, their power merged, and even high-level heavenly masters could fight one or two. The reason why they were brought here this time was also due to many considerations. If the son of Taiyin was a young man like Lin Moyu, perhaps the beauty of the two sisters would come into play. It was indeed smooth before, but I didn't expect to meet an old man like Lin Moyu. Huang Xing was a little annoyed. He could hear that Lin Moyu didn't know why he wanted to win him over. A mere low-level heavenly venerate, who got lucky and didn't even know that he was the son of Taiyin. "You dare to trick me with your little cleverness, you are looking for death. Catch him first, there's always a way to make you surrender." Huang Xing was very annoyed that he was tricked on 7 seconds. He decided to capture Lin Moyu and take him back to the Huang family to deal with him slowly. The Huang family has many ways to make Lin Moyu surrender: coercion, inducement, torture, and burning souls. He doesn't believe that Lin Moyu can withstand it. Looking at the twins rushing over, Lin Moyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. For the enemy, even if you are a beautiful woman, Lin Moyu will not be soft-hearted. It's not that he hasn't done things that are cruel to flowers. The finger lightly tapped, and the dark light flickered. Origin-level magic, time curse. A scream suddenly sounded, and the twin sisters hugged their heads at the same time, screaming and falling to the ground. The two screamed and rolled on the ground. Although the intermediate heavenly venerate could withstand Lin Moyu's time curse is immortal, but it won't be easy. The soul is in great pain, which will definitely make them unforgettable afterwards. As for whether there will be an aftermath, it's hard to say. Huang Xing's eyes suddenly shrank. "Don't dare to resist." He raised his hand and slapped Lin Moyu, but before he slapped, his face suddenly changed and he rushed forward. As he left, the space around him was distorted, and an X-shaped space crack appeared. Blood spurted, accompanied by Huang Xing's screams, and an arm flew into the sky. The shadow mantis came to Huang Xing silently and suddenly launched an attack. Huang Xing found it at the last moment, but it was too late. Lin Moyu's previous performance was also to buy time for the shadow mantis. Huang Xing's arm was broken, and before he could come to his senses, his face suddenly turned pale. For Dao Zun, physical injuries are nothing. Tian Zun can recover in a short time, and Huang Xing can recover from a broken arm in the blink of an eye. But the second attack, the attack of the three-colored phantom snake, is truly fatal. When the Shadow Mantis attacked, the three-colored phantom snake had already come to Huang Xing's feet silently. While the Shadow Mantis was attacking, it entangled it and then launched an attack. Huang Xing's face was pale, his eyes were gray, and his tone was full of despair. Looking, three-color phantom snake, how can there be a three-color phantom snake? The poison of the three-color phantom snake is very troublesome even for a Dao Zun 6 realm like Gu Hanyu. Once an ordinary Dao Zun is poisoned, unless he is lucky enough to have someone save him. Otherwise, Yin Cheng will die. Now in the chaotic area, no one will come to save him. Huang Xing knew that he was 99% dead. The poison of the three-color phantom snake took effect very quickly. Huang Xing's breath dropped rapidly, and his strength was draining from his body at an alarming speed. Huang Xing and Gu Hanyu were not comparable. Gu Hanyu could hold on for a while under the poison of the three-color phantom snake, but Huang Xing was directly poisoned. Huang Xing suddenly thought in despair that since Lin Moyu could control the three-colored phantom snake, maybe he could save himself. He screamed, my friend, please save me. You can ask for any conditions. I'll tell you everything. Lin Moyu shook his head, no need. I'd rather believe the dead than the living. As soon as the voice fell, the space twisted again, and a cold light flashed in front of Huang Xing's eyes. Huang Xing dodged instinctively, but under the attack of the poison, his dodging was so pale and powerless. His body was almost torn apart, and another leg was cut off. Huang Xing screamed and roared, and the remaining hand slapped Lin Moyu fiercely. He wanted to use his last strength to die with Lin Moyu. This palm gathered Huang Xing's last strength. Although he was poisoned and seriously injured, he still had an attack power close to that of a Taoist master. It's useless. Lin Moyu shook his head gently, and Cheng Hongguang appeared beside Lin Moyu, also using all his strength, and the sun palm came out. The huge forces collided, setting off a huge storm. Cheng Hongguang was immediately repelled. Although he was weaker in strength, he still managed to block Huang Xing's last attack. Huang Xing murmured, how could it be possible? Why would there be a high-level Tianzuan? Why would there be a three-colored phantom snake? Lin Moyu whispered, Senior Huang, have a safe journey. Under Huang Xing's desperate expression, the Shadow Mantis's attack broke out again. This time Huang Xing failed to avoid it and was torn into pieces. 0. Blood was raining down, and the ground was full of broken bodies. Lin Moyu asked the twins with a smile. At this moment, the twins were so scared that their pretty faces turned pale. They knelt there and trembled and dared not get up. Even the Daozuan elders were easily killed, and they didn't even know how Lin Moyu attacked. In their eyes, Lin Moyu was more terrifying than a demon. Huang Yin said in a trembling voice, Senior, please spare our lives. We are willing to serve you as slaves. Huang Ke also said, whatever you ask us to do, we will obey you. Please spare our lives. Lin Moyu shook his head, it is impossible to let you go back. The Huang family will definitely not let me go. If I bring you with me, my wife will definitely be angry. She will kill you and you will die even more miserably. So, I'd better kill you now and put an end to it. Huang Yan's face changed drastically, and she immediately shouted, No, we will try our best to please the wife. Lin Moyu smiled, My wife is Gu Hanyu, have you heard of her? Huang Yan exclaimed, her voice trembling, the Lord of Hansui Holy Land, Fairy Jade. Gu Hanyu is so famous that countless legends have been surrounding her since her debut. Almost all of her peers have become her stepping stones. No one can match Fairy Jade's demeanor. Until she became the Lord of Hansui Holy Land, the news about her gradually faded, but the legend about her is still being passed down by the world. In the legend, Gu Hanyu was ruthless, and basically killed all those she disliked. Some people also called her the Jade Demon behind her back. Lin Moyu smiled, now you know, so you'd better not ignore her. The two women were desperate, suddenly looked at each other, and attacked Lin Moyu at the same time. They were very close to Lin Moyu, and their attacks were as fast as thunder, and they were in front of Lin Moyu in an instant. Two Tianzuan realm swords appeared in their hands, and their auras merged into one. The avenue appeared on their bodies at the same time, and merged with each other. At this moment, the auras of the two reached the peak, comparable to high-level Tianzuan. Lin Moyu sighed lightly, and mist surrounded his body. The skeleton hell appeared silently and swallowed the two. The killing was quick and swift. In the blink of an eye, Huang Xing died, and the twins of the Huang family passed away. Lin Moyu was ruthless in destroying flowers. Only the ancient flying boat remained in the air. Cheng Hongwang had come to the side of the flying boat and controlled it to prevent it from escaping suddenly. God knows what secrets are hidden in the magic weapon of the Huang family. Lin Moyu could not give the Huang family any chance. After the experience of Guhanyu, Lin Moyu was more cautious. Even if there was only some residual breath, Dao Zun had the calendar to track him. It was far from enough to just erase the time mark, and more needed to be done. Lin Moyu used the law of time to erase the time mark here. This was a chaotic area. The breath was originally extremely chaotic without his help, and it was impossible to distinguish. Finally, he took out the cause and effect gourd, and the only remaining cause and effect line was completely cut off. If the other party could still find a connection with him in this way, there was nothing to say. Undead flames popped up, and flesh and blood all over the ground burned in the undead flames. Flesh and blood reborn, soul reorganized. Huang Xing, who had just died, quickly resurrected and became a resurrected person. Lin Moyu did not believe in the living Huang Xing, he believed in the dead Huang Xing more. The moment he became a resurrected person, Huang Xing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his expression was slightly tangled. Lin Moyu immediately became alert in his heart. Huang Xing actually still had the heart to resist. The technique of resurrecting the dead has been tried on the shadow mantis and the three-color phantom snake, and there is no problem. Unexpectedly, Huang Xing would resist. The Tao heart of a cultivator is indeed not comparable to that of a spirit beast. Fortunately, Huang Xing's resistance only lasted for a moment. His eyes suddenly became obedient, and finally he knelt in front of Lin Moyu with great piety. Lin Moyu asked, "Tell me, why did you come to me?" Huang Xing said, "Because you are the son of Taiyin, you have great luck. As long as we win you over, your luck can be used by us." Son of Taiyin? Lin Moyu frowned and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the origin of Taiyin was hanging high in the sky, and the strange symbol above his eyebrows was flashing light. Lin Moyu whispered, "Tell me in detail." Huang Xing told Lin Moyu everything about the son of Taiyin. Moyu's eyelids twitched when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would become the target of public criticism. In the Origin continent, all the major forces are pursuing luck. One of the functions of the Origin spiritual vein is to suppress luck. In the Origin continent, if the luck is strong, there will be countless opportunities and rapid rise to prominence. If the luck is declining, then there will be bad luck everywhere, and even lead to death. Many major sects are looking for disciples. In addition to looking for those with outstanding talents, they also look for those with deep luck. The power of Taiyin belongs to people with great luck, so after discovering the appearance of the power of Taiyin, all forces will try their best to win it over. But if they fail to win it over, they will kill it and destroy it. What I can't get, others can't get it. In the history of the Origin continent, there have been many sons of Taiyin who were killed. But similarly, there have also been cases where the son of Taiyin joined a certain force, and then the luck of that force soared, and the strength increased greatly in a short period of time. Even the most outrageous thing is that the son of Taiyin joined a 6-star force. That 6-star force has a 7th-level Origin spiritual vein. With the addition of the luck of the son of Taiyin, the 7th-level Origin spiritual vein was sublimated and transformed into an 8th-level Origin spiritual vein. That 6-star force became a 7-star force in just a few thousand years and became the top existence in the Origin continent. After listening to Huang Xing's story, Lin Moyu murmured, "I didn't expect that I would become a hot commodity." So, there are hundreds of major forces outside the chaotic zone looking for me. As long as I leave the chaotic zone, I will be targeted. Being targeted by hundreds of Daozuan is not a good thing. Lin Moyu knew that the previous road could not be taken and he had to change direction. When he became the son of Tyene, those major forces only calculated the approximate area where he was. And these forces did not think that he would be in the chaotic zone. In the chaotic zone, even Daozuan was unwilling to easily get involved. The main reason why Huang Xing came to find him was that he owned this ancient flying boat. The ancient flying boat was called Feiyun Boat, which was made by an ancient great power. It had average speed, no defense ability, and no attack ability. Its only advantage was stability, extreme stability, and no interference from the outside world. That's why he dared to drive Feiyun Boat into the chaotic zone. Unexpectedly, he was right, and he also risked his life. When Huang Xing arrived, it was the time when Tyene controlled the world. The symbol on his forehead was shining, so Huang Xing recognized him at a glance. This symbol is called Tyene Fu, which is the symbol of the son of Tyene. Whenever the origin of Tyene controls the world, the Tyene Fu will appear. Lin Moyu looked into the depths of the chaotic zone. It seems that I have to change direction. If I continue to move forward in the original direction, I will really die. He didn't want to join a big force. If he really had to choose, he might as well go to find Gu Hanyu. After all, they are our own people, so the good things should not flow to outsiders. After a moment, Lin Moyu determined the way he would go next. If you can't leave the chaotic zone for the time being, then cross through the 750 center of the chaotic zone. The chaotic zone spreads tens of millions of kilometers. After passing through the central area, you will leave the territory of Hanshui Holy Land and Wendao sect at the same time and enter the sphere of influence of Tianjin sect. Although there are many dangers in the chaotic zone, it is better than those. If there is a suitable opportunity, we can also enter Yujin City or Daojin City and find a new way out. As long as I am careful, when the Tyene origin appears, I can avoid the eyes and ears of others and hide during the day and night. There will be no problem. However, according to Huang Xing, if those Daozuns can't find me, they may also enter the chaotic zone. Daozuns will not easily set foot in the chaotic zone, but it does not mean that they cannot come in, and some Daozuns have rare treasures in their hands. Lin Moyu looked at the Feiyun boat in the sky. It's just right, I can use the Feiyun boat. The chaotic zone is thousands of miles wide, and the central area is about 1,000 miles wide, accounting for only 3/1,000ths. But this 1/10 is also the most dangerous area in the chaotic zone. The power of the origin in the central area is getting more and more chaotic, and the chaotic rotworms are getting stronger. The chaotic rotworms of the Tianzuan realm can be seen everywhere here, and occasionally there will be chaotic rotworms of the Daozuan realm. It can be said that ordinary Zun can't move here. In the chaotic area, the Feiyun boat was emitting a hazy light and was moving slowly forward. The speed of Feiyun boat was not fast, but the only effect of the chaotic origin power here on it was to limit its speed. The closer it was to the center point, the slower it was. Fortunately, it flew very steadily. Lin Moyu stood on the boat, surrounded by a ball of light, and could not feel the chaos on the surface at all. Huang Xing stood beside him, and he controlled the Feiyun boat, which was enough to ensure safety. Lin Moyu sorted out the spoils obtained from Huang Xing. As a Taoist master, there were still many good things, and the Huang family, as a 6-star force, was much richer than the Yin family. There were many origin crystals of various levels, and Mo Yufu took them into his pocket without hesitation. The origin crystals were not too few. In order to promote the skeleton hell, for 7th level exquisite origin crystals were used up before, which was a considerable fortune. Even the spoils obtained from Huang Xing could not make up for it completely. According to Lin Moyu's words, the Taoist masters of the Huang family were not very rich, not as rich as Xiaoye, nor as rich as himself. In addition to the origin crystal, Huang Xing also has a lot of magic weapon materials, but Lin Moyu didn't like many of them, so he threw them directly into the warehouse. Along the way, Lin Moyu kept releasing the skeleton hell, devouring most of the chaos rotworms along the way. After the skeleton hell reached the heavenly venerable realm, its power was greatly enhanced, and the chaos-wrought worms of the supreme realm were no longer in his eyes. At least the venerable realm is enough for the hell evil spirits to eat. The skeleton hell continued to devour and started a new round of improvement. However, this time the improvement speed was a bit slow. If you want to continue to advance, you probably have to eat a lot of chaos-wrought worms. Eat as many as you can, anyway, just eat as much as you can. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. The skeleton hell was now almost invincible in the heavenly venerable realm. Even if it was a high-level heavenly venerable, if it was not strong enough or did not have a powerful magic weapon, it was very likely to be trapped to death by the skeleton hell. The speed of the Feiyun boat remained stable, and it could fly about 50 million kilometers a day. According to the length of the chaotic zone, it would take about 20 days to fly out of the chaotic zone. In the past few days, Lin Moyu had nothing to do except constantly using the skeleton hell, and no other Daozuan chased him. Lin Moyu began to do two things at once, studying the Daoist treasure. In the Yin family treasury, he got 2 Daoist treasures. He had no time to study them before, but now he finally had some free time. Of the 2 treasures, one was square and jade-like, and looked like a seal. The seal did not have any ancient aura, and it was obviously not made too long ago, at most not more than 1,000 troops. The seal was very clean, without any extra patterns, only at the bottom, there was a mountain carved, and the name of the seal was carved on the edge, Shanhaiyin. Lin Moyu looked at the appearance of the seal. The name is quite grand, Huangxing. Take a look at this Shanhaiyin. What level of magic weapon is it? Huangxing took the Shanhaiyin and looked at it for a while and got the result. It can barely be called a Daoist treasure, and it is the worst in the Daoist realm. Well, it was exactly what Lin Moyu thought. Although it is a Daoist treasure, it is only the worst. Take a look at this one. Lin Moyu threw another magic weapon to Huangxing. This time it was a sharp arrow, but the arrow seemed to be broken, with only half of it left. Although Huangxing's realm was average, he was only at the first level of Daozun, but he was born in the Huang family, so his knowledge was not bad. This arrow should be a magic weapon of the 3rd level of Daozun, but now it is broken, and it can still be used, only at the Daozun level. And it needs to be used with a corresponding bow. I guess the bow that uses it is at least a magic weapon of the 5th level of Daozun. Without the corresponding bow, and it is broken, it is estimated that even the power of the 1st level of Daozun will be difficult to exert. Lin Moyu said with some disdain, it turned out to be a defective product. However, he changed his mind and thought, although there is no bow and it is a defective product, it is at least a magic weapon of the 3rd level of the Daoist master, at least the material level is there. If it is used to summon the elemental lich, it may have unexpected effects. The elemental lich pays the most attention to the level of the material. The material of the magic weapon of the 3rd level of the Daoist master must not be too bad. At this moment, Lin Moyu used this broken arrow as the material to summon the elemental lich. A ball of light flashed in the palm of his hand, and the broken arrow began to vibrate continuously, as if it was resisting, but it didn't work. Summoning the elemental lich triggered the inexplicable laws of the avenue, and a series of strange forces fell on the palm, turning into invisible flames, burning the broken arrow. Gradually, the broken arrow began to melt. It's done. Lin Moyu was happy in his heart. When the broken arrow began to melt, Lin Moyu knew that the elemental sister was successfully summoned. This is the experience brought by summoning again and again. The melting speed of the broken arrow was very slow, and the material level was too high, so the summoning process was a bit long. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. At the current speed, it would take about a day to summon it. He was doing 2 things at once, controlling the skeleton hell to devour the chaos-wrought worms while summoning the elemental lich. After flying in the central area for several days, he did not encounter a chaos-wrought worm of the Daozun realm, which surprised Lin Moyu. Others said that there were many chaos-wrought worms of the Daozun realm, but he had not encountered any. He had already prepared the shadow mantis and the three-colored magic snake to deal with them, but he had no chance. Something seems to be wrong. Lin Moyu felt a little uneasy, but she couldn't tell where the uneasiness came from. In the wild area near the chaotic zone on the edge of the Taoist sect, hundreds of Taoist masters from various forces, with their men and horses, were searching for the whereabouts of the son of Tyene. However, after searching for many days, there was no result. Many Taoist masters had an idea in their minds whether the son of Tyene had left. If he hadn't left, he could only be in the chaotic zone. But entering the chaotic zone, all Taoist masters were a little suspicious. At this time, a Taoist master suddenly stopped, she exclaimed lightly, and took out a broken arrow. This broken arrow was the second half, and at the tail of the arrow, there was a 3-character engraved, and a ball of flame was also painted. At this time, the broken arrow was constantly, good, vibrating, pointing to 10 places. She sensed it and looked towards the chaotic zone, pointing to the chaotic zone. Could it be that the other half of the broken arrow is in the chaotic zone? But why didn't it react before, and now it suddenly reacted? She suddenly realized that someone took out the other half of the broken arrow, which caused the induction. Someone took out half of the broken arrow in the chaotic zone. Could it be? Her eyes flashed with brilliance, and she suddenly realized who the person in the chaotic zone was, most likely the son of Tyene. No wonder I have been searching here for so many days without any results, and I am actually in the chaotic zone. She looked around to make sure that there were no other Dao Zuns around, and then carefully approached the chaotic zone and flew in silently. She was very careful and did not want to attract the attention of Dao Zuns from other forces. She did not want to compete with others for her prey. In her eyes, the son of Tyene was just prey. One day later, the broken arrow in Lin Moyu's hand had completely melted. The small elemental lich was gradually taking shape. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. Half a day ago, the melting broken arrow suddenly vibrated and pointed in a direction. Lin Moyu didn't know what happened, but Huang Xing was knowledgeable. He told Lin Moyu that although the magic weapon of the 3rd level of Dao Zun was broken, there would still be induction between the fragments. This movement was the induction. After hearing the news, Lin Moyu immediately realized what had happened. Among the Dao Zun who came to find him this time, there happened to be a Dao Zun who held the other half of the broken arrow. He had put the broken arrow in the storage space before, and the other party could not sense it. Now that he took it out to summon the elemental lich, it was sensed. So, the Dao Zun was very likely to chase him. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. The world is so big, there is no coincidence, and such a coincidence can be encountered. But since it has come, he will make the best of it. Since it has been chased, he is not afraid. You can't interrupt the summoning of the elemental lich just because you are afraid of the other party. That would be really stupid. Lin Moyu now has many trump cards, 1 or 2 Tianzuan. He is really not afraid. The broken arrow completely melted, and the element quickly took shape. An hour later, an elemental lich with a fiery red body and a metallic luster, like a piece of red-hot steel, appeared in front of him. This elemental lich was extremely thin and was the thinnest of all the elemental liches of Lin Moyu. And the whole body exudes a sharp breath. Lin Moyu can feel that it contains a strong fire attribute. The broken arrow contained fire attribute power before, and the elemental lich perfectly inherited this. The newly appeared elemental lich flew around Lin Moyu, very happy. Its information also appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. Star Arrow Lich. Realm, Peak Tianzuan. Rank, Perfect. Growth Limit, None. Spell, Spark Arrow, Great Way of Arrow. Spark Arrow, transform yourself into an arrow and launch a fatal attack on the enemy. Great Way of Arrow, induce the power of the Great Way. Use the power of the Great Way to greatly enhance your own strength, so that the power of Spark Arrow increases 100 times, and can only shoot 1 arrow, with a cooldown of 24 hours. The elemental lich summoned by the broken arrow is indeed related to the arrow. The properties of the Star Arrow Lich are almost what Lin Moyu expected. If this arrow is not broken and is still a magic weapon of the third realm of Dao Zun, then it is very likely to summon an elemental lich of the Dao Zun realm. Now it can only summon an elemental lich of the peak Tianzuan. It's not disappointing, but Lin Moyu thinks it should be stronger. If the half of the broken arrow can be absorbed, maybe it can reach the Dao Zun realm. Elemental liches can grow, and they can grow unlimitedly by absorbing suitable materials. But suitable materials are very difficult to find, and Lin Moyu has never found them before. But the materials of the Star Arrow Lich seem to be on their way to find him. In that case, let's wait for him. Lin Moyu asked Huangxing to stop and waited for him to arrive. After waiting for half a day, until the Taiyin origin shone on the world, the Taiyin talisman appeared again between Lin Moyu's eyebrows, and the person he was waiting for finally arrived. In the past few days, Lin Moyu also tried to cover up the Taiyin talisman, but found that no method worked. Even if the Taiyin talisman was blocked by a magic weapon, the light of the Yin talisman could still be seen through the magic weapon. This light is not ordinary light, but a manifestation of the Taiyin origin. However, Huangxing said that the Taiyin talisman could be concealed. Someone had successfully concealed it before, but he didn't know how to do it. A ball of fire came from afar, not slow, but a little strange. The fire flew crookedly, swaying left and right, flying 1,000 meters to the left, and then correcting to fly 1,000 meters to the right. Before it could be completely corrected, it suddenly fell to the ground, and then quickly pulled up. Lin Moyu's mouth twitched. It's so difficult to fly. It's a female Taoist master. She looks good, but she looks a little embarrassed. The other party is a Taoist master, and a Taoist master can't even control his body here, which shows how chaotic the chaotic zone is. Then, Lin Moyu saw a group of chaotic rot insects behind her. There were thousands of chaotic rot insects chasing her. Most of them were in the Tianzuan realm, and the two flying in the front were a little special, having reached the Taoist master realm. The chaos corruption worms of Daozuan realm finally appeared. Lin Moyu had never seen the chaos corruption worms of Daozuan realm since he entered the chaos zone. Unexpectedly, he finally saw one here today. The chaos corruption worms of Tianzuan realm are about the size of an adult's fist. And the chaos corruption worms of Daozuan realm are as big as an adult's head. A group of chaos corruption worms chased the female Daozuan without letting up. They kept spitting out green mucus, which looked extremely disgusting. The female Daozuan kept dodging. But the essence of the green mucus is the source of chaos, and it is not easy to dodge. Under the overwhelming attack, the breath of the female Daozuan also became chaotic, and the source of power was polluted. The power of the Dao in the female Daozuan's body flowed, stripping away the polluted source of power. However, in this way, her power was also weakened, and the consumption was great. He saw the female Taoist holding a broken arrow in her hand, and smiled. Sure enough, it's in her hand. The broken arrow can be used to upgrade the Star Arrow Lich, and the Star Arrow Lich is very likely to be promoted to the Taoist realm. Lin Moyu saw her, and she also saw Lin Moyu. Finally found you. The female Taoist shouted and rushed towards Lin Moyu. But suddenly, the source power around her became chaotic. She was obviously rushing forward, but she flew directly to the right. In an instant, she flew more than 1,000 meters away, not only failed to get close to Lin Moyu, but also widened the distance. The chaos rotworms following her also flew over. For them, the chaos zone is their home and is not affected at all. She kept adjusting and dismantling it again. During the period, she was attacked by the chaos rotworms again, and part of the source power was eroded and polluted, so she had to peel it off. After a series of actions, the female Taoist became more embarrassed. Lin Moyu watched from a distance with a smile in his eyes, as if watching a play. What's more, he waved his hand, and a tea table appeared in front of him. There was already brewed tea on the tea table, and there were also a bunch of snacks. Lin Moyu drank tea and ate snacks slowly. This scene made the female Taoist grit her teeth and her chest rise and fall with anger. The Taoist wanted to save face. She was in such a mess here and was treated as a joke. She almost spit out tears. Too much. The female Taoist shouted angrily. It must be said that her voice was very pleasant. It was obviously a shout, but it sounded a bit like a cry. Lin Moyu smiled softly. Come on, I believe you can do it. The female Taoist was furious, took out a tower-shaped magic weapon, and went behind her. The magic weapon spun rapidly in the air, spewing countless flames, evolving into a sea of fire, and swallowed all the chaotic rotworms. The chaotic rotworms screamed, and a large number of chaotic rotworms were burned to death in the sea of fire. But the next second, the sea of fire became chaotic and quickly twisted and collapsed. The female Taoist's face changed drastically, and she immediately took back the pagoda. In just a short while, the aura of the pagoda had dropped by at least 30%, and there was disgusting green slime on the magic weapon. Lin Moyu saw it and whispered, "It turns out that the chaos rotworms can even contaminate magic weapons." The chaotic rotworms of the Dao Zun realm can not only pollute the original power of the cultivator, but also the magic weapon. The flame pagoda of the female Dao Zun is obviously also a magic weapon of the Dao Zun realm, and it is very powerful. But in an instant, the pagoda was polluted and its power was greatly reduced. If it weren't for the quickness of the female Dao Zun, this magic weapon would have fallen to the Dao realm. The female Dao Zun was obviously distressed and put the pagoda away. At the same time, she glared at Lin Moyu fiercely, as if saying, "It's all your fault." Lin Moyu was a little confused. "It was you who provoked the chaotic rotworms, why blame me?" He raised the teacup and gestured to the female Dao Zun, and whispered, "Come on." The female Dao Zun was almost furious, glaring at Lin Moyu fiercely, and was forced to change directions and approach Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu found that compared to dealing with the chaotic talisman worms, this female Dao Zun with a bad temper seemed to want to deal with himself, the son of Taiyin, more. Perhaps in her eyes, the matter of the son of Taiyin is the most important. Lin Moyu shook his head gently. "What a pity, you have no chance." Lin Moyu felt that this female Taoist master did not seem to be very smart. She should be able to see Huang Xing standing next to her. As a Taoist master, how could she not analyze that she had another Taoist master guarding her, and even if she got close, she could not do anything to her? Unless she has other means. Lin Moyu thought of a possibility. Perhaps she had a special means that allowed her to ignore Huang Xing and the chaotic rotworms behind her. Whether it is a spell or a magic weapon, this means must have limitations. Perhaps the range is not large, or it can only be used once. So the female Taoist master has to get close to him to ensure the success rate. Lin Moyu carefully watched the changes in the female Taoist master's expression and found that she looked a little angry and furious, but in the deepest part of her eyes, she was calm. Taoist masters, it turns out that none of them are easy to deal with. The previous performance was half true and half false, and at least half of it was done for me to see. If I really let my guard down, I might be the one who will be in trouble in the end. Lin Moyu calculated that he was still about 10,000 meters away from the female Taoist. But this 10,000 meter distance cannot be considered as the usual 10,000 meter distance. In the chaotic zone, this 10,000 meter distance will be many times longer. She was constantly changing directions and had to take a lot of detours. She hasn't made a move at a distance of 10,000 meters, which means that the distance of 10,000 meters should be safe. In that case, keep this distance. Just as the female Taoist continued to approach, the Feiyun boat suddenly started and flew thousands of meters in a straight line. The distance between the two sides was suddenly pulled apart. The female Taoist's eyes suddenly rose with flames, and her anger rose straight up. "You!" Lin Moyu raised the teacup. "Come on!" The female Taoist shouted angrily and continued to chase, but the power of the chaotic zone kept changing her direction. It would take some time to add a few thousand meters. Not to mention that she had to deal with the chaotic rotworms behind her, so it was difficult for the female Taoist to really exert her speed. Just when the distance was shortened to about 10,000 meters, Feiyun boat started again and pulled away again in a straight line. Lin Moyu smiled. Come on, we're getting closer. The female Taoist's chest rose and fell more and more violently, and she shouted angrily, "If you have the guts, don't run." Lin Moyu laughed, "If you have the guts, don't chase." As she spoke, Feiyun boat began to fly forward slowly, and the straight line distance between it and the female Taoist was always above 10,000 meters. No matter how hard the female Taoist tried, she couldn't get close. Feiyun boat was not affected by the chaos, and naturally had an absolute advantage. The female Taoist was so angry that she gritted her teeth and almost spit fire from her eyes. She kept getting close and being pulled away again and again. In the end, Lin Moyu kept a distance of 10,000 meters from her and could never get close. The female Taoist finally realized that this was not a solution. The chaotic rotworms behind her kept attacking her, and her strength was constantly weakening. If she continued like this, she would be killed sooner or later. "Damn boy, wait until I catch up with you, and see how I will deal with you." The female Taoist shouted angrily. Her voice was really nice. Even when her anger reached its peak, it still sounded pleasant. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Let's talk about it when you catch up." The female Taoist took out another magic weapon, her eyes full of reluctance, and then activated the magic weapon. The magic weapon was a ball with many runes on it, which were lighting up quickly. Lin Moyu asked, "What kind of magic weapon is it?" Huang Xing immediately answered, "The rune array bead, which is arranged into an array with runes, and then the array is refined into a magic weapon. This is the rune array bead of the Taoist realm, which has at least a 5th level array or above, and perhaps more." Array. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the female Taoist wanted to keep getting closer to him. Originally, her method was the talisman array beads. The influence range of the array was limited. If the distance was too far, it might not work. The array can be refined into an array plate, and the talisman array can be refined into talisman array beads, both of which can be used as magic weapons. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The talisman array beads were activated, and the female Taoist threw them upwards. The talisman array beads suddenly unfolded and turned into a large array. Under the large array like a net, the chaos rotworms suddenly seemed to have lost their target and began to spin in place. Originally, they were not affected by the power of chaos, but under the effect of the large array, they also fell into a state of chaos. After the chaos, there was sleep. One by one, the chaos rotworms fell into a state of sleep and fell from the air. Lin Moyu knew that the function of this large array was to make the creatures in the array sleep. However, in the chaotic zone, the large array could not be maintained for too long, so it was no wonder that the female Taoist did not directly use this method. Disposable magic weapons like the Fuzenzu are very expensive to use, and the female Taoist master would not have too many of them, otherwise it would not be like this. The female Taoist master took out another jade token and directly crushed it. 0. In an instant, she was enveloped by a ball of faint light. The chaotic power in the chaotic zone was isolated by this ball of faint light, but the faint light was rapidly weakening and could only last for a few seconds. The female Taoist master shouted, and the power of the Taoist master burst out in an instant, instantly increasing the speed to the extreme, turning into a line of fire, and falling on the Feiyun boat. The female Taoist master showed up on the Feiyun boat, staring at Lin Moyu with a pair of beautiful eyes. "Boy, you are in trouble now." Lin Moyu was not panicked at all. "Senior, you have come from afar, you have worked hard, why don't you have a cup of tea first?" The female Taoist master snorted, came to the tea table and sat down, not suspecting that it was poisonous, and drank a cup of tea very boldly. Lin Moyu smiled. "Senior, aren't you afraid that I will poison you?" The female Taoist sneered. "I am a Taoist. Ordinary poisons are useless to me." She seemed very confident, but Lin Moyu thought she had something else to rely on. Lin Moyu got straight to the point. "Senior, you are here for the power of Taine, right?" The female Taoist looked at the Taine symbol on Lin Moyu's forehead. "You are asking knowingly. Otherwise, I am fine at home. Why would I come here to suffer? Do you want to go back with me obediently, or do you want me to take you back?" She said it directly and sincerely, unlike Huang Xing, who was full of hypocrisy. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Senior looks like a fairy flower, and it seems not difficult to call me Aunt all the time." The female Taoist snorted, "What do you care, Aunt?" Suddenly her face changed, and she urged in a hurry, "Hurry up, the formation is about to break." The sleeping chaos rotworms woke up one by one, and the formation was about to break in the roar of the chaos power. The female Taoist priest spoke in a hurry, but Lin Moyu ignored him and did not move. The formation was twisting more and more violently, and it was about to collapse. The female Taoist priest said anxiously, "Leave quickly, I don't have a second talisman formation bead." Lin Moyu seemed to suddenly realize, Senior seems to be very anxious. The female Taoist priest said unhappily, "Once the formation is broken, those chaotic rot insects will rush out. By then, I can escape, but you will be dead." Lin Moyu chuckled, "So the senior is considering the junior?" The female Taoist priest said unhappily, "Nonsense, you are the son of Taiyin, how can you die here?" Lin Moyu said along, "Oh, I am the son of Taiyin, I really can't die here." The female Taoist said anxiously, "Why don't you leave quickly? If you leave too late, you will die." Lin Moyu said, "Senior, how long do you think I have been here?" The female Taoist was stunned. She suddenly realized that when many Taoists couldn't find Lin Moyu had actually been in the chaotic zone. And Lin Moyu lived very well in the chaotic zone and didn't encounter any danger at all. There is no danger in the chaotic zone? That's impossible. It can only be said that Lin Moyu has a way to deal with it. The female Taoist thought at the first time that Lin Moyu relied on the Feiyun boat on his feet. But it seems wrong to think about it. It shouldn't be that simple. Then the female Taoist looked at Huang Xing and thought it might be him, but it seemed that Huang Xing was only at the first level of the Taoist, about the same as herself. Unless Huang Xing concealed his strength, in fact, he was not only at the first level of the Taoist, but also at the second or third level of the Taoist, or even more powerful. At that moment, she immediately became alert and her whole body tensed up. She had never considered that Lin Moyu would rely on his own strength to survive safely in the chaotic zone. Lin Moyu saw this and shook his head secretly. Dao Zun should be very smart, but this lady in front of me doesn't seem to be the case. He took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. "I wonder what your name is, Senior, and which faction you are from." The female Dao Zun was wary of Huang Xing at this time, and responded instinctively, "My lady is Jiang Ruoxue from the Jiang family of Fuyo City." The Jiang family is also a big force, but its strength is not as good as the Huang family, and it is only 5 stars. Among the 5-star forces, the Jiang family is at the top. Lin Moyu shook his head secretly. As far as he knew, among the forces that came this time, the 5-star forces were just the beginning. Most of them were 6-star forces, and several 7-star forces were also fully dispatched. Perhaps the Jiang family just came to try their luck, but if he really followed Jiang Ruoxue back to the Jiang family, it might be a disaster for the Jiang family. Bang! The formation collapsed, the runes exploded, and the sleeping chaos rotworms woke up one after another. Jiang Ruoxue's hair stood up. "The chaos rotworm is awake, let him take action quickly, otherwise there will be big trouble." Jiang Ruoxue felt that Lin Moyu could be so calm because of Huang Xing. But Huang Xing did not move, and had no intention of attacking. Jiang Ruoxue was anxious. "What are you thinking about? Do you want to die here?" She changed her position at this time, as if she was ready to escape at any time. If she wanted to escape, nothing would happen. Lin Moyu looked at the broken arrow in Jiang Ruoxue's hand, and naturally would not leave Jiang Ruoxue. "Don't worry." With a light touch of his finger, the skeleton hell appeared with a bang. The skeleton hell has a huge range, and it swallowed up all the chaos rot that had just awakened the moment it appeared. The hell evil spirit rushed out of the Hellfire River, surrounded the chaos rotworms, and bit them one by one. Some chaos rotworms that had not yet awakened became delicious in the stomachs of the hell evil spirit in the blink of an eye. Hell flames fell from the sky, and balls of flames fell like meteors, smashing the chaos rot to pieces. The flames refined the source power of chaos and took it for themselves. Only 2 chaos rot worms in the Dao Zun realm still had the power to resist. They spewed green mucus, which could quickly pollute the source power. It only took a few mouthfuls for the Dao Zun's power to be reduced by several times. Moreover, they were extremely powerful. As creatures born from the source power of chaos, all attacks on them would be polluted, and their power would be reduced by 1/10. It was difficult for Dao Zun of the same realm to kill them, and it was precisely because of this that Dao Zun would have a headache when encountering them. Jiang Ruoxue was chased by them before, and she fought back several times, but she just couldn't kill the 2 chaos rot worms in the Dao Zun realm of Song. Instead, her own strength was weakened by at least 30%, and she became extremely embarrassed. But the Hell Evil Spirits were like their nemesis. The power of the Hell Evil Spirits was a self-contained system, and they were not afraid of the mucus of chaos rot worms at all. The Hellfire Prison can even refine mucus together. It is totally unreasonable. A group of hellish evil spirits surrounded the chaos rot worms of Daozuan realm and bit them randomly. The chaos rot worms have strong enough defense, and each bite can only cause some insignificant damage to them. But they can't stand the crowd. You bite me, I bite. It's only a matter of time to bite them to death, and it won't take too long. The Eye of Hell opened and swept across the skeleton hell, and the chaos rot worms immediately screamed shrilly. The chaos rot worms of Tianzuan realm lost their resistance and fell to the ground unable to move. The Daozuan realm was okay, but it also made them feel painful and crazy. As long as they are living beings, they have souls. The Eye of Hell attacks the souls, and there is no defense. The flowers of the other shore are blooming, and the purple light covers the skeleton hell. Under the illumination of the flowers of the other shore, the chaos rot worm's breath dropped sharply, at least by 30%. They were greatly weakened, and the weakening was all round, with strength, speed, and defense, all falling by at least 30%. On the Feiyun boat, Jiang Ruoxue was stunned. She naturally recognized that this was Lin Moyu's magic. But a low-level Tianzuan, why can his magic be so strong? The chaos rot worms that chased her all the way and left her helpless were as weak as babies in front of Lin Moyu, a low-level Tianzuan. Just one magic, thousands of chaos rot worms were eliminated. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Senior Jiang, your saliva is flowing out." Jiang Ruoxue was awakened. She found that her mouth was unconsciously open and her saliva was about to drip out. At this moment, she had no trace of the majesty of a Taoist master. Jiang Ruoxue quickly shut up, coughed lightly, and pretended to be calm. The son of Taiyin is worthy of being the son of Taiyin, and his methods are really extraordinary. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Now, Senior Jiang, do you still want to take me back?" Jiang Ruoxue shook her head without thinking. "I didn't want to take you back. I just wanted to invite you to the Jiang family as a guest." Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't want to go to 3.5, but I can't go now. Senior Jiang should understand the reason." Jiang Ruoxue thought about it and really figured it out. She is carefree. Although she is not very smart, she is not stupid. She smiled. "I know what you are worried about. In fact, there is no need to worry. We have an agreement in each family. No matter who gets the son of Taiyin in the end, the Yu family will not." Lin Moyu didn't think so, and said to Huang Xing, "Mr. Huang, is it really like this?" Huang Xing told the truth. There is this agreement, but the agreement is just an agreement. It is also very easy to tear it up. Jiang Ruoxue was stunned for a moment and stared at Huang Xing. "It's impossible." Huang Xing said, "Just find a reason. It doesn't matter whether it is true or false." Lin Moyu sighed softly and said with some earnestness, "Senior Jiang, you really think things are too simple?" Jiang Ruoxue was shocked by Huang Xing's words and didn't even notice that Lin Moyu was talking to her in the tone of an elder teaching a younger generation. When she came to her senses, she stared at Huang Xing. "Who are you?" Huang Xing didn't answer. At this moment, unless Lin Moyu asked him to speak, he couldn't answer at all. Lin Moyu said, "Senior Jiang, don't be so nervous. The Jiang family is a 5-star force. Even if I can join the Jiang family, at most it will only make the Jiang family a 6-star force, still need to use Tangren to play. And there is a great possibility that it will attract the covetousness of other forces. Even if they don't tear up the agreement, they will secretly cause trouble for the Jiang family. In the future, the Jiang family will definitely have a hard time moving forward. If Senior Jiang thinks what I said makes sense, then sit down, have a cup of tea, and let's talk. After a few breaths, Jiang Ruoxue let out a long breath and sat down slowly. What to talk about? Lin Moyu said, Senior also knows that you can't take me away today no matter what, but I can't come here in vain. I want to do a business with you. Jiang Ruoxue said in a deep voice, What business? Lin Moyu glanced at the broken arrow in Jiang Ruoxue's hand. I want to buy the half-broken arrow in Senior's hand. Jiang Ruoxue was shocked and refused instinctively, No way. I didn't expect her to refuse so quickly. Lin Moyu felt that there must be other reasons. The broken arrow can only be barely regarded as a magic weapon of the first level of Dao Zun, and its value is really not that high. Lin Moyu said, Junior can offer a high price, and this broken arrow is useless in Senior's hands. Jiang Ruoxue snorted coldly, Do you know what broken Shao is related to? What is it related to? It's nothing more than inheritance and treasure. Lin Moyu smiled, Bao? Jiang Ruoxue snorted lightly, It's good that you know. With the falling star arrow, it is possible to find the falling star Bao. The falling star Bao is related to the inheritance of the Lord of Falling Stars. Jiang Ruoxue thought Lin Moyu knew it, and said it out loud. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that the broken arrow had such an important role. It's a pity that the broken arrow of his own has become a star arrow lich. Fortunately, he has no interest in the inheritance of the Lord of Falling Stars, otherwise he would probably be annoyed. He drank a sip of tea slowly, without any anxious look. Senior Jiang should also know that it is impossible to find the falling star Bao with only half of the broken arrow, and it is even more impossible to find the inheritance of the Lord of Falling Stars. And Senior Jiang should also know now that the other half of the broken arrow is in the hands of the junior, and the senior can't get it. So the half-broken arrow of yours is actually useless. It's better to sell it for a good price. Jiang Ruoxue snorted coldly, Why can't you sell it to me? Lin Moyu shook his head, Of course, I have reasons not to sell it. Of course, you also have reasons not to sell it. Besides, I don't want to rob it. Although you should know that if I really want to rob it, it's not very difficult. Jiang Ruoxue listened to Lin Moyu's words and fell into deep thought. Lin Moyu didn't lie to her. If you really want to rob it, it's not difficult. But that's the worst plan. Lin Moyu doesn't want to be linked to the Jiang family. After all, when Jiang Ruoxue came just now, she didn't have the intention to kill. From beginning to end, she didn't think about herself. Some things have to be considered carefully. Seeing that Jiang Ruoxue didn't refuse immediately, Lin Moyu continued to add fuel to the fire. The price is up to you, as long as I can afford it. Jiang Ruoxue stared at Lin Moyu. If I really want to sell it to you, it's not impossible, but I have a condition. Lin Moyu said, Please speak, Senior. Jiang Ruoxue said, If you get the Falling Star Bao and the inheritance of the Falling Star Lord in the future, I hope to copy a copy of the inheritance to my Jiang family. And the Falling Star Bao, if you don't need it in the future, you should give it to the Jiang family first. Lin Moyu was puzzled. Each Star Lord has only one person in each generation of inheritance. What's the point of copying it to them? Jiang Ruoxue saw the strangeness of Lin Moyu and explained, You are now the son of Taiyin, and your luck is overwhelming. The chance of obtaining the inheritance of the Falling Star Lord is very high. But because you are the son of Taiyin, you cannot inherit the star positions of each Star Lord. The inheritance of the Falling Star Lord is not of much use to you. Only the magic and the Falling Star Bao can be used. Your future has infinite possibilities. As long as you don't die, the Falling Star Bao is destined to be just a transition in your growth process. So my condition is to copy a legacy for us and sell it to us first when you don't need the falling star bow. If you agree, the broken arrow will be given to you. Jiang Ruoxiu said her conditions. Lin Moyu could tell that she was lying. It's just that she had something else in her words. She went around in circles and finally wanted the legacy of the Lord of Falling Stars. With a copy in the Falling Star bow, there is indeed a chance to inherit the position of the Lord of Falling Stars and become the new generation of the Lord of Stars. Get the position of the Lord of Stars, the Lord of the group. Otherwise, even if there is a legacy and the Falling Star bow, it cannot be called the Lord of Stars. As for how to get the position of the Lord of Stars, the requirements are different, and Lin Moyu doesn't know. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I agree to your request, but I won't swear a soul oath." Jiang Ruoxiu smiled. "I believe you. After all, you are the son of Taiyin, you have great luck, and you will not break your promise." As she spoke, she handed over the half-broken arrow, and the whole action was very straightforward, just like she had called herself Auntie before. Although she was not very smart, she was a straightforward person and did things without dragging her feet. After giving the broken arrow to Lin Moyu, Jiang Ruoxiu drank the cup of tea in front of her, clapped her hands, and stood up happily. "Okay, 357 Auntie's mission this time is considered a failure. You will inevitably be lectured by those old guys when you go home. But Auntie hopes that you will not be caught by anyone, otherwise you, the son of Taiyin, will be too unlucky. Also, I remind you that the Dao sect is ready to use the bad luck formation to forcibly weaken your luck. You may be very unlucky at that time, and you will have bad luck one after another. Be prepared." After saying that, Jiang Ruoxiu stood up and left Feiyun's sect, disappearing without a trace in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu picked up the broken arrow and saw a 3 engraved on the tail of the broken arrow, and a ball of flame was also engraved. The flame represents the attribute of the whole arrow, and the 3 represents that this is an arrow of the third realm of Daozuan. Lin Moyu summoned the Star Arrow Lich and handed the broken arrow over. The Star Arrow Lich immediately showed a look of joy and turned into a ball of fire, tightly wrapped around the broken arrow. The broken arrow began to melt slowly, and at the same time, the Star Arrow Lich's aura began to strengthen. It really works. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. After swallowing all the broken arrows, the Star Arrow Lich should be able to reach the Daozuan realm. The combat power has been greatly improved, and he can have another gold medal fighter. Lin Moyu looked at Huang Xing. Is what Jiang Ruoxiu said before true? Huang Xing knew what Lin Moyu was asking. It's true. Lin Moyu murmured, "The Doom Array sounds very strong. Tell me everything you know." Through Huang Xing's mouth, Lin Moyu knew what the Great Array of Doom was. The Great Array of Doom was part of the Great Array of Fortune. The Great Array of Fortune was an 8th-level formation, the top formation on the Origin continent. Even a 7th-level formation master like Lu Fengqing could not arrange it. The Great Array of Fortune could suppress fortune and had a function similar to the Origin spiritual vein. Powerful forces would try to arrange the Great Array of Fortune. Several formations related to fortune could be separated from the Great Array of Fortune, and the Great Array of Doom was one of them. The Great Array of Doom was a 7th-level formation, and it was also very powerful. Through the Great Array of Doom, the fortune of the target could be weakened. Once the fortune was weakened, misfortune would naturally follow. If the foundation was not strong enough, it was very likely that one would die in misfortune. Wen Dao sect, this is to kill me. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He knew why Wen Dao sect did this. It's nothing more than feeling that he can't be pulled into the Wen Dao sect smoothly, and if he can't get it, he will destroy it. This place still belongs to the Wen Dao sect's territory, but it's a marginal area, and the Wen Dao sect's control is not strong. There are so many Daozuan from various forces, and the Wen Dao sect can't offend all of them. In this case, it's better to kill me, and everyone will go their separate ways, and no one will benefit. Lin Moyu frowned. It's not entirely true. Maybe the Wen Dao sect has other ideas. The Doom Array is a double-edged sword. While weakening me, it also needs to pay a price, and the price is the Wendao Sect's luck. Although as a 7-star force, the luck is extremely strong, but the luck is also extremely precious and will not be used easily. Wendao Sect should not do such a thing that hurts the enemy 1,000 and hurts itself 800. Lin Moyu changed his perspective and thought about the problem from another level. He regarded himself as a senior member of the Dao sect and thought about the consequences of using the Doom Array. At the same time, combined with the function of the Fortune Array, Lin Moyu suddenly found that the Dao sect actually had two purposes. Weakening his own luck was only one of the purposes, and the second purpose was to find him. He became the son of Tyene, and his luck was extremely strong. The Fortune Array could sense the strength of luck within a certain range through the origin of the spiritual vein. In this way, his position would be exposed, and coupled with the temporary weakening of his luck, it would be much easier for the Dao sect to deal with him. I thought it was simple. It seems that the ultimate goal of the Dao sect is to take me back. With their power and means, as long as they catch me, they are not afraid that I will not surrender. Lin Moyu has completely figured it out. As long as they can catch me, the benefits he will get will be far better than the lost luck. A 7-star force like the Dao sect has existed for who knows how many years, and there are who knows how many old foxes there are. How could it be possible to do a loss-making business? Lin Moyu looked at the Tyene origin hanging in the sky, then come on, let's see who will be unlucky. The skeleton hell finally devoured all the chaos rotworms, and Moyu continued to fly north along the chaos zone. Yin and Yang alternated, and Lin Moyu flew safely for a day under the illumination of the sun origin. On this day, the skeleton hell devoured a large number of chaos rotworms, but still failed to encounter chaos rotworms of the Dao Zone realm. It has been several days since entering the central area of the Chaos Zone, and only Jiang Ruoxue has attracted 2 Chaos Rotworms of the Dao Zone realm, but he has not encountered any. This made Lin Moyu feel strange and felt it was very abnormal. When the Tyene origin appeared again, Lin Moyu couldn't help but be alert in his heart. If the Dao sect wants to use the Doom Array, it is probably tonight. Because he is the son of Tyene, he can only lock his position when Tyene controls the world. The Feiyun boat continued to move forward, and the speed remained unchanged. Lin Moyu called Xiaolu out and explained the situation to Xiaolu. Xiaolu patted her chest and promised that if anyone dared to touch Lin Moyu, she would make the other party suffer. The Tyene origin became brighter and brighter, and the Tyene symbol on Lin Moyu's forehead kept flashing, showing his identity as the son of Tyene. A large amount of Tyene origin concentrated on Lin Moyu, forming a hazy light ball, which made Lin Moyu look like a god. At the headquarters of the Taoism sect, 10 mountains with their tops that were difficult to see stood on the earth. Under the mountains and the earth, there was a huge origin spirit vein, and countless mists rose from the origin spirit vein, covering the Taoism sect. On the top of one of the mountains, a Taoist stood on the top of the mountain, and his voice was like thunder. The formation started. There were bursts of roars, and the luck began to churn, and a formation emerged in the sky. This formation was extremely complex, hidden in the clouds and mist, and existed in every corner between heaven and earth. The 8th level formation, the Great Formation of Luck. The Daoan sect used it in conjunction with the origin spirit vein to suppress the entire sect. The Great Formation of Luck slowly rotated, but the entire formation was not fully activated, only part of it was activated. An invisible force, through the origin spirit vein, swept the entire territory controlled by the Daoan sect at an astonishing speed. The clear veins of the origin spirit vein emerged in the air, and one light spot after another lit up, and all the existences with strong luck in the origin spirit vein were revealed. Some of the people with strong luck were a family, some were spirit beasts, and some were practitioners. Among them, a light spot was particularly bright on the edge of the origin spirit vein. Found it, in the chaotic area. Pass the location down, let them act secretly, and don't alarm others. A voice rang out, and Lin Moyu's location was immediately transmitted to the Daoan sex people through a special method. The people of the Daoan sect in the Edge area heard the news and moved silently towards the chaotic area. In order not to alarm other Daozuan, they did not move fast. This is the home ground of the Daoan sect, and the number of troops sent by the Daoan sect far exceeds that of other forces. The troops of the Daoan sect do not need to move all, only a part of them need to enter the chaotic area, and the rest can continue to hide and pretend that they cannot be found. After all, in their eyes, the son of Een is just a low-level Tianzuan. There is no need to make a big fuss to deal with a low-level Tianzuan. Any Daozuan will be enough, and even Daozuan is not needed. The Daozuan of various forces have long heard that the Daoan sect will use the Doom Array, and they are all staring at the troops of the Daoan sect, intending to take advantage of them behind their backs. Even if the Daoan sect is very careful, it will reveal some flaws. The Daoan sect also knows this, they just want to take the initiative and strike first. As long as the son of Tyene falls into their hands, other forces can only stare blankly. While the Daoan sect's troops are taking action, another part of the formation in the Chiyun Array is activated. This part of the formation revealed a gloomy aura. Once it was activated, it absorbed a large amount of luck from the Daoan sect, turned into a beast of luck, and rushed straight towards Lin Moyu. Two-pronged approach, sending people to capture Lin Moyu while weakening Lin Moyu's luck, leaving Lin Moyu with nowhere to escape. On the Feiyun boat, Lin Moyu felt that he was locked by an invisible force. He knew that the Daoan sect had begun to act. Then, he saw a huge beast appear on the Tyene origin. The beast looked like a tiger or a leopard, and was completely composed of luck. The Tyene talisman on the forehead emitted a burning aura, as if telling Lin Moyu to be careful. Lin Moyu whispered, "Here it comes, Xiao Wu, get ready." Hearing Lin Moyu's order, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly became sharp. She was used to playing around, so it was rare to see Xiao Wu like this. Xiao Wu pouted her lips and looked at the Tyene origin in the sky. "You are going to be in big trouble." She was not referring to the Tyene origin, but the beast of luck that came from the sky. Even the Daozun couldn't see the beast of luck, but in Xiao Wu's eyes, it was extremely clear. Above Xiao Wu's head, a road of luck ran through the sky and the earth. Xiao Wu, who became a Tianzuan through the road of luck, could directly see the luck, naturally including the beast of luck. The beast of luck is composed of luck. It will hit Lin Moyu's body and cancel out Lin Moyu's luck, thereby achieving the purpose of weakening Lin Moyu's luck. However, this weakening is not permanent. Lin Moyu will naturally recover after being illuminated by the Tyene origin for a period of time. The Dao sect wants this time difference, taking advantage of Lin Moyu's weakened luck to catch him back and slowly brew him. Compared with the Huang family, the methods of the Daoist sect are more sinister and direct. Xiao Wu manipulated the avenue of luck, pointed at the beast of luck, and shouted in a delicate voice, "Deprive." The avenue of luck made a roar that only Xiao Wu could hear, and the waves rolled, like a dream. The beast of luck suddenly twisted, and the luck on it quickly collapsed and dissipated under the action of an invisible force. Before it pounced on Lin Moyu, it had already collapsed for the most part. Lin Moyu had already used the explosive luck technique early, although he could not see the beast of luck like Xiao Wu, and could feel the other party's existence. Xiao Wu pointed his finger at Lin Moyu again, "Bless." The collapsed luck of the beast of luck gathered into shape again and fell on Lin Moyu. For a time, Lin Moyu's luck was greatly enhanced, and a strange red light emerged from his luck, and there were dragon roars on his head, and he once again entered a strange state of great luck. In this state, Lin Moyu can think about things and opportunities come one after another. Moreover, this time, the good fortune was even stronger than the previous one. Lin Moyu was now the son of Tyene, and was favored by Tyene, so his luck was much stronger than before. The beast of luck of the Dao sect kept collapsing, and it not only failed to cause harm to Lin Moyu, but also enhanced Lin Moyu's luck. In the past, Xiao Wu wanted to enhance Lin Moyu's luck, but she had to consume her own strength and forcibly increase it through the avenue of luck, which put a lot of pressure on herself. But now, just transferring the luck of the beast of luck to Lin Moyu is very easy for her and does not consume much strength. Lin Moyu felt his extremely strong luck and praised, "You are so powerful." Xiao Wu giggled, "This is just the beginning, I can still fight back." Lin Moyu thought for a while, "Don't worry, I guess they will attack more than one wave, wait a little longer, and attack together." Since the Dao Dao sect is willing to consume the sect's luck and weaken itself, then the attack must be more than one wave, otherwise just one beast of luck is not enough to offset all of their luck. In this case, let's wait a little longer, wait for the Dao Dao sect to consume more, and then fight back together. Sure enough, after a while, another beast of luck rushed over. Xiao Wu did the same thing, depriving the beast of luck of all its luck, and then blessing it on Lin Moyu. As one goes up, the other goes down, and Lin Moyu's luck continues to increase, becoming more and more prosperous. When the luck reaches a certain level, Lin Moyu feels as if he has entered another level. The world of the origin continent has changed slightly before his eyes. A large number of stars appeared in the sky, firmly grasping Lin Moyu's eyeballs. In fact, he could see many stars at ordinary times, but they were all a little blurry, as if they were hidden behind the two origins of the moon and the sun. However, neither the number nor the clarity could be compared with what it is now. With the blessing of luck, Lin Moyu could see the world above the origin continent clearly. The starry world in the sky was different from the starry world seen in the big world. The stars on the origin continent seemed not far away from each other. They were arranged in fixed positions, as if forming a large formation. Some of these stars were extremely bright, while others were relatively dim. They also had different sizes, just like the different important points in a large formation. Lin Moyu could feel that the brighter the star, the stronger its power. Among all the stars of different sizes and brightness, there were 28 stars that were particularly bright. 28 constellations, the inheritance of 28 star gods. Lin Moyu understood that these 28 stars represent the 28 star gods. In fact, each star can represent a star god, but the 28 star gods are the most powerful, so they are the most famous. In addition to the strength, Lin Wu also saw the luck of the star gods. The stronger the person, the stronger the luck. Therefore, all forces hope to obtain the inheritance of the stars. In addition to strength, there is also luck. No matter how strong the luck of the star god is, compared with the origin of Tyene, it is just a small net meeting a big witch. No wonder those big forces want to find me. The luck of the son of Tyene is too strong. Even if the inheritors of the 28 star gods are tied together, they are not as strong as the luck of the son of Tyene. Another beast of luck was dispersed by the mist, and Lin Moyu's luck was improved again. The scene in front of Lin Moyu changed again, and his eyes looked through the stars and saw a more distant space. The avenues lingered in the unknown space, and then Lin Moyu's eyes showed an incredible look. He saw that there was someone on the avenue. The next second, the whole person was shocked, and the scene in front of him disappeared. Lin Moyu was shocked, and his luck was fluctuating violently. Just now he saw someone on the avenue, and that person also found him. The other party just looked down at him and blasted him out. Fortunately, the other party did not want to kill him, otherwise he would be in trouble. Lin Moyu thought of what Tianlai Taoist said, and said to himself, could it be that this is the realm that Brother Tianlai said? Surpassing the Tao Zone, standing on the avenue. Lin Moyu had some new expectations for the future. Standing on the avenue, what a wonderful state. As a cultivator, how could he not look forward to it? I was extremely lucky to see this scene by chance. In this way, my future path became clear. Xiao Wu said at this time, Master, it's almost time to fight back. Lin Moyu nodded, do it. In the Dao sect, beasts of destiny condensed and hung towards Lin Moyu. But in the destiny formation, the light spot representing Lin Moyu not only did not become dim, but became brighter. A voice sounded from the main peak, Elder He, what happened? Then the leader of the Dao sect, Wang Xinzong, flew out from the main peak. Elder He, who was manipulating the luck formation, responded, the son of Tyene seems to have other means to fight against our luck beast. I suspect that he has a luck-related magic weapon. Wang Xinzong said in a deep voice, "It's not surprising that he can be the son of Tying and have a luck-related magic weapon. In that case, then mobilize more luck. There are also limits to the luck magic weapon." Elder He responded, "Yes." Before he could mobilize more luck, a huge luck dragon suddenly flew over from a distance and crashed into the mountain of the Dao sect. Boom! There was a loud roar inside the Dao sect, and the origin spirit vein was severely impacted. The earth shook continuously, revealing countless cracks, and countless huge rocks rolled down from the peaks. Streams of origin energy rushed out from the ground and spread between heaven and earth. In the Dao sect, a large number of Dao masters flew out and took positions in the air. Wang Xinzong asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Elder He, who was manipulating the luck formation, was a little panicked. "Someone used luck to attack us, causing the origin spirit vein to vibrate and the luck to be damaged." Wang Xinzong's face was gloomy. "Did you find out who it was?" Elder He said in a trembling voice, "The attack came from the son of Tying." As soon as these words came out, all the elders present were shocked and spoke out one after another. "How can this be possible? No matter how strong the luck of the son of Tying is, he is only a low-level heavenly venerable. How can he manipulate luck? With his realm, how strong can his luck be? The luck accumulated by our sect for countless years cannot be shaken so easily. As a 7-star force, the luck of the One Dao sect is indeed strong. But the facts are in front of us, their luck has indeed been shaken. How could they have thought that all the luck they used to attack Lin Moyu was used to attack themselves? And Xiao Wu also amplified it through the avenue of luck. Not only that, Lin, in order to increase the effect, Moyu also used a drop of ancestral water. As a result, the power of the counterattack was increased by dozens of times, which led to such an effect. Just when the elders of the Dao sect were puzzled, a dragon of luck came roaring. The dragon of luck is invisible and intangible, but the Dao masters can sense it. "Come again." Everyone was shocked, but they were powerless to stop it. They could only watch the dragon of luck smash into the Dao sect. The earth roared again, more cracks appeared, and the origin of the spiritual veins erupted. More source power was released, because the luck was distorted. A mountain peak was very unfortunate, right in the middle of the crack, and collapsed with a roar. Thousands of disciples of the Asking Dao sect flew out from the mountain peak, panicking one by one. Immediately, an elder took action. He wanted to stop the collapse of the main peak. But before he did anything, the source spiritual vein just erupted a source of power, hitting him and knocking him away. Elder He, who was manipulating the luck formation, said helplessly, "Don't waste your energy. This is a fight for luck. You can't stop it. If you force it to stop, you will be backfired by luck, and it will cause bigger problems." Wang Xinzong asked, "Can you know why this happened?" Elder He explained, "There is only one possibility. The son of Tying understands the way of luck and can control luck. Understand the avenue of luck and manipulate luck." Everyone felt it was a little incredible. The avenue of luck is the avenue of emptiness. Looking at the entire origin continent from ancient times to the present, there are only a handful of people who can achieve the status of a heavenly venerable with the avenue of emptiness. This is not an ordinary heavenly venerable who knows a little about the power of emptiness. There is a world of difference between the two. They had to consider whether dealing with such a son of the moon would be good for the Dao sect. Wang Xinzong pondered for a moment. "No matter what, we have already fought with him. Even if we lose, we must lose clearly." He wanted to see how capable the so-called son of the moon is. He had already made the worst plan in his heart, and he had to lose clearly. But his eyes flashed, and he had another plan. As the leader of the Dao sect, a powerful existence in the 6th realm of Daozuan, the things he calculated were not something that ordinary people could imagine. In the chaotic zone, Lin Moyu completed the counterattack of luck. Xiao Wu panted slightly. "This is enough for them to bear. I can feel that the luck of the One Dao sect has dropped by at least 20%. The luck of the One Dao sect is extremely powerful. Xiao Wu's 2 attacks can cause them to lose 20% of their luck, which is already a great achievement. Xiao Wu used all his strength in the two attacks and needs some time to recover. Lin Moyu touched Xiao Wu's head. Go back and rest. Leave the next thing to me. Xiao Wu nodded obediently and rubbed against Lin Moyu. Then the master should be more careful. Lin Moyu smiled. Don't worry. The rule world opened, sending Xiao Wu back, while Lin Moyu looked into the distance, muttering to himself, it's almost time. The methods of the Taoist sect are far superior to those of the Jiang family, and certainly stronger than those of the Huang family. Although they are unwilling to enter the chaotic zone, it does not mean that they dare not come in. Moreover, this is the territory of the Taoist sect, and their people can be teleported through the origin spiritual veins, so the speed of chasing will not be too slow. Sure enough, just half an hour later, Dao Liuguang flew from afar. 3 warships of similar shapes came quickly. The warships were not as stable as the Feiyun boat, and they would change directions from time to time, but fortunately they did not change much. The speed was much faster than the Feiyun boat, and they quickly approached Lin Moyu. Behind the warships, there were still many chaotic rot insects chasing, but there was a gap in speed, so it was difficult to catch up for the time being. The Eye of the Dead swept over, and Lin Moyu had already known the opponent's bottom line. 3 Dao Zuns, more than 20 Tian Zuns, really think highly of me. Unfortunately, Dao Zuns are only in the first realm, and are of no use. The people of the Dao sect also found Lin Moyu. The tying talisman between Lin Moyu's eyebrows was so bright, like a guiding light. They rushed over at a faster speed, and each of them showed excitement on their faces. Before they got close, Lin Moyu has already taken the lead. Since he has already torn his face with the Dao sect, there is no need to be polite. With a light tap of his fingers, 3 chi spread. Origin level magic, skeleton hell. The people of the Dao sect who were flying rapidly suddenly found a large area of fog in front of them. Why is it foggy? How can there be fog in a chaotic area? Oh no, it's the magic of the son of Tayin. Go over. The fog quickly evolved, and an indescribable gate appeared in everyone's sight. 0. The 3 Daozuans' faces changed drastically at the same time, and they exclaimed in unison, the Gate of Hell. How could the legendary Gate of Hell appear here? Before he could react, the skeleton hell suddenly appeared, swallowing up all 3 warships. The flames rose and turned into walls of flames, stopping the warships. Then the flames turned into a sea of fire, burning the warships. The warships shone and blocked the flames. This is a warship, unlike the Feiyun boat, which has a combat power that is not inferior to that of the Tianzuan. The warships are densely covered with formations, all of which are activated at this moment to resist the flames in the sky. The hell spirits have not rushed out yet, and the eyes of hell have swept across. In an instant, screams came one after another. The Tianzans in the warships cried out in pain, and even the 3 Daozans were not feeling well. The formations of the warships are obviously unable to defend against soul attacks. Take advantage of its illness to kill it. This is Lin Moyu's fighting purpose. The law of time surged, and he pointed his finger at Wu. Origin level magic, time curse. Under the time curse, their souls were hit hard again. The screams of the Taoists of the Dao sect became more intense, and the Taoists were also very uncomfortable, frowning, fighting against the severe pain in their souls. The faces of several Taoists were extremely ugly. Before they met, their side had already lost their fighting power. The Taoists of the Dao sect, who is not a genius, but compared with the son of Tayin in front of them, it seems that they are countless levels behind. The evil spirits of hell rushed out, surrounded the warship, and bit it every day. The defense of the warship was extremely strong, and for a while, the evil spirits of hell could not break through. However, under the endless gnawing of the evil spirits of hell, the defensive formation of the warship could not last too long. The Daozuan of the Dao sect shouted in a low voice, "Don't panic, the opponent's soul attack can't hurt you. Everyone cheer up and fight back." The Tianzuan endured the severe pain and fought back. Attacks blasted out from the warships, and the spirits of the hell area were blown away. However, if you want to kill the evil spirits of hell, the attacks of the Tianzuan alone are far from enough. Only 3 Daozuan can pose a threat to the evil spirits of hell. The red spider lily bloomed, shining with blue light, and the defense of the warship was immediately weakened by several times. Seeing this, the Daozuan and Tianzuan of the Dao Dao sect attacked more fiercely. Lin Moyu showed a hint of coldness. I'm afraid you won't take action. Now it's the appetizer, the main course is coming. As soon as you start, the skeleton hell will automatically complete the marking, and the next thing will be easy. As the Taoist said, whether it is the Eye of Hell or the Curse of Time, the soul attack can't really kill 617 and the others, it just makes these heavenly venerables feel severe pain. After all, Lin Moyu is only a low-level heavenly venerable now, and the weakest opponent is a mid-level heavenly venerable. The next thing is different. Lin Moyu has 3 more fish corpses in his hand. The fish corpses exude the breath of the mid-level heavenly venerable realm and come from the special space of the Jihai order. Origin level magic, corpse explosion. The 3 fish corpses turned into ashes at the same time, followed by 3 loud bangs. The explosions sounded at the same time, and the 3 explosions can actually be regarded as one. Safety starting point, Lin Moyu used corpse explosion once, but only 1 person was killed. In a warship, a mid-level Tianzuan was killed on the spot. He didn't even have time to scream, and was blown into a blood mist in the sky. His soul was scattered. The blood rain swept the interior of the warship with a terrifying impact, causing the warship to shake continuously and the formation to almost collapse. Several people around the Tianzuan were frightened at the same time, and they were covered with blood and turned into bloody people. They screamed with horror, "What's going on? What happened? Why did it suddenly explode? What happened? The son of Tying is too scary. How could there be such a scary Tianzuan?" Everyone showed panic. This time, even Daozuan could not tell what kind of attack Lin Moyu used. Lin Moyu smiled. "Can't figure it out? Then forget it." He took out 3 fish corpses again. There were quite a few fish corpses at that time, but there were not many opportunities to use them later. Now he can finally make full use of them. The corpse explosion attack ignores all obstacles and time limits. Not to mention that they are right in front of them. Even if they hide at the ends of the earth, it will be useless. The fish corpse turned into ashes, accompanied by an explosion, and another mid-level Tianzuan was killed on the spot. The sky was full of blood rain, and the Tianzuan in the warship was completely panicked. A Daozuan shouted loudly, "Don't panic, stay calm." Lin Huangxing behind Moyu suddenly took a step forward, rushed into the skeleton hell at the fastest speed, appeared in front of the warship, raised his hand and slapped it. The huge palm print fell all over the sky, and the defense on the warship was broken on the spot. The Taoist master on the warship snorted coldly, "Calm down, form a formation, and fight back." The dozen or so disciples of the Wendao sect on the warship were not weak, and they immediately formed a formation to fight back. The warship could not protect them, and if they wanted to survive, they had to rely on themselves. Someone took out the formation plate, activated the formation plate, and connected everyone together. These Tianzuan each took out a magic weapon and launched an attack on the spirit of the hell area. Avenues appeared one after another, and various attacks raged in the skeleton hell. Compared with the Chaos Rot Worm, these Tianzuan are much more powerful and have many more means. But they are not very useful, and their fate is already doomed. The Tianzuan formed a battle formation to fight back, and the Taoist master also used his own means to attack Huangxing fiercely. The Dao Zun of the Dao sect was very powerful, with Dao Rhyme flowing all over his body. A great Dao lingered around him, and his body was integrated with the great Dao, making him unparalleled in combat power. He held a long spear in his hand, and each spear could create huge waves in the Hellfire River, making it difficult for the evil spirits of hell to get close. His attack made the skeleton hell vibrate and twist continuously. Huangxing slapped out one palm after another, but in terms of combat power, Huangxing was far inferior to the opponent. If he had not been in the skeleton hell, the opponent would have been affected by the skeleton hell, and Huang Xing would have retreated long ago, or even killed at worst. The Dao sect is indeed a 7-star force. The same realm, the gap is so big. Lin Moyu has always known that in the Dao Zun realm, the strength of each realm is very different. But he never expected that the strength gap between the same Dao Zun realm could be so big. Of course, this is also because Huang Xing did not have a powerful magic weapon, while the opponent had a Dao Zun realm magic weapon long spear in his hand. Huang Xing barely entangled with the opponent, so that the skeleton hell would not be broken quickly. Seeing this, the Daozuan in the other 2 warships shouted angrily, "Get out!" They abandoned the warships at the same time and rushed out. The Daozuan opened the way, and the 3 teams quickly gathered together. The evil spirits of hell rushed over like a flood, and the flames of hell erupted violently to prevent them from joining. For a moment, the skeleton hell turned into a sea of fire. "It's good to get out." Lin Moyu's heart moved, and 2 inconspicuous distortions appeared in the sea of fire. The cold light lit up, the sea of fire was cut open, and 2 space cracks appeared, intersecting in an X shape. A scream sounded, and a Daozuan's legs were suddenly cut off, and blood spurted out. The evil spirits of hell greedily devoured the blood, and the blood of the Daozuan was also a great tonic for them. The attack of the Shadow Mantis was silent and would only be noticed at the last moment. In addition to the concealment of the skeleton hell, the Shadow Mantis was even more powerful. Until his legs were cut off, the Daozuan didn't know what happened. Fear swept through his heart. He was just a low-level heavenly venerable. How could his methods be so terrifying? Another Daozuan heard the screams. The sea of fire blocked his vision and he had no idea what was happening. He asked loudly, "What happened?" "Ah!" Before he finished asking, he screamed. The 3-color phantom snake bit his leg hard. The poison was injected into it, and the Daozuan screamed, "It's the 3-color phantom snake. I was poisoned by the 3-color phantom snake. How could there be a 3-color phantom snake here?" There was a trace of despair in his voice. If you are poisoned by the 3-color phantom snake, you are dead in 9 out of 10 cases. The Daozuan with broken legs finally understood who attacked him. It was the Shadow Mantis that attacked him. He only realized that this terrible son of Tying could actually control the main color phantom snake and the Shadow Mantis. Escape. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind, that is, escape. But the first one to escape was not them, but the Daozuan holding a spear and fighting with the yellow star. Among the 3, he was the strongest and escaped the earliest. He fired several shots, repelling Huang Xing, and forcibly opened a passage for himself in the Hell of Bones. Lin Moyu sneered, "You want to escape?" "No way." The star arrow lich appeared beside him. Magic, the great way of arrows. A great way suddenly appeared around the star arrow lich and merged with it. Magic, sparkling arrow. The next second, the star arrow lich turned into a stream of light, like an arrow shooting out, and like a meteor falling to the ground, it arrived in an instant. Before he could fly far, he was pierced by the stream of light, and the whole person was ignited with raging flames and burned into charcoal. Star arrow lich. Realm, Dao Zun First Realm. Rank, perfect. Growth limit, none. Spells, Starfire Arrow, Arrow of the Way. Starfire Arrow, invoke the power of falling stars and the power of the Flame Avenue, transform into Starfire, and shoot a fatal arrow. Arrow of the Way, invoke the Arrow of the Way, use the power of the Way to greatly enhance your own power, so that the power of Starfire Arrow increases by 100 times. And can shoot up to 3 arrows with a cooling time of 2 days and 4 hours. The Star Arrow Lich has integrated the complete Sharp Arrow, and its attributes have also changed. The realm has reached the Dao Zun First Realm from the peak of the Heavenly Venerable. The 2 spells are still Starfire Arrow and Arrow of the Way, but the attributes have changed a lot. Starfire Arrow can induce the power of falling stars and the power of the Flame Avenue. The power of falling stars, Lin Moyu guessed that it should be the power of the Star Lord, and the power of the Flame Avenue. This is easy to understand. The arrow of the way is simpler. Using the power of the avenue to increase itself, it can increase 100 times. Before, it could only shoot one arrow, but now 27 can shoot up to 3 arrows. Each arrow is 100 times amplified, and the combat power is greatly improved. In addition, now is the time of Taiyin, and Lin Moyu, as the son of Taiyin, has everything improved by 30%. This also includes the Elemental Lich, whose basic strength has increased by 30%, and after the increase, it is even more powerful. The first time the Star Arrow Lich went into battle, the effect was very good. After using the Great Way of Arrows, it directly killed a Taoist master in seconds. The Star Arrow Lich returned to Lin Moyu and circled around Lin Moyu, as if asking for praise. Lin Moyu gently patted its head. Well done. After receiving the praise, the Star Arrow Lich showed joy and flew more happily. The 2 Taoist masters who were still alive saw this, and their souls were scared, and their inner fear was infinitely magnified. The one who died was the strongest among the 3 of them. Even the strongest was killed in seconds. One of them had a broken leg and the other was poisoned. Naturally, there was no way for them to survive. We'll die together. The 2 Daozuan looked at each other, and they were ruthless in their hearts, and they rushed towards Lin Moyu's bed at the same time. The power of their whole bodies surged, becoming extremely chaotic and fierce. The terrifying power of Daozuan swept out, and the evil spirits of hell could not get close at all. Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows. Want to self-destruct? The Star Arrow Lich turned into a sharp arrow again, and shot out with the help of the Great Way of Arrows. Its speed was so fast that even Daozuan had no time to react. The Star Arrow Lich directly pierced the eyebrows of a Daozuan, and then turned in the air and passed through the back of the head of another Daozuan. The 2 Daozuan stopped almost at the same time, and ignited a raging flame at the same time, and were burned to charcoal. The Star Arrow Lich was too fast, causing the 2 Daozuan to die almost at the same time. When Daozuan died, the Taoist hearts of those Tianzuan of the Dao sect collapsed one by one and fell into despair. Even Daozuan died so easily. What were they, the Tianzuan, worth? If you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. One Dao sect has always acted in a domineering manner. In their own territory, they are not arrogant, but they are also very decisive. Although Hansui Holy Land is domineering, at least it has strict rules, but the rules of One Dao sect are very flexible and can change at any time. I really don't know how such a sect can become a 7-star force. To ask for the way, to ask your own Dao heart, to do whatever you want, is this the Dao heart of One Dao sect? Lin Moyu recalled the style of the One Dao sect. As far as he knew, the people of the One Dao sect were not only overbearing, but also unreasonable. If you offended them, you would often end up in a miserable situation. Unfortunately, the One Dao sect was too powerful, and those practitioners within its sphere of influence dared not speak out. Not to say that the One Dao sect was full of bad people, but if they lined up and killed every other one, there would basically be no injustice. Therefore, when Lin Moyu killed these One Dao sect disciples, he would not be soft-hearted at all, let alone feel guilty. Chasing him, that would be a way to death. At the One Dao sect headquarters, a mountain had fallen, but with Dao Zun there, it would only take a wave of his hand to wait for the luck to calm down and then rebuild it. The luck formation gradually recovered, and light spots appeared one by one. Among them, the light spot representing the son of Taiyin was still bright, with no signs of weakening. Wang Xianzong looked at the Qiyun formation. How are those people who chased after them? Elder He, who was manipulating the formation, said in a deep voice, they all died half an hour ago, a total of 3 Daoi realm elders and 58 Tianzuan realm disciples. Wang Xianzong just nodded slightly, and didn't seem to care about the dead people. These people should be usually not very good. Yes, basically they are disciples who have exhausted their potential and have bad luck. The luck must be bad, otherwise there would not be a disaster this time. Wang Xinzong said, "It seems that the rise of the son of Taiying this time is inevitable. We said that the Dao sect will not participate in this matter and withdraw the people." Several elders frowned. "Master, then our people and the loss of luck, are we just going to let it go?" Wang Xinzong was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "Let's just leave it at that. The son of Taiying this time is unusual." Although several elders had different opinions, since Wang Xinzong had made the decision, they did not dare to say more. In the Dao sect, Tian Xinzong always had his way. But they felt a little strange. Why did the master, who was always domineering, react so abnormally today? Such a big loss, how could he endure it? Normally, a stronger team would be sent to kill Tianzi into pieces. Wang Xinzong did not care about their feelings, but waved his hand. "You restore the sect to its original state, and the sect will go to the Supreme Elder to listen to his opinions." When mentioning the Supreme Elder, several elders stood in awe, which showed how high the status of the Supreme Elder was in their minds. Lin Moyu reaped a lot again. The 163 elders of the Dao sect were all wealthy, and his own financial resources increased a bit. It's a pity that most of the Tianzuan realm magic weapons were damaged in the battle, and many were eaten by the evil spirits of hell. There is only one magic weapon in the Daozuan realm, which is the spear. However, the level of the spear was only the first level of Daozuan, and Lin Moyu did not want to use it to summon elemental liches. The magic weapon of the first level of Daozuan can only summon elemental liches of the peak Tianzuan. Now, for him, the elemental liches of the Tianzuan level are not enough, one more or one less. Lin Moyu shot out an immortal flame and resurrected the strongest Daozuan. His combat power is very strong, much stronger than ordinary Daozuan first level. It would be a pity if he was used as a material for corpse explosion. The corpse explosion only depends on the realm, not the combat power before death. There is no difference between him and ordinary Daozuan first level. Lin Moyu looked at Daozuan Daozong kneeling on the ground and asked casually, "What's your name?" He lowered his head and knelt on the ground. "My name is Pejuan." Pejuan. Lin Moyu glanced at the spear, and the word Pejuan was also engraved on the handle. I didn't expect it to be his name. Lin Moyu threw the spear back to him. "Get up, go to the rule world first, and tell the human emperor everything you know." "Yes." Lin Moyu took it back to the rule world, and got a lot of information about the Dao sect and the origin continent from him. The Feiyun boat set off again, continuing to head north along the central area. The people of the Wandao sect withdrew, and they withdrew in full view of the public. It seemed that the Wandao sect had given up its plan for the son of Taiying. Their actions attracted the attention of many people. Some people speculated whether the Wandao sect had already found the son of Taiying. Others thought that the Wandao sect knew that the son of Taiying was no longer in this area, so they went to look for him elsewhere. The sudden action of the Wandao sect left them confused. They passed the news back to their family sects, but the reply they received was that the son of Taiying was still there, alive and well, and not dead. Therefore, most people thought that the son of Taiying had been obtained by the Wandao sect. If this was true, then they would not have another chance. The Wandao sect was not an ordinary sect, but a top 7-star force. In the origin continent, there were only a few forces that could match it. Therefore, those who came to look for the son of Taiying also began to evaluate. In less than 2 days, most of the people in this wild land had left. The remaining people thought that the Wandao sect was deliberately playing tricks on them and tricked them to leave. Maybe the son of Taiying was still here and had not been found. They were not willing to give up and continued to search. Wandao sect did not say anything about this. "If you love me, go find me." Jiang Ruoxue also left. She didn't know if Lin Moyu was safe now. She could only wish Lin Moyu good luck. After all, she was still hoping that Lin Moyu could get the inheritance of Luoxing Xingjin and copy a copy for herself. Lin Moyu had already left the place of right and wrong. He had a smooth journey in the Chaos Zone. In just a few days, he had already walked half of the distance. The width of the Chaos Zone is about 10,000 kilometers and the length is 10 million kilometers. It almost runs through the border between Hansui Holy Land and Wendao Sect. The origin spirit veins of these two behemoths constantly collided within this range of 10 million kilometers, which created such a special area. In fact, there is not only one Chaos Zone on the origin continent, but many. It is not only in Nanzhou, but also in other continents. The equally matched origin spirit veins collided with each other, neither of them gave in. The protracted contest eventually formed a series of chaotic zones. The chaotic zones, like ribbons, divided the origin continent into many irregular areas, making it difficult to travel between each area. Fortunately, there are also weak points in the chaotic zones. There are powerful people who build cities, arrange teleportation arrays, and build passages in the weak points. There are also powerful people who refine magic weapons and can travel back and forth between various chaotic zones. Just like between Hansui Holy Land and Wendao Sect, there are several cities that can teleport to each other. The most famous of them are Yujian City and Daojian City. Yujian City belongs to Hansui Holy Land, and Daojian City belongs to Wendao Sect. Originally, Lin Moyu wanted to leave Hansui Holy Land directly and go to Wendao Sect's territory. Now that the incident of Taiying's son has happened, he has killed many people from Wendao Sect, and he must not go to Wendao Sect's territory. He and Gu Hanyu are now husband and wife, and the influence of Lian Lizi has led to their mutual affection. Now Lin Moyu would think of Gu Hanyu from time to time. In his subconscious, he really regarded Gu Hanyu as his wife. I think the feeling over there won't be too different. Yujian City, which was previously inaccessible, has now become safe. The changes in everything are indeed unexpected. Now Yujian City is only 1,000,000 kilometers away from him, and he can reach it in a little over 2 days. Lin Moyu plans to go to Yujian City, and then go to a farther place through the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce in Yujian City. But Lin Moyu still had a doubt in his heart. He had eaten so many chaos rotworms all the way to the Skeleton Hell. Now that the Skeleton Hell was about to be promoted again and reach the intermediate heavenly venerable realm, he had never encountered any chaos rotworms from the Taoist venerable realm. Except for the two brought by Jianruochen, he had never encountered any. Where did the chaos rotworms from the Taoist venerable realm go? The less he saw them, the more Lin Moyu felt worried. Especially if he could not see one for millions of kilometers, then it was a big deal. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Although chaos rotworms have no wisdom, they have instincts. The higher the realm, the stronger the power, and the stronger the instinct. There must be something that attracted the chaos rotworms from the Taoist venerable realm. If those Taoists who came to find me knew that there were no chaos rotworms from the Taoist venerable realm in the Chaos Zone, I wonder if they would regret it. Lin Moyu laughed in his heart. Those Dao Zuns were afraid of the chaos rotworms of Dao Zu realm, so they didn't enter the Chaos Zone. If they had known this earlier, they would have come in to find him. By then, he could escape. He could resist 3 or 5 Dao Zuns, but not dozens or hundreds. The sun origin gradually emerged, the moon origin disappeared, and the moon talisman in Mou's eyebrow gradually disappeared. The sky got brighter, and the Chaos Zone also became brighter, and the color gradually disappeared. Huang Xing, who had been operating the Feiyun boat and never spoke, suddenly said, "Master, there are chaos rotworms of Dao Zu realm ahead." Hearing this, Lin Moyu was shocked. The Eye of the Dead opened and looked forward. 10,000 meters away, chaos rotworms of Dao Zu realm did appear. Not just 1, but 6. Stop! The Feiyun boat stopped at Lin Moyu's command. At this time, it was still about 50,000 meters away from the chaos rotworms of Dao Zu realm. Lin Moyu did not approach. He found that these chaotic rotworms seemed to be heading in a certain direction, but for some reason, they flew crookedly, as if they were affected by some kind of power. That appearance was exactly the same as the situation of cultivators being affected by the power of chaos in the chaotic zone. The Eye of the Dead passed over the 6 chaos rot worms of the Dao Zun realm and wanted to see farther. But except for the chaotic power of the origin, nothing could be seen. In the chaotic zone, the effect of the Eye of the Dead was suppressed very much, and only about 100,000 meters could be seen. Lin Moyu looked ahead. Something in front affected them. Huang Xing, can you see it? He had the Eye of the Dead, but in terms of vision, it was naturally not as good as Huang Xing of the Dao Zun realm. Huang Xing looked forward, and the power of the Dao Zun realm poured into his eyes. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "The power of chaos in front is very strong, and I can't see through it." Lin Moyu murmured, "The abnormality of the power of chaos may be the reason why the chaos rot of the Dao Zun realm disappeared. Slowly approach and be ready to fight at any time." Huang Xing nodded and flew over with the Feiyun boat. When there was still 20,000 meters away, the chaos worms found Lin Moyu. They did not turn around to attack, but continued to move forward. Obviously, the things in front of them attracted them more. When they were still 10,000 meters away from the 6 chaos worms, Lin Moyu summoned the skeleton hell. The skeleton hell swallowed up the 6 chaos worms, and the evil spirits of hell rushed out frantically, biting them. Until this moment, the chaos worms began to fight back, but it was too late. Lin Moyu found that the 6 chaos rot worms in front of him were not strong. They were weaker than the 2 chaos rot worms brought by Jiang Ruoxue, and much weaker. Chaos rot worms were not divided into several realms of Dao Zun, and they were all collectively called Dao Zun realm. This division method was extremely rough, and because no one came into the chaos zone, and there was nothing worth exploring inside, no one cared. Just by comparing before and after, Lin Moyu realized that the same chaos rot worms, even if they were similar in size, had different strengths. The 6 in front of me should be the weakest. And their previous movement trajectory was very strange. If we infer from this, the chaos power in front was very strong, and even the chaos rot worms were affected. What on earth attracted these chaos rot worms and rushed over? Skeleton Hell swallowed 6 chaos rot worms, and it was one step closer to the next promotion. Skeleton Hell is like this. Every time you feel that you are about to be promoted, the result is always a little short. Over the years, Lin Moyu has long been accustomed to it. It is not enough now, and swallowing more is enough. The Feiyun boat advanced tens of thousands of meters again, and the situation ahead slowly came into view. Lin Moyu kept the Eye of the Dead open. The Eye of the Dead is becoming more and more restricted, and it seems that the chaotic power ahead is also becoming more and more serious. 327 Huang Xing, increase the power of the Feiyun boat to the strongest, and be alert at all times. The Feiyun boat glowed with a faint light, resisting the power of chaos. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he summoned Pajun as well. Huang Xing's strength was much worse than Pajun's, and with Pajun by his side, he was safer. Facing unusual situations, it's better to be careful. The power of chaos is invisible and intangible, and it is difficult to prevent. Dao Zun can only barely sense some of it, so it will be affected. But here, the chaos calendar actually showed a trace. It is because it is too strong and powerful, so it can be seen by the naked eye. The light ball of the Feiyun boat was squeezed by the power of chaos and began to deform. Fortunately, Lin Moyu asked Huang Xing to increase the power of the Feiyun boat from the beginning, and it is not difficult to maintain stability at present. The line of sight is getting worse and worse, and the visible distance is shrinking. Lin Moyu knew that he absolutely could not leave the Feiyun boat now, otherwise he would not be able to grasp the direction at all, and would only be carried around by the power of chaos, and he would not know where to go. Huang Xing continuously injected his Dao power into the Feiyun boat to maintain the stability of the Feiyun boat. In order to resist the power of chaos, Huang Xing consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he was a Dao Zun, and his power was endless. If it were a Tian Zun, it would probably not last long before it would be exhausted. The Feiyun boat was like a small boat in a storm, moving forward slowly and helplessly. The sense of distance was lost, and even Lin Moyu's spiritual sense did not know how far he had flown. Even the sense of direction was lost, and Lin Moyu did not know whether he was still flying in the central area or had been carried to another direction by the power of chaos. The light ball of the Feiyun boat was compressed to the extreme and became an ellipse. The entire Feiyun boat was shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. The loss of spiritual sense made Lin Moyu feel uneasy, frowning. "Huang Xing, can't you retreat now?" Huang Xing told the truth. "I have lost my direction." Lin Moyu slapped his forehead. The resurrected have both advantages and disadvantages. Sometimes they are too rigid and not flexible enough. They have no fear, so they are not afraid of danger. Now, as long as I don't order them to retreat, they will not retreat until they die. At this point, I can only comfort myself. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. After flying for a while, the chaos became stronger. Through the protection of the Feiyun boat, Lin Moyu could feel the power of the chaos outside. Squeak! The ancient Feiyun boat made a squeezing sound. The protection had reached its limit and the Feiyun boat was about to collapse. Lin Moyu made up his mind and made a decision. "Pajun, protect me." At the command, Pajun released a powerful aura, opened his big hands, and protected Lin marching in the center. Lin Moyu collected Huang Xing and Faiyansu at the same time. In an instant, the majestic power of chaos swept over. The mind was in chaos, and even the soul was affected by the power of chaos, and the thoughts fell into a state of stagnation. The world tree swayed wildly, making a rustling sound. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal spewed out a stream of dragon breath to help the soul stay awake. But by doing so, they could only keep the soul a little clear, far from thinking and controlling. Finally, the Calamity Scepter, which had not moved for a long time, seemed to feel the plight of its owner, and shook with great pride. The soul gem revealed a touch of earthy yellow light, and the light flowed, and the earthy yellow armor on the surface of Lin Moyu's soul appeared, and the soul suddenly woke up. Lin Moyu came back to his senses and looked down at the Calamity Staff. "Thank you." The Calamity Staff did not move. It was extremely arrogant and disdained to talk to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked at the yellow light on his soul body and found that this layer of earthy yellow-like armor was given to him by the Calamity Staff a long time ago. It's just that he never knew how to use it. "You have a treasure mountain but don't know it." Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. The Calamity Staff was really arrogant and would not tell him at all. It seems that he still has to study it by himself. The soul returned to normal, but the body was still wrapped in the power of chaos and flew everywhere. Pajun protected himself, and even if there was any danger, it was the first to bear it. With a Taoist escort, Moyu felt much more at ease. Pajun could only protect himself, but could not control the direction. The power of chaos was too strong, even Pajun could not resist it. "It feels like I'm in a whirlwind. I don't know where I'll be taken." Such a strong chaotic force, even the chaotic rotworms can't resist it, and those chaotic rotworms that came and may also go there. Lin Moyu believes that everything will have an end. No matter how chaotic the chaotic force is, it will not take him flying all the time. If he really keeps flying, he will eventually fly out, just like throwing something. If he doesn't control it, he will be thrown away sooner or later. If there is an end, it's just a chaotic process, and he will eventually reach the end. The soul is clear, allowing Lin Moyu to think calmly. But soon Lin Moyu found that being able to calm down is not necessarily a good thing. Because he can think, time passes very slowly. If he can't think, it may pass by in a blink of an eye. Now he is like a vegetable, able to think but unable to move, but in pain. Really, it's all his own fault. Curiosity kills the cat. I shouldn't have come. Lin Moyu joked to himself, and now he can only have fun in the midst of suffering. The clear soul gave Lin Moyu a clear sense of time. Especially when the sense of direction is lost, the sense of time is particularly clear. Lin Moyu can even accurately measure time to 0.0001 seconds, and can divide 1 second into 10,000 parts, and there will be no mistakes. After 84,325.3221 seconds, the situation changed. Lin Moyu felt like he had broken through a layer of membrane, and the chaos disappeared instantly. The world changed, and the space underwent a qualitative change. Lin Moyu didn't know where he was, he only knew that he had entered another space. Lin Moyu reacted quickly, and gave Pajun an order the moment the change occurred. Pajun stopped instantly, without even a 0.001 second gap before and after, which showed the strong control of Dao Zun. Lin Moyu didn't move, he was under the protection of Pajun, observing the situation around him. His spiritual sense was gradually recovering, and he didn't want to move before his spiritual sense recovered. His spiritual sense was Lin Moyu's great reliance, and his extremely sharp spiritual sense saved him from danger several times. There were colorful colors in this space, and the colors came from the chaotic power around him. The chaotic power was extremely powerful here, but it was absorbed by the edge of the space. As long as you leave the edge, you will not be affected by the chaotic power. On the contrary, without the chaotic power, the space became extremely stable, even more stable than the space outside. After some observation, Lin Moyu determined that this space was a circular space. There were passages above and below him, and he didn't know where they led to. Two skeleton generals flew out, one went up and the other went down. Lin Moyu himself remained motionless, and said to Pajun, "Take a look, can you see any clues?" Pajun obeyed the order and looked up and down. After a moment, he said, "There is nothing wrong up there, but there seems to be an origin breath down there." As his spiritual sense recovered, Lin Moyu also felt that there was indeed an origin breath coming from deep below the passage. Soon, the skeleton generals flying upwards reached the top. There was nothing at the top, and it was dark. The Eye of the Dead saw that there were no living creatures, and there seemed to be no danger. Lin Moyu asked the skeleton generals to stop there, and if there were any changes, he would be able to know them as he went forward. The skeleton generals at the top were about 100 million meters away from him. Then he released a large number of skeleton generals to fly upwards, placing one every 100 meters, so that he could know every clue in the passage. After he did all this, the skeleton generals flying downwards also sent information. Lin Moyu connected to the vision of the skeleton god general and saw a surprising scene. The skeleton god general is the vision of the undead, and the picture he sees is different from that of ordinary naked eyes. In the vision of the undead, soul flames are burning, and the number is countless. Each soul flame represents a chaotic rot worm, a chaotic rot minister of the Dao Zun realm. And in the center of these soul flames, there seems to be a more powerful and blazing soul flame. Lin Moyu can't see that soul flame very clearly, because there are too many and too dense soul flames on the periphery, blocking his vision. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, "It's about 500,000 meters away from me, and it's already deep underground." In the chaotic zone, most of the chaotic rot worms in the Dao Zun realm have gathered here. What are you going to do? The spiritual sense finally recovered, and Lin Moyu also flew underground. Pajun followed silently, and Lin Moyu summoned the brocade lich at the same time to wrap himself. The star arrow lich was also summoned and sat on his shoulder. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, it is always right to be well prepared. During the sinking process, a skeleton god general was still deployed every 100 meters. Lin Moyu was very careful. He had to be careful when he came here. Apart from other things, the countless chaotic rot worms below were enough to make him drink a void. Even if Tianlai Taoist used his last trump card, Lin Moyu was not sure that he could survive. Chaotic rot worms are unreasonable. They can continuously pollute the power of the origin, and they are not easy to kill. Even if it is a 6th or 7th realm of Daozuan, if it continues to entangle, it will be worn to death. If the skeleton hell can be promoted to the Daozuan realm, there is no need to be afraid of them. Lin Moyu knew that the skeleton hell was the real nemesis of the chaos rot worms. In the same realm, no matter how many chaos rot worms there were, they were just food for the skeleton hell. Lin Moyu finally reached the bottom and saw the situation on the bottom with his naked eyes. The bottom was a huge circular space with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters and a depth of more than 100,000 meters. It was like a sphere with a diameter of 100,000 meters lying there. There were countless chaotic origin forces flowing around, and the origin forces were so rich that they had turned into substance, flowing down from all around, and then along the ground, converging towards the center. In the center of the space, countless chaos-wrought worms in the Dao Zun realm were gathering together to form an unimaginable sphere. Lin Moyu's scalp was numb, and what he saw with his naked eyes was more shocking than what he saw with the eyes of the dead. It was unimaginable that if so many chaos-wrought worms rushed towards him, he would probably be in trouble. Thinking of that scene, Lin Moyu's scalp was also numb. After all, the other party is in the Daozuan realm, while his own undead army is only in the Tianzuan realm, and the gap is obvious. Lin Moyu's thoughts are like lightning, and he is prepared for a rainy day. He soon thought of a way to deal with it. Please give me flowers. If these chaotic rot worms really rush towards him, it seems that there is no way to deal with them. Even if he is lucky, he can kill them. But that is the worst plan, and he will not do it if he can avoid it. There are too many chaotic rot worms, and it is impossible to see what is in the center. But there must be something in the center, and it is this thing that makes the chaotic rot worms gather here. The space is filled with the power of the origin, which is very stable and powerful. The edges are all the chaotic power of the origin, while the middle is the stable and extremely clear power of the origin. This form is what Lin Moyu is surprised about. Chaos and stability have reached a special balance. Boom! A sound like a heartbeat sounded, and Lin Moyu's heart couldn't help but jump heavily. 0. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt that all the blood in his body was about to spurt out. The immortal golden body was automatically activated, and Lin Moyu instantly turned into a fireman, which made him feel a little better. Lin Moyu was shocked. This sound was not an ordinary sound. The sound went straight to the soul, and he could hear it even if he covered his ears. The sound could arouse his blood. If he did not have the immortal golden body, his physical body would have collapsed. The immortal golden body was shining, and did not attract the attention of the chaos rot worms. All the attention of the chaos rot worms was in the center of the circle they surrounded, but Lin Moyu did not know what it was. Boom! Another heartbeat-like sound rang out. Lin Moyu's heart beat again, and the feeling from before came again. Fortunately, he was prepared this time. Although it was a little uncomfortable, he was not caught off guard. Suddenly, Lin Moyu found that the circle of chaos rot worms had shrunk a little. It was only a little bit smaller, but Lin Moyu still caught it. The outer circle was reduced, indicating that there were fewer chaos rot worms in the innermost part. If there were fewer chaos rot worms, where would they go? There was only one answer: swallowed by the pond. Suddenly, Lin Moyu saw that at the edge, at the junction of chaos and stability, there were lines like tree forks. These lines, glittering, existed at the junction. A large amount of chaotic origin power entered the lines, and then turned into stable origin power and was spit out. The circular space, the edge of the area, was densely covered with countless lines. Looking from these lines to the center, Lin Moyu gradually saw some clues. This is a large formation. The sun seat is naturally bright red. Lin Moyu's current attainment in formations is not that strong, but it is not bad either. He can still tell whether a formation is acquired or naturally formed. The formation in front of him is hazy and illusory, and is a naturally formed formation. And the roots of the formation are those branches of the original spiritual veins that look like tree branches and spider webs. Lin Moyu looked at this naturally formed formation as if he was appreciating a beautiful scenery. It's so beautiful. He couldn't help but sigh that the naturally formed formation was natural and had no traces of artificial carving. That kind of beauty was comparable to the acquired formation. The difference in the level of the formation lies in complexity, power, and effect. And the natural beauty has nothing to do with it. Lin Moyu admired this formation as if he was appreciating a beautiful work of art. He could see that this formation was not actually strong, and it should be less than the 7th level of 573. He couldn't tell whether it was the 6th level or the 5th level for a while. His understanding of the formation was still a little weak, and he was in the formation, but he could not feel the true effect of the formation. But this did not prevent him from appreciating and learning. I didn't expect that the two origin spirit veins would constantly collide and confront each other, forming a chaotic zone. And in the deepest part of the origin spirit vein, such a natural formation was formed. The two origin spirit veins coexist harmoniously here, and different forces merge with each other. Lin Moyu suddenly realized something. With a gleam in his eyes, it turns out that in addition to colliding and confronting each other, the origin spirit veins can also merge with each other. Then if I merge the two origin spirit veins together, can it become a stronger origin spirit vein? Except for the origin spirit veins with special attributes like Leishan, most of the origin spirit veins themselves do not have specific attributes. Without specific attributes, it is not necessary to fight, and you can also choose to coexist or merge. Lin Moyu felt that his idea was too bold. He looked at Pajun beside him. Is there a precedent of the fusion of the origin spirit veins on the origin continent? Lin Moyu didn't know much about the history of the origin continent. Pajun beside him must know a lot, so he asked if he didn't understand. Pajun thought for a few seconds and shook his head. I don't remember it. The origin spirit veins can devour and resist, but they have never been fused. Lin Moyu looked at the natural formation in front of him. In this formation, the two origin spirit veins did merge. Although it was just a trivial detail, less than 1/1000th of the entire origin spirit vein, fusion is fusion. From point to surface, from small to large, this formation clearly told himself that the origin spirit veins can be fused with each other. Lin Moyu had an idea in his mind, to learn this formation and master this formation. As soon as this idea was born, it began to grow wildly, taking root quickly and could not be removed. At the same time, the spiritual sense sent a warning, telling Lin Moyu that this idea was very dangerous. If you want to learn the formation, in addition to external observation, you must enter the formation and understand the formation with your body. And it is not certain that you can understand it, and you may be trapped in the formation and die. Lin Moyu smiled casually. Caution is a good thing, but it is also not a good thing. Caution can make people live longer, but they will lose many opportunities. Sometimes, appropriate impulse is not a bad thing. Lin Moyu has decided to enter the formation and learn to master this great formation. Lin Moyu used the word great to describe this formation, because in the history of the origin continent, no one has ever achieved the fusion of the origin spiritual vein. The appearance of this formation is unprecedented and naturally great. However, Lin Moyu did not act immediately. He was waiting for the Taiyin origin to appear. Now the Taiyin talisman on the forehead did not flicker, which meant that the sun origin controlled the world. He was the son of Taiyin. Naturally, he had to wait until the Taiyin origin appeared. His combat power and luck would rise to the extreme, and that was when he entered the formation. He had an impulse, but he could not lose his composure. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry, but first observed the formation from the outside and wrote down every detail. The formation formed naturally is like a work of art, which is worth appreciating for a long time. Finally, the Taiyin talisman on the forehead appeared, and Lin Moyu called Xiao Wu out. Xiao Wu was playing with Xiaoye, and was suddenly called out. There was a little confusion in his eyes. Master, what's the matter? Lin Moyu said, Xiao Wu, help me improve my luck. Xiao Wu said, oh, and pointed his finger at Lin Moyu, good luck. Lin Moyu felt his body lighten, and his own luck increased rapidly. There were dragon roars in his ears, and the luck in his eyes revealed a red glow, and he entered a state of great luck. After becoming the son of Taiyin, he already had great luck, and with Xiao Wu's improvement, his luck was much stronger than before. To the point that he didn't even need the explosive luck technique. With such luck, the explosive luck technique was dispensable. After improving his luck, it could last for a while. Xiao Wu looked at Lin Moyu eagerly. Master, April is still waiting for me. Lin Moyu waved his hand. Go, go. After sending Xiao Wu back, Lin Moyu said to Pejun, follow me into the formation. Pejun naturally would not object, and followed Lin Moyu into the formation. Inside and outside the formation are two worlds. Once he entered, Lin Moyu immediately felt the effect of the formation. Extreme balance and stability. He could feel that no matter how chaotic the source power outside the formation was, as long as it touched the formation, it would become stable. The chaotic source power would be sorted out by the formation, reversed, and turned into the most essential source power. Then, under the effect of the formation, the clean source power merged with each other. Lin Moyu was in the formation, feeling every bit of the formation. He walked around the edge of the formation, measuring the natural formation, and writing down all the details of the formation. If he sets up the formation in the future, although it is impossible to restore it 100%, at least it can be restored to more than 80%. Lin Moyu's talent for formations was working unconsciously, and he quickly absorbed and understood all the key points of the formations. If other formation masters knew this, they would be shocked and crazy. Natural formations are natural, and ordinary formation masters cannot perform 5.8 analysis at all. Even formation masters can only marvel at some natural formations, and no one has ever thought about restoring natural formations. In the history of the Origin continent, only some amazing people can restore some natural formations. Once an 8th level formation master said that the final destination of the formation is natural. Invisible and traceless, it is a work of nature. Lin Moyu seemed to have taken a big step towards the end of the formation unconsciously. I don't know if it's because of the formation or because of Lin Moyu's good luck. Lin Moyu walked the edge of the formation and was still not noticed by the Chaos Worm. After Lin Moyu wrote down most of the key points of the formation, he turned his head and looked at the center of the formation. After understanding the formation, Lin Moyu finally realized that there was another reason for the formation. There is something in the center of the natural formation. The formation must have a formation eye. Even a natural formation has a formation eye. Just like the natural formation in Thunder Mountain, it is extremely strong, and its formation eye is the 8th level origin spiritual vein in Thunder Mountain. The natural formation in front of us also has a formation eye. And the formation eye is the key to this formation. Lin Moyu has now mastered the structure of the formation. The only thing missing is the formation eye. Staring at the center of the formation, the center point wrapped by the Chaos Rot Worm, this formation eye must be unusual. I have a feeling that without this formation eye, this formation cannot be formed. If you want to truly master this formation, you must know what the formation eye is. Lin Moyu felt that the formation eye of this formation should be very special. If there is no formation eye, the formation cannot function, and it is even difficult to form. But now the formation eye is wrapped by Chaos Rot Worms, and he can't see it clearly. When observing the formation before, there was a sound like heartbeat from the formation eye from time to time. Every time a period of time, the circle of Chaos Rot Worms would shrink a little. That means that there are Chaos Rot Worms being swallowed by the formation eye. The formation eye is swallowing Chaos Rot Worms, so as long as you wait patiently, sooner or later all the Chaos Rot Worms here will be swallowed, and then you can see what the formation eye is. But vaguely, Lin Moyu felt that he couldn't do this, and there might be danger when that time came. Lin Moyu walked around the formation twice again until the Tyene origin retreated, and the fortune began to weaken. The spiritual sense suddenly sent a warning that danger was coming. Lin Moyu found that the Chaos Rot had noticed him. Chiyun. Lin Moyu realized that his luck had declined. The reason why those Chaos Rot Worms didn't notice him before was not only because they were attracted by the array eye, but also because his luck was strong enough. In other words, he was lucky. Now that the Tyene origin had disappeared and his luck had declined, the Chaos Rot Worms began to notice him. Lin Moyu didn't think twice and quickly flew out of the array. Fortunately, this space was not too big, and he rushed out of the array in a blink of an eye. Looking back, he found that the Chaos Rot Worms had once again focused their attention on the array eye and ignored him. They regarded this array as their territory and would attack outsiders. And there were so many chaos rotworms that one move could affect the whole body. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes and thought about countermeasures. He must see the Eye of the Formation. At this point, he must know what the Eye of the Formation is. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be in vain. But how to deal with so many chaotic rotworms? Thinking of the experience just now, it can be regarded as a real experience of luck. The words luck is illusory, but it really exists, are really true. Luck is invisible and intangible, but it affects everyone all the time. Before, Gu Nianshui was cut off from his luck, which directly led to the inability to practice in the core area of Leishan and could not absorb any source of power. This inexplicable bad luck is affected by luck. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Water can carry a boat or overturn it. Luck can allow me to see the entire formation smoothly, and it can also allow me to do the opposite. I already have an idea in my mind, and I immediately retreated 1,000 meters to leave space between myself and the formation. A skeleton god will fly out and enter the Minister of Law. Lin Moyu stared at the chaos rotworms in the formation without blinking. When the skeleton god general entered the formation, some chaos rotworms immediately noticed him. The chaos rotworms at the outermost edge looked at the skeleton god general and screamed, as if to warn him. But the skeleton god general was unmoved, and instead moved a little closer to them. The next second, dozens of chaos rotworms flew towards the skeleton god general at the same time, spraying green mucus at the same time. Green mucus can pollute the original power and greatly weaken the combat power of the cultivator. At the same time, the green mucus is also corrosive, not only corroding the body, but also corroding the soul. The skeleton god general is only a low-level Tianzuan, and is at a complete disadvantage when facing the chaos rotworms of the Daozuan realm. It flew along the edge of the formation to dodge. Unfortunately, its speed is far less than that of the chaos rotworms and was unfortunately hit. In just one move, the skeleton god general's body was corroded and completely fell apart in just 1 second. The chaos rotworm's attack power is not strong, only for Daozuan. Facing the existence of a lower realm, their attack history is equally terrible. After the death of the skeleton god general, the chaos rotworms lost their target, and their attention was attracted to the Eye of the Formation again. When they were about to return, the skeleton god general who had just died suddenly resurrected on the spot. The chaos rotworms turned around again and continued to kill the general. The skeleton god continued to retreat, but unfortunately, under the attack of the chaos rotworms, he soon died again, and then resurrected under the influence of the undead spirit. Time and time again, the chaos rotworms were getting farther and farther away from the formation, closer and closer to the edge of the formation, and closer to the skeleton god. After 4 consecutive times, the chaos rotworms had reached the edge of the formation, and resurrected for the 4th time and left the formation. The chaos rotworms stopped on the spot, staring at the skeleton god outside the formation, screaming several times, and turned back to the center of the formation at the same time, and did not continue to chase. Failed. After some efforts, they failed to lead these chaos rotworms outside the formation and kill them. The inside of the formation is the territory set up by the chaos rotworms instinctively. As long as they leave the formation, they will not continue to chase. It's really just instinct. With such a strong sense of territory, it seems that we can only deal with them in the formation. But if we do this, the difficulty will increase a lot. It's a pity that they don't have corpses, otherwise it would be much easier. Without corpses, we can't use corpse explosion to continuously bombard them. The chaos rotworms are composed of the source power of chaos. After death, they will also turn into source power and dissipate. Corpse explosion can't work. Lin Moyu remade a plan, and then 660 entered the formation again. When he entered the formation, many chaos rotworms noticed him. First, they screamed and warned. After the warning was ineffective, some chaos rotworms on the outermost periphery immediately rushed towards Lin Moyu. The space in the formation is too stable to use the power of time and space. Lin Moyu can only dodge. Unlike the skeleton god general, he has damage transfer. Even if he is occasionally hit by green slime, the damage will be much reduced, and then all members of the undead army will share the damage. Lin Moyu's survivability is almost top-notch in the Tianzuan realm. Even compared with some Dao Zun, it is not much inferior. In the repeated dodging, the chaos corruption was getting closer and closer to Lin Moyu. It has been a long time since I used myself as bait. This feeling is like returning to the dungeon in the small world. I don't remember how many times I played the role of bait. Now thinking about it, I still feel a little bit reluctant. When the distance was only 1,000 meters, Lin Moyu finally took action. With a light tap of his fingers, the skeleton hell emerged and swallowed all the chaos corruption worms flying over. The skeleton hell is the nemesis of the chaos corruption worm. Although the realm is not as good as the chaos corruption worm, as long as the number is not too large, it can still be swallowed. Dozens of chaos corruption worms were swallowed by the skeleton hell, and a big battle broke out in the skeleton hell, which was much louder than before. At this moment, some chaos corruption worms were attracted and killed Lin Moyu in the next breath. Lin Moyu frowned. He had expected this to happen, but he didn't expect the chaos rot worms to react so violently. The most ideal state is to attract batches of them and use the skeleton hell to eliminate them in batches. In this way, the skeleton hell can also eat enough chaos rot worms. If all the chaos rot worms here can be eaten, it will not be a problem to be promoted to the intermediate heavenly venerable, let alone the high heavenly venerable. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is not so beautiful. The previous batch of chaos rot worms has not been solved yet, and the next batch is coming again. The movement of the skeleton hell attracted more chaos rot ministers. This batch of chaos rot worms has more than 100 people. They split into two groups, one rushing to the skeleton hell, and the other part killing Lin Moyu. The skeleton hell is fighting fiercely, and the new batch of chaos rot worms joins, making the internal battle more intense. Lin Moyu quickly retreated and pulled these chaos rot worms to run at the edge of the formation. Fortunately, the space here is stable and there will be no confusion in the direction. The chaos rot worms kept spitting green mucus, and Lin Moyu was often hit by the green mucus. The damage caused was borne collectively by the Undead Legion, but he was still able to hold on. There are now hundreds of chaos rot worms in the skeleton hell at the Dao Zun level. Although the number is less than 100,000th of the hell evil spirits, they are Dao Zun after all. It takes time to kill them. Lin Moyu calculated in his mind that with the current strength of the skeleton hell, the limit that can be endured should be about 300. It's not that there are not enough hell evil spirits, but the power of the Dao Zun level is accumulated together, which can tear the skeleton hell apart. There is still an essential difference between Dao Zun and Tian Zun. If it weren't for natural restraint, the skeleton hell would have been torn into pieces long ago. The chaos rot worms in the skeleton hell screamed in waves, and the noise became louder and louder. The chaos rot worms chasing Lin Moyu also screamed similarly at the same time. In an instant, more chaos rot worms turned around near the center of the formation. Lin Moyu's face changed suddenly, trouble. Chaos rot worms have the characteristics of living in groups, and they can summon companions. Now, they are calling their companions. A large number of chaos rot worms were attracted by the call and set their sights on Lin Moyu and the skeleton hell. Then, a large number of chaos rot worms exploded like a swarm of bees and pounced on Lin Moyu and the skeleton hell. There are nearly 1,000 chaos rot worms in this batch, which is much more than the previous two batches. If this batch of chaos rot worms rushes into the skeleton hell will inevitably collapse. Now Lin Moyu has two choices. One is to withdraw, and the previous efforts will be in vain. Then think of other ways. The other is to bite the bullet and start a big battle with the chaos rot worms in this formation. Lin Moyu had expected something similar to happen before, but the current situation is worse than he expected. The third batch of chaos rot worms is too many, far exceeding his expectations. In this case, let's fight. Let's see whether I retreat or exhaust you all to death. Lin Moyu made up his mind and chose to fight hard. The undead army was dispatched, and in an instant, the formation space was filled with undead army. There were more than 100,000 skeleton gods, and the dragon riders from number 1 to 10 were dispatched collectively. Facing the chaos rot worms of the Dao Zun realm, the skeleton gods were the real cannon fodder. The dragon riders were a little better, but not much better. Lin Moyu had never thought of letting the undead army eliminate the chaos rot worms. There was a huge gap between the realms of the two, and it was unrealistic to do so. What he wanted was to use the instinctive characteristics of the chaos rot worms to use the undead army to delay time and buy enough time for the skeleton hell. As long as the undead army can delay it and the time is enough, the skeleton hell can devour all these chaos rot worms. Can it delay it? Definitely. The number of the undead army is so large that it is impossible to kill them all in 3 minutes. In addition, there are undead spirits, which means that the number will be multiplied many times. If they are well controlled, they can't be killed at all. Even if they are really killed, Lin Moyu can summon them at the same time. Lin Moyu said that he has never been afraid of a war of attrition. At this point, Lin Moyu has no choice. I must know what the eye of the formation is. As soon as the undead army appeared, the formation space was completely boiling. The chaos rot worms turned around and focused their attention on the undead army. The next moment, the chaos rot worms were completely blown up, and countless chaos rot worms rushed out and killed the undead army. In their eyes, the undead army is an invader and must be eliminated. As soon as the two sides clashed, the undead army suffered a large number of casualties on the spot. The skeleton god general fell like wheat, without any resistance. But the next moment, the skeleton god generals were resurrected and became cannon fodder again. The leaders of the Dragon Riders Corps from number 1 to number 10 continuously summoned Dragon Riders to participate in the war, becoming cannon fodder that is more useful than the skeleton god generals. Lin Moyu retreated to the edge of the formation, looking at the formation space that had exploded, and also at the undead core that were constantly collapsing and dying. It was not the first time that the undead core was used as cannon fodder. If it was not necessary, Lin Moyu was unwilling to do so. The undead core were all his comrades in arms. Although he knew that they could be resurrected after death, he was always uncomfortable. Lin Moyu saw that the first batch of skeleton god generals had died several times, and he had an idea and put them all away. The skeleton god generals were no longer useful here. The significance of their existence was to let the leaders of the Dragon Riders Corps understand the rhythm of the battle. Now the skeleton god generals have retired after their success and handed the battlefield over to the Dragon Riders Corps. From number 1 to number 10 Dragon Riders Corps, with a total of 100 million Dragon Riders, were enough to deal with. Under the control of the Corps leader, the Dragon Riders' cannon fodder status could be continuously cycled, taking advantage of the cooling time of the undead spirits, and in the end there would not be any losses at all. The space in the formation is limited, and now it is almost full except for the center of the formation. Most of the space is occupied by the Dragon Riders. A large number of chaos rot worms are squeezed together with the center of the formation. The ones who can really play a role are the ones on the outside. The biggest weakness of chaos rot worms is that they have no wisdom. They have numbers but don't know how to use them. They don't know how to insert or charge, and their fighting methods are extremely rigid. Once they encounter the Dragon Riders, which have wisdom, are also amazing in number, and are not afraid of death. In this small area, they immediately fall into a passive position. No problem. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the final winner of this battle must be himself. The skeleton hell finally devoured the first batch of chaos rot worms. Dozens of chaos rot worms were devoured, and the skeleton hell finally met the promotion conditions and began to promote. This time it was not a promotion to a higher realm, and the promotion was not due to. The coverage range and the number of evil spirits in hell did not change. The only change was the power. The hellish evil spirit has reached the middle level of heavenly venerable, and its power is stronger than before. As a result, the swallowing speed of the second batch of chaotic corruption immediately increased significantly. Youngster, you are looking for death. Suddenly, a roar resounded through the formation space. Lin Moyu was furious. There is actually someone in there. Lin Moyu felt uneasy. He never expected that there was someone here. The voice was filled with anger and echoed in the formation space. Lin Moyu distinguished that the voice came from the center of the formation. Is that person hiding in the center of the formation? Or is this formation controlled by him? Lin Moyu thought about it and quickly denied the second possibility. This formation was formed naturally. A naturally formed formation cannot be easily controlled. If the other party could really control the formation, he could completely prevent himself from entering, let alone let him see the inside and outside of the formation. Then the biggest possibility is that the other party is hiding in the center of the formation. But why did it hide in the center of the formation? What is its purpose? Didn't it find me before, or did it think that I was no threat to it? But why did it come out again now? What did I do to anger it? Lin Moyu thought about it and immediately realized the reason. It was because the skeleton hell successfully swallowed the first batch of chaos rot worms. The skeleton hell became stronger, and the number of chaos rot worms decreased. He hid in the center of the formation. No matter what the reason was, one thing was certain: the chaos rot worms were useful to him, and he could get a lot of benefits from the chaos rot worms. Now that the chaos rot worms were devoured by him, the benefits he got would be reduced. And he had no intention of stopping, so he couldn't sit still. Lin Moyu couldn't figure out his true and false for the time being, and didn't know who he was or what realm he was in. But thinking that he could be in the center of the formation, it was estimated that his realm would not be too bad. At least he was a Taoist master, and he was also a Taoist master who was proficient in formations. Lin Moyu said loudly, "Senior, don't blame me, I didn't know you were in there." After a few seconds, the voice sounded again, "Forget it, ignorance is not a crime, I don't blame you, you should retreat now, leave quickly." Lin Moyu said, "Junior also wants to leave, but I accidentally entered this place. I have already looked for a way to leave before, but I didn't find a way out." Before Lin Moyu entered the formation, he did look for a way to leave, but he didn't find a way out. The voice was silent for a few seconds. "Then you just wait until I finish my training, then I will send you away." Is he training here? Lin Moyu was a little confused, feeling that what the senior said was not very credible. Lin Moyu asked, "How long will the senior train?" The voice continued, "About 500 years, 500 years is not long, just wait." 500 years is not long? No, 500 years, is very long. For others, maybe 500 years is really not long. Tianzuan was in retreat, and 400 years passed. For Lin Moyu, 500 years can do a lot of things. It is impossible to waste it here. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "Junior still has important things to do. 500 years is too long. Why don't you send me away first, and then you can train as you want?" "No, you can't leave before I finish my training." The other party flatly refused, and his tone became much tougher. Lin Moyu silently used the Eye of the Dead to look at the center of the formation. Now the chaos rot worms were looser than before, and he could vaguely see the situation in the center of the formation. Sure enough, among the countless soul flames, he saw a soul flame that did not belong to the chaos rot. That was the soul flame of a cultivator. Although he had not seen the real body yet, Lin Moyu judged from the soul flame that the other party did not seem to be a human. Lin Moyu said to Pajun, "Can you see the situation in the center of the formation?" Pajun looked carefully, and spoke after a few breaths, "There are too many chaos rot worms, and I can't see clearly, but I can feel that there is a spirit beast in the eye of the formation." It turned out to be a spirit beast. Pajun's words confirmed what the Eye of the Dead saw. It is indeed not a human, but a spirit beast. In that case, then you don't have to be polite. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skeleton hell accelerated its swallowing. In a blink of an eye, the second batch of chaos rotworms were swallowed up, and then the Dragon Rider's core revealed a gap and released a batch of chaos rotworms. The skeleton hell was like an open pocket, taking away the chaos rotworms, and a new round of swallowing began again. Under the control of the 10 Legion commanders, the Dragon Rider's core has laid an airtight defense line, and the cannon fodder takes turns to be cannon fodder. Anyway, they can't be killed. Young man, you are looking for death. The spirit beast in the center of the formation roared. Lin Moyu sneered and ignored him. Lin Moyu has concluded that if the other party really has the ability, he would have killed him long ago. Obviously, the other party is unable to kill him, nor is he able to stop him, so the group will bluff and make a mystery. Boom! The heartbeat-like sound rang again, and Lin Moyu's heart couldn't help but beat. The blood in his body was flowing backwards, as if it was about to explode. The immortal golden body turned Lin Moyu into a flame, and the flowing golden flame enveloped his whole body, calming his blood. Lin Moyu said, "It turns out that he has tried to kill me." There was a heartbeat sound before, and it turned out that the other party had used his own methods to try to kill him, but he had never succeeded. This time the attack was more fierce than before, but he was still blocked by himself. Lin Moyu thought to himself, "What other methods do you have? Just come on." He has made up his mind to get rid of these chaotic rotworms and take a good look at the spirit beast hidden in the eye of the formation and the true situation of the eye of the formation. His heartbeats are getting more and more urgent, but Lin Moyu is as steady as a mountain and does not move at all. Lin Moyu can feel that the other party is getting more and more anxious and his killing intent is getting stronger. Unfortunately, the other party's methods seem to be useless to him, so he can only be anxious. The chaotic rotworms are being devoured in batches, and the speed is gradually increasing. The other party finally couldn't help it and burst into a roar. The roar was not like a human voice, but the voice of a spirit beast, sharp and piercing. The formation in the space suddenly lit up, and a large number of textures appeared on the edge of the formation. These textures were intertwined like spider webs, forming 10 extremely complex Weyran formations. He can actually control the formation. No, he can only control part of it. Lin Moyu already understood this formation and immediately saw the clues. The formation lit up, and a large amount of original power gushed out from the formation lines. The originally stable space suddenly became less stable. The space belonging to the formation expanded rapidly, from a spherical space with a diameter of 100,000 meters to 1,000,000 meters. The formation space was expanded more than 100 times, and the chaos rotworms suddenly had enough space to move around. The tight defense line formed by the Dragon Riders suddenly had a lot of gaps. The chaos rotworms that were originally blocked inside exploded in an instant and rushed over from all directions. "Go to hell!" A vicious voice came from the center of the formation. Lin Moyu sneered repeatedly. He knew that the other party could not do anything to him, so he could only manipulate the formation, expand the space, and use the chaos rotworms to kill himself. It's not stupid, but it's a pity that there are more people than people, and Nizi is never afraid. Before entering the formation, seeing so many chaos rotworms, I did have a moment of scalp numbness. But it was only a moment, less than half a minute, and I had already thought of a way to deal with it. The first option is that the battle takes place in the passage, and you can take advantage of the terrain to block the chaos rotworms with the momentum of one man blocking the pass and 10,000 men unable to open it, and slowly kill them. The second option is to enter the formation and surround the chaos rotworms, so that the undead core only needs to face a small number of chaos rotworms. This is the plan used before. The third option, which is also the worst option, is to fight hard. Now that the formation space has expanded more than 100 times, there are a lot of gaps in the encirclement of the Dragon Rider core, and the chaos rotworms that were originally tightly surrounded have found an opportunity. From the second option, it quickly evolved into the third option, and the melee kicked off. The Legion leaders reacted very quickly, quickly adjusted their tactics, formed a battle formation, and fought a big battle with the Chaos Rotworms. The number of Chaos Rotworms is extremely large, and the individual combat power is far greater than that of the Dragon Rider Corps. The Dragon Rider Corps is under great pressure. Lin Moyu tapped his finger, and a total of 20 Legion commanders, numbered 11 to 30, appeared in the formation. The Dragon Knights had their own way of communicating, and the newly appeared Legion commander quickly understood the battle situation and knew how to fight. A large number of Dragon Knights appeared in the formation, still using cannon fodder to hold back the Chaos Rotworms. From the overall situation, the Chaos Rotworms had an absolute advantage, and the Dragon Knights kept dying. But the Dragon Knights seemed to die, and they died and resurrected again and again. The Legion commander firmly controlled the rhythm of the battle. It seemed that the same Dragon Knight died, but in fact, a cycle had been formed. As long as this battle rhythm is maintained, the Dragon Knights will not die at all, and it will not be a problem to fight for a few more years. The Skeleton Hell continued to devour the Chaos Rotworms. As long as there is enough time, the Skeleton Hell can still eat up the Chaos Rotworms. Lin Moyu smiled. Chaos Rotworms are not as difficult as imagined. The Chaos Rotworm's ability to pollute the source of power is a very annoying and troublesome ability for other practitioners, but it has little effect on the undead army. The undead army source is very strange and is not afraid of pollution. The only threat to the undead army is the corrosiveness of the attack. The gap in realms caused the undead army to be unable to withstand the attack of the Chaos Rotworm. If it were the same realm, there would be no need to lead the Skeleton Hell. The undead army could tear the Chaos Rotworm into pieces like cutting melons and vegetables. The Skeleton Hell is the nemesis of the Chaos Rotworm, and the undead army is half of it. The spirit beast in the array seemed to realize this, and it was furious and screamed, "Boy, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Give me back my worms, give me back." The more Chaos Rotworms that were eaten, the greater the loss of the spirit beast in the array. It's a pity that it can't control the Chaos Rotworm, and can only simply control the array. In addition to roaring in anger, it seems to really take Lin Moyu was helpless. Gradually, the spirit beast seemed to know that it was useless to call out, and gradually, the sound became lighter. The Dragon Riders controlled the battle situation, gradually stretched the battle line, and surrounded it. The Skeleton Hell was constantly devouring the Chaos Rotworms. The battle continued steadily, and the situation in the center of the formation began to gradually reveal itself. However, there were still a large number of Chaos Rotworms near the center of the formation, and it was not clear for a while. Lin Moyu felt a little uneasy. The spirit beast in the center of the formation stopped calling out because the formation was in place. He didn't believe that the guy in the center of the formation would give up so easily. Perhaps he was preparing something. Lin Moyu whispered to Pujuan, "Pujuan, go to the center of the formation to see the situation." Pujuan took the order and rushed over with Pujuan's gun. Pujuan's combat power was extremely strong. When Pujuan's gun was waved, a large number of Chaos Rotworms were shaken away and killed into the center of the formation. After a while, Pujuan came back from the center of the formation. His breath was a little chaotic, and the source of power was polluted, and the amount of power decreased a lot. Lin Moyu looked at the battle situation in the formation. "How is it? What's going on inside?" Pujuan waved his spear, and the whole body was full of strength, shaking off the polluted source of power. "The situation inside is a bit complicated." Hearing Pujuan's words, Lin Moyu became a little curious. "Yu Chen?" Pujuan seemed to pause. He seemed to be organizing his words. "There is a gem in the center of the formation. I don't know that thing. The spirit beast is on the gem." Lin Moyu didn't find it strange. "Where is the complexity?" Pujuan continued. "The spirit beast has no body, only a soul. Its soul is half inside the gem and half outside the gem. I judge that it controls the formation through this gem. Please give me flowers." Lin Moyu muttered to himself with a thoughtful look in his eyes, "A gem that even you have never seen." Only a soul, half inside the gem and half outside the gem. The gem has become the eye of the formation, and the spirit beast controls the formation through the gem. This gem. Lin Moyu's heart moved. With Pujuan's knowledge and vision, there are really not many things he doesn't know. And it can become the eye of the natural formation, and even the natural formation is centered on it and formed because of it. This gem must be unusual. Lin Moyu took out the Calamity Scepter. Can you describe the gem in the eye of the formation? What does it look like? Pujuan described it and outlined the specific appearance of the gem. 80% similar. Lin Moyu suddenly felt an indescribable joy in his heart. The third gem finally appeared. 00. The Calamity Scepter can be said to be one of his biggest trump cards. He has escaped death several times with the Calamity Scepter. Whether it was the soul attack in the Wankai Ancient Well or the soul dragon encountered in the Soul Void. If it weren't for the Calamity Scepter, he would have died long ago in the life and death crisis. I must get it. Lin Moyu's heart was extremely firm. No matter what the price, no matter how difficult it was, he had to get it. The 5 gems of the Calamity Scepter must be collected. He really wanted to see how powerful the Calamity Scepter would become after collecting all 5 gems. Suddenly, the formation began to vibrate. Lin Moyu felt the change of the formation. Finally, it's here. He knew that the guy in the center of the formation would not give up easily and would definitely fight again. The roar continued, and the chaotic rotworms seemed to be summoned, giving up their goals and rushing to the center of the formation again. At the same time, powerful forces emerged from the surrounding spiritual veins and also gathered towards the center of the formation. The powerful force surged from the center of the formation, and the nearby undead army was all repelled and could not resist. Lin Moyu watched quietly. Let's see what other means you have. He knew that this should be the last resort of the spirit beast. As long as this wave wins, the ending will be determined. The power gathered in the center of the formation became stronger and stronger, and a huge spirit beast gradually appeared. Lin Moyu looked at the spirit beast and unconsciously said, "Stable and chaotic, it's really amazing." The transformed spirit beast looks like a giant mouse, with a pair of eyes flashing with brilliance, looking very smart, but the breath it exudes makes people feel weird. It is filled with 2 extreme powers. Extreme stability and extreme chaos. Stability and chaos should be a pair of antonyms, with completely opposite natures and incompatible with each other. But now, with the help of some magical power, they are almost perfectly combined together. The huge body of the spirit beast occupies a large space. It looks down at the dragon riders, and its eyes clearly reveal a strong disdain. Its breath is so strong that it is unimaginable. With the power it exudes, the dragon riders can't even get close. It does not need the power of the great Tao, nor does it need any fancy skills. This illusory spirit beast composed of countless chaotic rotten insects has a power that countless Tao masters cannot reach. The path of spirit beasts is different from that of ordinary practitioners. They do not need to build a world of rules, improve their skills, comprehend the power of the Great Way, or even the origin of spiritual veins. The 2 origins of the sun and the moon are their best food. Spirit beasts have their own path, which is comparable to that of practitioners. And the path of spirit beasts seems to be more pure. This spirit beast in front of us is like this. No matter what method it uses or what external force it borrows, at least it has far exceeded the limit that the dragon cavalry can resist. Roar. The spirit beast opened its mouth and roared. It looks like a mouse, but its roar is like a tiger. The terrifying sound swept the entire internal space of the formation, and the dragon cavalry corps burst one after another. Even several corps commanders were no exception and collapsed on the spot. Just a roar, hundreds of millions of dragon cavalry corps were killed. When the strength difference reaches a certain level, it loses its meaning. No matter how many dragon cavalry, no matter how many skeletons, they can't fight against it. Fortunately, the undead spirits are still useful, and the collapsed dragon cavalry corps was quickly revived. Lin Moyu's face was gloomy. What level has it reached? Pujuan was not very sure. Maybe it has reached the 4th level of Dao Zun. Lin Moyu's feelings were similar to Pujuan's. In his perception, the illusory spirit beast in front of him was not much different from Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming, who was at the 4th level of Dao Zun, could mobilize the power of the Great Dao and form the true body of the Great Dao. And the spirit beast in front of him, using the power of the formation and the chaos rotworm, also achieved a similar effect. Roar! With another roar, the Dragon Cavalry Corps collapsed again, but then, the Cavalry Corps was collectively revived under the effect of the undead spirits. It looked like it was unkillable. With a slight movement of his mind, 20 of the 30 Dragon Cavalry Corps were directly withdrawn. The Dragon Cavalry suddenly lost 2/3, and the formation space suddenly became loose. Lin Moyu knew that the number was meaningless at this moment, but he couldn't throw it away. The Dragon Riders quickly retreated, gathered together, and set up a battle formation, leaving a large space for the spirit beast to move. Without knowing the characteristics of the spirit beast, Lin Moyu did not act rashly. At present, it is only known that it will use roars to attack, and it is not known what other means it has. What Lin Moyu wants is to know himself and the enemy, rather than to fight to the death. Roar! With the 3rd roar, the remaining 10 Dragon Riders collapsed again. Lin Moyu looked at the spirit beast. He could feel the anger of the spirit beast, but such an angry spirit beast did not rush over. Can't move? Or disdain to move? Does he think that roaring alone is enough? Lin Moyu thought in his heart, both possibilities are possible, and from the spirit beast's eyes, he can feel its disdain. The spirit beast roared for the 4th time. The Dragon Riders collapsed as usual, but the spirit beast did not find that when the Dragon Riders were resurrected, they had changed people. Lin Moyu also used the circular method to constantly alternate the use of the Dragon Rider Corps, allowing each Dragon Rider Corps to share the burden. As long as the limit of the undead spirit's magic is not touched, the Dragon Rider Corps will not suffer any real losses at all. Pajun, go up and try it to see if it will move. Pajun's strength is trustworthy. Even if the opponent really reaches the 4th level of Dao Zun, it is impossible to kill Pajun in an instant. Pajun waved his spear and rushed towards the spirit beast. Pajun was as powerful as lightning, killing from the Dragon Rider Corps and coming in front of the spirit beast. Pajun's spear stabbed out fiercely, and a huge spear shadow suddenly appeared in the formation, stabbing over. A road emerged, which belonged to Pajun. A powerful force erupted from the road, making Pajun's spear even more powerful. This spear was already the limit of Pajun's power, infinitely close to the 2nd level of Dao Zun. The spirit beast finally moved. It slowly raised its huge claws and collided with the spear's shadow. Boom! The formation space twisted, and Pajun flew out with a loud bang, and his breath dropped sharply. His whole body strength was polluted, and the original power of the Dao Zun realm became extremely chaotic. Pajun kept getting rid of the polluted original power, and his breath became weaker and weaker. Come back! Hearing Lin Moyu's order, Pajun immediately retreated. He was a resurrected person, and he had long lost his fear. If Lin Moyu did not issue a new order, he would continue to fight the spirit beast until he died. Lin Moyu did not want Pajun to die in this battle. It was too pity to die here for no reason. Even if he died, he had to die with value. After returning, Pajun's breath was extremely weak, and he almost fell into the Dao Zun realm. Roar! The spirit beast roared again, and the huge power raged in the formation, and the Dragon Rider Corps collapsed again. Lin Moyu looked at the spirit beast. Since it appeared, it has not moved. No pursuit, and no other means. I understand. The reason why it can gather the power of the chaotic rotworms and make chaos and stability form a strange balance is that it relies on the array eye. To be precise, it relies on the power of the gemstone. The array eye cannot move, so it cannot move either. Just as it can only manipulate part of the array, the spiritual beast that it transforms into has very few means of attack. It can even be said that it is very passive. In order to verify his idea, Lin Moyu's mind moved and he withdrew all the dragon cavalry corps. In an instant, there was nothing in the array. The spiritual beast's attention immediately fell on Lin Moyu, and he just stared at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu just stared at him, his eyes wide open. After a few seconds, Lin Moyu said, "So you can't get out?" The spiritual beast was not to be outdone, and its shrewd rat eyes were provocative. "So what, you don't dare to come in either?" Lin Moyu smiled. "So, since 1.0, I have been invincible." The spirit beast sneered. "That's not necessarily true. You have nowhere to escape now. When I absorb all the chaos rotworms, I can slowly deal with you." Lin Moyu chuckled. "Are you sure you can control the gem after absorbing the chaos rotworms?" A trace of surprise flashed in the spirit beast's eyes, and it was obviously said by Lin Moyu. But it admitted very frankly, "I may not be able to control the gem, but I can prevent you from leaving. You are just a celestial master, and you can live for 500,000 years at most. I can live for at least 3 million years, and I will exhaust you to death." It said the truth. Here, the great way is not obvious, and it is difficult for Lin Moyu to practice and improve his realm. In the end, his lifespan will naturally end. The spirit beast seemed to have eaten Lin Moyu, with a sneer. But the next moment, its eyes suddenly widened, and Lin Moyu actually entered the formation. Lin Moyu entered the formation and flew towards the spirit beast at a moderate speed. After being stunned for a second, the spirit beast laughed loudly. "Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? You know you can't survive, so you just come to die, right?" Lin Moyu smiled. "Do you know what this is called?" He pointed at his forehead, where the yin fu was shining. The outside world alternated between yin and yang, and the origin of Taiyin was hanging high in the air, covering the world. Under the faint light of the Taiyin fu, even Lin Moyu exuded a strange temperament. The spirit beast obviously didn't recognize the Taiyin fu. It was a spirit beast, without the inheritance of a cultivator, and didn't know many things. The space around Lin Moyu was distorted, and Xiao Wu appeared beside him. Then Xiao Wu pointed at Lin Moyu and disappeared again in an instant. The whole process was very fast and completed in less than a second. The spirit beast didn't react, and Xiao Lu was gone. The spirit beast felt that Lin Moyu seemed to have something more, but it didn't know what it was. Lin Moyu knew the answer from its eyes. "See, you are just a spirit beast, and you don't understand many things. You only know how to do things by instinct. Maybe by chance, you have some intelligence, but your intelligence is limited." 27 The spirit beast seemed to be insulted, and roared angrily, "Who do you think you are? How many years have you lived, and you dare to speak nonsense to me? The years I have lived are longer than yours." Lin Moyu chuckled. "So what if you have lived longer? What you know is too limited. A single person, no matter how strong, his knowledge is limited. And we are a race, we can gather the knowledge of countless people, keep learning, and know more and more. Maybe your research of thousands or tens of thousands of years is not as good as our research of a few days, just like you don't understand what I did just now. Do you want to know what I did just now?" The spirit beast was obviously angered by Lin Moyu. "I don't want to know, I only know that you are dying." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Why do you think I dare to come in? You don't really think I'm here to die." The spirit beast looked disdainful and said, "You can't have any trump cards." During the conversation, Lin Moyu had already arrived in front of the spirit beast, and the two were only 1,000 meters apart. Perhaps because of its luck, the spirit beast didn't notice that Lin Moyu was so close to it. It didn't even use roars to attack Lin Moyu. At this moment, Lin Moyu was in great luck, thinking about getting as close to the spirit beast as possible, and the result was that his wish came true. 1,000 meters away is almost enough. Lin Moyu made a move at this moment. Origin level magic, time curse. In an instant, the magic triggered the law of time, turned into a curse, and fell on the head of the spirit beast. The spirit beast immediately screamed, and its soul was like being cut by a knife, and it was in great pain. no matter how strong its power is, its soul did not become stronger because of the formation. Although the time curse could not really hurt it, it could make it hurt a little, and even for a moment, it could fall into a state of time chaos. Lin Moyu had been sitting in Lin Moyu's hand. The star arrow lich on Moyu's shoulder responded. A drop of ancestral water fell on it, and its breath increased sharply, and it evolved into a sharp arrow and shot out. A line of fire appeared in the space, and the starfire arrow, carrying the power of falling stars and the power of the great Tao of flame, shot into the body of the spirit beast. The great Tao of arrows surrounded it, directly increasing its power by 100 times. This arrow was enough to kill most of the practitioners of the first realm of Daozun in seconds. Even the practitioners of the second realm of Daozun would be injured if they were not careful. The spirit beast had not recovered from the curse of time and was injured again. The star arrow lich attacked not its body, nor the chaos rot worm, but its soul. Half of its soul was in the gem, and half was outside, and it attacked the half outside. The star arrow lich was incredibly fast, far faster than lightning, and completed 3 round trips in an instant. The spirit beast was almost attacked 3 times at the same time. The soul was pierced and burned by the flames. For a while, the spirit beast was in unbearable pain and screamed. However, Lin Moyu knew that the star arrow lich alone was far from enough to kill it. At the same time as the star arrow lich took action, Lin Moyu also shot towards the spirit beast. When the spirit beast just screamed, he had already arrived in front of the spirit beast. The Calamity Scepter appeared in his hand and smashed it towards the spirit beast, whispering, "This is my trump card." Lin Moyu's trump card was the Calamity Scepter. The spirit beast used the gem in the eye of the array to gather the power of the chaos rot worm, which made it so powerful. Stability and chaos gathered together, maintaining a strange balance. What Lin Moyu had to do was to break his balance. Just like breaking the formation, breaking the balance would completely destroy it. It was not easy to break the balance, and only the Calamity Staff could do it. The spirit beast broke free from the severe pain, his eyes glowing red, and looked at Lin Moyu with great anger. "Go to hell." The huge claws were raised and slapped Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not dodge, swung the Calamity Staff, and hit it hard on its claws. Unlike Pajun, who was not shaken away, Lin Moyu felt that he hit a piece of tofu, because the Calamity Staff smashed into it without any hindrance. The terrifying power that almost killed Pajun was actually useless when facing the Calamity Staff. In front of the spirit beast's claws, Lin Moyu was like a human and an ant, extremely small. But just in such a small moment, Zhuo Wei's claws were shattered. Countless chaotic rot insects exploded from the claws and exploded in all directions. The spirit beast's breath suddenly weakened, and it screamed in horror, "This is impossible. What did you do? What kind of magic weapon is this?" Lin Moyu sneered, "Smash your magic weapon to death." Without giving it a chance to speak, Lin Moyu rushed to it with the Calamity Scepter and smashed it on the head. The spirit beast screamed in fear, but it had no effect. The Calamity Scepter easily broke its balance, and in the blink of an eye, the spirit beast was smashed to pieces. The spirit beast that was not to be looked at before was now more fragile than tofu. The chaos rot worm was blown to the edge of the formation, and Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the Dragon Rider Corps appeared again, surrounding the chaos rot worm. The skeleton hell responded and entered the devouring rhythm again. In front of Lin Moyu was a gem that was less than the size of a fist. The gem was crystal clear, and it seemed nothing strange. The soul of a spirit beast that looked like a mouse, half of its body was in the gem, and half of its body was outside the gem. It looked like it wanted to get in, but it couldn't. Lin Moyu looked at it with a smile on his face. "Finally we meet. How should I address you?" "Senior Spiritual Beast." The spirit beast looked at Lin Moyu in horror. What do you want to do?" It had completely lost its previous arrogance, and its eyes were full of fear. It knew very well that it would be easy for Lin Moyu to kill it now. And it couldn't escape at all. It was stuck here, unable to move forward or backward. Lin Moyu also discovered this. "So you are stuck here." It seemed to have been hit at the most shameful point, screaming, "Kill me if you want, don't humiliate me." As a Taoist master, it also has its own dignity, but now it has lost all its face in front of Lin Moyu, which is more painful than death. The soul is stuck here, in a dilemma, and has completely lost the ability to resist. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry. "Tell me, who are you?" The spirit beast snorted, "This time I lost. You can kill me. I have nothing to say. But don't try to humiliate me. No one in this world can humiliate me. Even in this situation, it is still very arrogant. This kind of arrogance seems to come from the bones. Maybe it is forced." Lin Moyu held the scepter of natural disasters, touched its soul lightly, and flicked its tail at the same time. It was like a hair exploded, screaming, "You are humiliating me. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." A wisp of flame appeared on Lin Moyu's fingertips, and the flame exuded a breath of destruction, which was terrifying. Lin Moyu did not want to kill it immediately, but he could not let it go easily. The world-burning fire can not only refine the world, but also burn the soul. As long as it is properly controlled, the effect will be very good. The moment the spirit beast saw the world-burning fire, it screamed again, "Heavenly punishment fire! How can you have heavenly punishment fire? This is impossible. No one can control the heavenly punishment fire. This is not a fire that can be controlled by living beings." In its screams, Lin Moyu threw a wisp of world-burning fire at it. In an instant, all its words were replaced by screams, and the flames burned on its soul, bringing unimaginable pain. In the burning flames, it couldn't say a word. If it hadn't been stuck in the gem, it might have rolled on the ground. At this moment, all dignity and pride disappeared. After burning for half a minute, Lin Moyu put away the world-burning fire. "Can you talk now?" The spirit beast looked at Lin Moyu with horror. "Who are you? Why can you control the destruction of the heavenly punishment?" Lin Moyu whispered, "Now I am asking you, not you asking me. Be obedient, I ask you to answer, otherwise you know the consequences." At Lin Moyu's fingertips, the world-burning fire kept jumping. The spirit beast had to accept this fact with horror, and temporarily put down its pride, because Lin Moyu had the ability to make it want to live, but not die. It didn't want to experience the pain just now again, and its tone became soft. "Okay, what do you want to ask?" Lin Moyu asked. "First, tell me your name, identity, and why you are here." The spirit beast said, "My name is Shao San. I belong to the heaven-swallowing rat clan. Back then, I was chased by a human Daozuan and came here by accident." Lin Moyu could hear that it was not talking nonsense. "Shao San. This name is a bit strange." Shao San shouted, "What's strange about it? I'm the third child in my family. What's wrong with calling me Shao San?" Lin Moyu's eyes widened slightly. "You have a bad temper." The burning world fire jumped twice, and Shao San lost his temper immediately. No, I just said that my name was given by my mother. It's a normal name. Don't think about it wrongly." Lin Moyu communicated with the human emperor at this time and asked about the information about the swallowing heaven rat. During this period of time, the human emperor has obtained a lot of data and established a huge database. Part of it is information about spiritual beasts. The human emperor immediately gave the answer, and the information of Sher Xian came over. The sky-swallowing rat is quite famous among the spirit beasts. It is a very special spirit beast. It is not strong in combat itself, but has a very powerful talent. They can devour all kinds of original power between heaven and earth, not by refining and absorbing, but by swallowing directly. It is said that when they become powerful, they can even swallow the great Tao. In the history of the Origin continent, there was once a sky-swallowing rat of the seventh realm of Daozun. At that time, the sky-swallowing rat encountered a Star-Lord. After a great battle, the Star-Lord was killed by the sky-swallowing rat, and even its star position was swallowed together. From then on, there was no inheritance of the Star-Lord in the stars on the Origin continent. Unfortunately, the sky-swallowing rat was later killed by another more powerful Daozun. Lin Moyu did not expect that this spirit beast with only a soul left was actually an extremely rare sky-swallowing rat. No wonder it is so arrogant. It does have the capital to be arrogant. Among all the spirit beasts, the sky-swallowing rat is also a rare species, and it is an extremely powerful one. After understanding the identity of the heaven-swallowing rat, Lin Moyu said, "Then let's continue. You said that you came here by accident, which means that when you came here, this formation already existed. The heaven-swallowing rat is much more honest now, yes. How many years ago did you come here? How could you get into the gemstone?" Xiao San said honestly, "Almost 100,000 years ago. I can't remember the exact time, but it's probably about this time. I was chased by a lunatic in the 6th realm of Dao Zun. I was only in the 2nd realm of Dao Zun. In the end, I could only abandon my physical body and use magic. I didn't expect to come here. In order to escape the pursuit, I cut off all connections with my physical body. If I want to reshape my physical body, I need a lot of original power. It just so happened that I encountered this natural formation here and saw this gemstone. I wanted to swallow the gemstone, but I didn't swallow it, and it got stuck here. This gemstone in front of me does look extraordinary, and it does contain amazing power inside. It is reasonable that the heaven-swallowing rat wanted to swallow it in desperation. But I didn't expect that I couldn't swallow the gem in the end, but got stuck here." Lin Moyu smiled. "It doesn't look like you swallowed the gem, it looks more like the gem swallowed you." Xiao San said, "How could I know that this gem is so strange? We, the sky-swallowing rat, swallow everything, but we didn't know that we couldn't swallow this." Lin Moyu asked, "What happened later?" Xiao Tian said, "I was seriously injured at that time, and I had no choice but to sleep and recuperate. Almost 50,000 years ago, I woke up and tried my best, but couldn't leave. So I started to study this formation. After many years of research, I finally got some clues. I found that using this gem, I can manipulate part of the formation, and the formation can summon chaos rot worms. Although I don't like these chaos rot worms, their power is too chaotic and too low level, but it's better than nothing. So I summoned some chaos, Ma Zhao, rot worms in the Tianzuan realm and tried to swallow their power. Later, I recovered a little bit and started to summon the chaos rot worms of Dao Zun realm. The chaos rot worms of Dao Zun realm are very difficult to swallow, and the speed of swallowing is very, very slow, and I don't want to cause too much noise, so I do it little by little, and recover very slowly." Lin Moyu laughed. "Is your noise small? I have walked all the way, millions of miles, and I haven't encountered a chaos rot worm of Dao Zun realm." "You know shit." Xiao San shouted instinctively, but was glared at by Lin Moyu, and under the threat of the burning world fire, it quickly stopped and became honest. "I didn't want to, I just summoned a little bit before, but then there was an operational error, the formation worked a little more, and then summoned all the chaos rot worms of Dao Zun realm within 5 million kilometers nearby. It looked innocent, but as long as I swallow them, I can fully recover. Not only can I reshape my body, but I also have the opportunity to swallow this stone in reverse. I didn't expect to meet you. I'm so unlucky."